I want to show you a couple of points, okay? Looking at this map, you see where it's been Love's travel stop?
Yes.
You also see Harris Road
Yes.
and Garner's Creek Road.
Yes.
So you described how you drove to and from work. Let's talk about how you drove home from work at 11:30 p.m. on April the 3rd, okay?
Okay.
Did you left Belmont?
Yes.
Did you stop at Love's truck stop?
Yes.
Did you go inside Love's?
Yes.
Do you remember what you purchased?
Dr. Pepper's and yeah.
Favorite drink?
Yes.
All right. Anything else did you purchase?
I don't remember.
About how long were you at Love's truck stop?
Not long, just long enough to go inside.
Did you get gas or anything?
I don't remember if I got gas or not.
When you leave Love's, where do you go next?
Harris Road.
So you take a left on Harris Road?
Yeah.
And then where you go?
To the stop sign there and then go down Garner's Creek.
There's a stop sign at Harris Road in Garner's Creek?
Yes.
And is this north?
Yes.
You take a right onto Garner's Creek?
Let me interrupt you for a second. Mr. McCormick, you see that big guy back there by the door?
Yeah.
You got talk loud enough that he can hear every word you say, because everybody, I want to make, you have a soft voice. I just want to make sure that everyone can hear. And we've got folks on the jury who are on the back row there, but if you'll talk like you're talking to Officer Howell back there, then we'll all be able to hear you better. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Mr. McCormick, you took a right onto Garner's Creek?
Yes.
And you take a left on Highway 70?
And go to McEwen. Yes.
Okay. So let me talk to you specifically again about the night of April 3rd going into midnight of April 4th, which will be 12 a.m. in the morning. I'm going to ask you to look at the video of Love's and see if you can identify yourself, okay?
Okay.
This has previously been marked as an exhibit. Look up here, Mr. McCormick.
Yes, that's me.
Dr. Peppers?
Yes.
It's a cup of something.
Donuts.
Donuts?
Yes.
And it appears that the time is 00:28:20, which would be 12:28 a.m. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Normally take you about an hour to get out to
Yes.
Love's from Belmont? That was you making the purchase of Dr. Pepper and donuts.
Yes.
And from what we can tell, it was about 12:30. And you've testified that that's when you remember being there?
Yes.
All right. Now, what happened after you left Love's?
Left Lowe's and started home and got almost to 70 and I passed two vehicles and just shortly after that I saw somebody standing on the side of the road.
Okay. And when you saw somebody standing on the side of the road, what did you do?
I just seen him and just kept driving.
Okay. You drive on home?
Yes.
All right. And what'd you do the next day?
I slept till about noon and then I got up and went into work again. And that's when I seen the state troopers and stuff in the area.
Okay. So you slept till about when the next day?
About noon.
About noon. You got up, got ready for work.
Yeah.
And were you driving the same route but in reverse?
Yes.
Going back to work?
Yes.
And when you turned onto Garner's Creek, right there, where Garner's Creek intersects with 70, what did you notice was going on?
Just a bunch of state troopers and stuff. So I stopped and asked what had happened.
Were there vehicles lined up and down the road?
Yes.
How many would you say were there?
I have no idea. There's a few.
Okay. Now, let me take you back just for a second. When you were driving home the night before, when you stopped at Love's, what was the weather conditions?
It was raining. It rained that day.
It rained that day?
Yeah.
Was it raining when you were at Love's?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Was it raining as you were driving down Garner's Creek?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see was there any wind conditions or lightning?
No, it wasn't bad. It just maybe sprinkling.
All right. Now, you saw the person, you went home, you got up the next day, you drove back you stop at Garner's Creek and you talk to a highway patrolman.
Yes.
And what do you tell the highway patrolman?
I just asked him what had happened, and he said somebody went missing. And I asked him if it was somebody wearing a skeleton shirt or something.
Okay.
And he said yes. And then after that, I talked to the detective.
All right. And what'd you do then?
I went on to work. They said they'd contact me.
Okay. And did somebody contact you that night?
Yes.
And did you give a statement that night?
Yes.
A signed statement?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to hand you your statement and give you a chance to read it, okay? Before I ask you any questions. First, can you identify this?
Yes, it's the statement I gave.
Okay, is that your signature?
Yes.
And what's the date and time on your signature?
4/18, 7:26 p.m.
4/4/18 at 7:26 p.m.
Yes.
And just take a minute and read it quietly to yourself, and then I'm going to ask some questions.
Okay.
Okay, let me start with how close were you to Highway 70 on Garner's Creek when you saw the person?
Pretty close. It wasn't far
Okay.
from the.
So you're driving from Harris Road, you turn right on Garner's Creek.
Yes.
You drive north, and you're saying where you saw the person was almost to the end of Garner's Creek?
Yes.
And you also have described that before you saw this person, you passed some vehicles, is that correct?
From what I remember, yeah.
Okay. And did you specifically state how many you saw in your statement?
2.
Two. And could you give a description of those two vehicles?
I couldn't. I just know they were vehicles I saw, but I couldn't tell you what they were.
No, I understand. In your statement, did you identify one of the vehicles as being a passenger car or a truck?
I think it was a truck.
What made you think it was a truck?
Just what I could remember.
Okay. And there was a truck and then a second vehicle?
I think so, yeah.
And you passed these vehicles?
Yeah.
And how quickly after you passed these vehicles did you see a person?
Not far.
Give me a rough idea.
100 yards, maybe.
100 yards?
Yeah.
Okay. So you passed two vehicles, one being a truck, the other unknown. And 100 yards later, you see a person?
Yeah.
And where was the person standing?
On the side of the road.
Side of the road. And what was the person wearing?
Looked like a rib cage, like a skeleton rib cage on their clothes, but I couldn't tell
Okay.
anything else.
And could you tell how far off the road they were standing?
Pretty close to the road, like maybe a couple feet.
Okay. In your statement, did you say how far they were standing off the road?
Yeah.
What'd you say in your statement?
10 to 15 feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you think it
Keep
was?
your voice up, Mr. McCormick. Remember, that big guy
Sorry.
back there at the door gets insulted if you don't talk to him. So.
Sorry.
And Mr. McCormick, before I go any further, first, thank you for coming back to the scene and making a report. A lot of people would never do that. So thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to do is just get accuracy as to exactly what you saw, okay?
Yes.
So you see a person standing, is it on the side of the road or is it 10 to 15 feet?
They were,
Or if you
I'd
don't
say
know, that's fine too.
yeah, I couldn't give an exact amount, but it was on the road, on the edge of the road.
And when you saw a person, did you slow down at all?
I did, but I just kind of went around just.
Let's see. And also, I think in your statement, it says, I remember it was just before the curve in Garner's Creek Road.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes.
Is it just, so it wasn't after the curve, it was just before the curve?
I think so. I think it was in that area. I couldn't
Okay.
give you an exact
All right.
location.
And what side of the road was the person standing on?
On the right side.
On the right side. Are you sure about that one?
Yes, absolutely.
And now, let's talk a little bit more in depth about the person that you saw. In your statement, what do you say?
It looked like a teenager.
Okay.
And that's what I thought at the time. I thought somebody had just been dropped off.
All right. So is it still your description that the person looked like a teenager?
Yeah, it wasn't a big person.
Okay. And about how fast were you traveling?
40 maybe.
And any more description that you can give us as to what color you saw on the shirt?
It was just a dark shirt. I couldn't tell the color. The rib cage stood out because it was either glow in the dark or white, reflective or something.
Okay.
But it stood out pretty prominently.
Did you think that it was a kid that you saw?
It didn't. I just thought it was just somebody being dropped off, a teenager or something like that. Just, it was weird for that time of night, but I didn't think much of it.
Okay, thank you. And I will move Mr. McCormick's statement as the next exhibit, please.
All right, be marked as Exhibit 145.
I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examine.
Mr. McCormick, you left Belmont and you went over to I-40 and you came down to Love's.
Yeah.
And then you went over to Harris Road, cut across to Garner's Creek,
Yes.
turned right,
Yes.
went north up toward Highway 70.
Yes.
And you drove from Harris Road all the way up to Highway 70, correct?
Yes.
And you saw one person on the side of the road during that time.
Yes.
And you saw someone that you at the time indicated was a teenager or what you thought was a teenager.
Yes.
And the reason you thought that was a teenager is because maybe it was some sort of prank because of the skeleton.
No, just the time of night, just somebody being dropped off.
And it was a black shirt with a white skeleton torso,
It was
correct?
a dark shirt. All I saw was the skeleton, so I couldn't tell you what color the shirt was.
All right. And the person was not tall.
No.
And the individual was not a big person, wouldn't have been like 285 pounds or anything like that.
No.
And this was about what time again?
12:45-ish. I saw.
All right. And you at some point went out to this location with our investigator, Miss Killingsworth. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall doing that?
Yes.
And during that, she made some photographs.
Yes.
You recall doing that also?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
You recognize this document,
Yes.
and what does that depict?
About where I saw, or where I think I saw.
Now, that's facing toward Old Garner's Creek Road, isn't it?
It's facing away from 70, it looks like.
Away from 70. Is your car, it's sort of hard to see down there. Is your car down there? Is that where you park?
Yes.
Okay, so that's facing south.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd make that an exhibit.
All right, mark it as Exhibit 146.
If you'll hand that over. And you recognize that photograph.
Yes.
And that is a photograph on Garner's Creek Road, standing approximately where you saw this individual facing north.
Yes.
Make that an exhibit, Judge.
147.
And is this a photograph of you walking toward the location where you saw the individual?
Looks like we're walking away from it.
I'll hand you these two. And can you explain what you see in those photographs?
Just me walking, I guess that's walking toward the, where I saw him.
All right. And Your Honor, I'd move those as an exhibit
All
also.
right, how many are there?
3.
You want to make them a collective exhibit?
No, Your Honor.
148, 149, and 150. Let's identify on which one is which. On the first one you want to introduce is what is it showing in that photograph? This is just for the record so that we're clear.
The first is Mr. Daniels walking with his back toward the camera, toward a curve and an oncoming vehicle, it looks like.
Okay. Second one, that will be marked as 148.
The second one is another photograph of Mr. Mr. McCormick walking with his back sort of to the side. And the third one is him standing in the roadway. A side view of him.
That will be marked 150.
You recognize this photograph.
Yes,
Now, that's a photograph of you standing at the location that you saw this individual, correct?
approximately. I couldn't be exact, but that's where I think I saw him.
Make that an exhibit, Judge.
151.
And this is likewise a photograph of you standing at the location where you believe you saw this individual.
Yes.
Now, you know at this point where 1112 Garners Creek Road is, don't you?
Taylor, so this last one is another photograph of him standing approximately where he saw the individual.
Yes.
So is this 151 or 152?
This will be 152, but he didn't say to make it an exhibit.
I'm sorry. Would you make it an exhibit, please? I apologize.
That one will be 152.
And where you're standing from the Daniels home is about 500 yards, isn't it?
I don't know. I didn't.
Okay. And you are certain that the individual you saw out there that evening was not wearing a green alien shirt, were they?
No, it didn't look like it. No, it looked like a rib cage on.
Have you signed a document indicating that it was not a green alien?
Yes.
And you and Miss Killingsworth, you looked at that photograph that was provided to us in discovery, and you indicated that was not what you saw.
No.
You recognize that document?
Yes.
And could you explain what that is?
It's just like alien Christmas alien shirt.
And what does it say on there?
What, on the shirt or?
Or no, what did you write?
This is not the shirt.
And you wrote that and signed it.
Yes.
I'd make that an exhibit, Your Honor.
Okay, it's 153.
Mr. McCormick, if you were to go to the scene, would you be able to look at the location of the house where this child, where he disappeared from, and then the location where you took those photographs and be able to determine exactly how far that was?
I guess if I knew where the house was.
Your Honor, I would like to ask for a sidebar.
All right. All right, the request has been made to publish those photographs that have been marked as exhibits. And I believe that would start with exhibit 146 through 153. That's 6 exhibits, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you want to publish those to the jury?
Yes.
You want to pause any further questions while we allow the jury to examine those, and then we'll go from there.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's pass those to the jury, please. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll examine each one of these and then pass it on to the next, then we'll go from there. So
They're not all logged in yet, Judge.
let them be logged in. We'll all sit here, and we handed the clerk a number of different exhibits and numbered them, so we're going to give her time to get them all logged in.
Your Honor, I believe I have some copies here that we could pass to the jury.
The reason that I say no is because if we're talking about specific exhibits, I think it would be better to let them each individually look at each one of the exhibits. We've got 6 that can pass it along, and we'll go from there. Ms. Holly, if you have some that have already been registered, go ahead and pass them to the jury and let them start looking.
I'm gonna have 3 more.
All right, do you have them all back?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Taylor, you may continue your examination.
Your Honor, I believe at this point we will need a jury out hearing.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll step out of the courtroom across the hall, please.
Your Honor, my next question to Mr. McCormick, first I was going to ask my client to stand, and then I was going to ask him if that is the individual he saw that night. Was it someone as tall as him? And also between a person of my client's height and a child at 4 feet tall or so, which of the two would it have been? And I believe the state.
Judge, I am objecting. I did not object during the bond hearing because there was no jury. In this situation, it's entirely different. They're asking their client to give demonstrative, perhaps substantive evidence without vocalizing or without being sworn into under oath. So one, that's improper. Two, if he's going to stand up for the defense, then he should be able to stand up for me and let me make observations of him and observations of him as he sits at counsel table, for example, when he laughs and has been laughing during certain parts of this testimony. But I know that's improper, so I'm not going to do that. However, if they're allowed to do it, then I should be allowed to do it as well.
Mr. Taylor?
Your Honor, his height is what it is. So that's all we're wanting to do is show how tall he is. By them.
Then you can ask the question of the witness, how, you know, that a person of the height that you're demonstrating, is that the same height as the individual that he saw? You've already asked him about whether or not that was a person that was 280 something pounds.
Yes, sir.
And he indicated it wasn't. So I think the same question could be asked. I think we start down a perilous road when we start having the defendant stand, and the jury's been instructed the defendant doesn't have to prove anything, doesn't have to do anything. And I think we start down that road and putting in the jury's mind, well, if you have him stand up to demonstrate this, then, you know, he's basically making a statement. I just want to avoid any
Yes,
kind of indication to the jury that somehow he's making statements without making statements. So I'd rather let you just question him, and even if you need to indicate the height using your hand or height or whatever
Yes,
you want to do, how tall are you?
well, I was 6 feet at one point. I probably shrunk a little bit.
So before you started shrinking with old age, you were 6 feet, and how tall are you asking? How tall are you saying your client is?
I believe he is 5'11", something in that area.
So he's roughly your height.
Yes.
All right, then why can't we, any opposition to using Mr. Taylor as the stand-in for the defendant and let him demonstrate his height and saying, is the person that he saw out there a person of about this height?
No opposition.
All right, I think that's pretty,
All right.
I think that would be the clearest way to avoid any sort of issues. So anything else then before we bring the jury back?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Let's bring the jury back. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. All right, Mr. Taylor, you may continue your examination.
Mr. McCormick, the individual you saw that night, was that individual as tall as I am?
No,
And you have I believe, an 18-year-old son that is 5
Daughter.
feet tall. Is that correct?
daughter, but yeah,
Daughter? I'm
she's
sorry.
about 5 foot.
And the individual you saw that evening was shorter than 5 feet, weren't they?
I couldn't tell exactly. Just going off what I remember, but in that area, it wasn't tall. I do know that.
That's all I have.
Mr. Crouch?
Mr. McCormick, is it hard to remember when everybody's asking you a bunch of questions?
Yes.
I know it is. Let me ask you this. You went, I think you just testified, you went with the defendant's investigator and they made some photographs that have just been published to the jury
Yes.
documenting, is it approximately where you were?
Yeah.
Is that exactly where you were?
No, it couldn't. It was in the area, very close.
When did you go do that?
I don't know what day it was.
Has it been recently?
It was a while back.
More than a year ago? Was it last summer?
Yeah, about last summer,
So
I guess.
about a year ago?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me take you back to 2018. You remember on April 6th, which was 2 days after the sighting, you remember a TBI investigator coming to your house named Nathan Neese?
Yes.
Did he take some photographs?
Yeah, they took photographs and my phone stuff.
Did he ask you to describe and drop a pin mark on the location in which you saw the person?
Yes.
All right. Let me ask you to identify this photograph on the screen. You remember telling Agent Neese that on April the 6th that you identified a person in the yard at 1115 Garners Creek Road?
That was about the area, yeah.
And does this photograph that I'm handing you now reflect what we see on the screen?
Yes.
All right, I'll move this as the next exhibit, please.
It'll be 154.
Now, April the 6th, that was much closer in time to when you actually saw the person on the side of the road.
Yes.
Than when you identified for the defense.
Yes.
Okay. Now, looking back at your statement again, I was reading it a little more carefully. Find it in here. We've previously made it an exhibit. It says, I remember it was just before the curve in Garners Creek, okay?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you to look at this map. Now, Mr. McCormick, I've dropped a pin at the location that the defense had you identify.
Yes.
And I've dropped a pin at 115, 1115 Garners Creek.
Yes.
And in your statement from April the 4th, you say it was just before the curve in Garners Creek. Is this pin just before a curve?
Yes.
Now, is this pin before a curve or after a curve?
After.
So seeing him at 1115 goes along with what you originally said in your statement?
Yes.
All right. And is this photograph the same as that we see on the screen?
Yes.
I'll move that to the next exhibit.
155.
And I'll pass the witness.
Do you recall on the 25th of March of 2018, having an interview with a TBI agent regarding where you saw the individual?
On the 25th.
I'm sorry, the 27th of 2018 with a Special Agent Burkhart. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And during that interview, he showed you a photograph didn't he?
Yes,
And you circled the location where you believed that you saw this individual, didn't you?
yes.
Would you explain what that photograph depicts?
Where I circled that curve.
And is that the location that you believe you saw this individual?
Yes.
And you're certain of that?
The area, yes.
Yes.
Not exactly, but that it's in that area there.
I'd make that an exhibit, Your Honor.
156.
Mr. Burkhardt, or, I'm sorry, Mr. McCormick. Did you see a 280 some odd pound man carrying the body of a child
No,
down the side of that road?
no.
Thank you.
Mr. Crouch, anything for,
Yes, sir. Just a few more follow-up.
Your Honor, I would ask to publish those exhibits also.
all right, and you're talking about which exhibits?
The last exhibit that I
156. Let our clerk have it marked, processed, and filed, and then we'll pass it to the jury. The jury's looking at that. Mr. Krause, Mr. Taylor, Mr. Walker.
And in that same interview on March 27th, 2018 with Special Agent Burkhart. You told him when you signed that photograph that you saw a boy standing on the side of the road. Isn't that correct?
I don't know that it said boy, but if I did, I just use it as a general. I saw someone kind of.
If you were to go out there to that scene and look at it again in person, would you be able to more specifically identify where, in fact, you saw this individual?
I don't think I could pinpoint it to the exact location.
The location that you circled when you were speaking with Agent Burkhart,
Yeah.
that was the area of the location where you believe you saw him, correct?
That general area, yes.
Not further up by 1115 Garner Creek Road.
The area I circled wasn't as in the exact location. It was just that I saw him in that area of that part of that road, up and down. Whereas where along that road I saw him, I couldn't exactly pinpoint. I wasn't paying enough attention for that. I just seen somebody on the side of the road, and I didn't actually pay that much attention other than it was between those two curves.
Crouch?
All right, Mr. McCoy, almost finished. So just to follow up, you've identified 3 general areas,
Yes,
and all 3 of those areas are within probably 1,000 feet of each other.
yes.
So you're not trying to be exactly on the spot where you saw the person.
Yeah, I couldn't be exact because I wasn't paying that close of attention to it.
Could
But
you ever do that? Could you ever be exact?
I don't think I could, not
Could
to
you
that
ever?
point.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
It's fine.
Could you ever be exact on the spot?
No,
Could you ever be exact as to how tall the person was that you saw?
no, not from memory.
And final couple of questions. You remember giving some testimony at a hearing a month or so ago?
Yes,
And in that hearing, did you testify that the person was about 5 feet tall?
about 5 feet, yeah.
And is that your best guess?
That's my best guess on how tall it could be.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? Let me make sure I'm understanding. You still work at Belmont?
Yes,
You still live in McEwen?
yes.
You still drive this road every day to and from, or you go a different way?
Normally I go down 70 now. I don't
So
even,
you just
I avoid it completely.
you avoid the area where you're having to come to court and testify about it.
Yeah, I don't want to.
But you've testified that if you had to go back out there, that you really couldn't.
I don't think I
pinpoint
could narrow it down.
Any
any
better
more.
than what you've done with these photographs?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McCormick. You may step down, and we're releasing him from his subpoena. Thank you, sir. All right. I'm advised by the state that that is their final witness for today, in view of the fact that we have to get you relocated back to your original lodging. So we're going to go ahead and let you be discharged for the day, and we will see you now. We are starting at tomorrow at 8 o'clock, correct? All right, so we will see you back here bright and early tomorrow at 8 o'clock, and have a good evening. I have some matters I've got to take up, so I'll take those up when you have left the courtroom.
I have a question, brief recess.
Did this last, what is that one?
It's the map that Mr. Crouch gave the witness at the start of the,
It was demonstrated on the screen.
I didn't move that.
All right, that's fine. We'll get it back. You need a recess?
I just need a restroom.
All right. So do you mind telling me what exactly it is that I'm supposed to be hearing on this, when we return from the restroom break?
Judge, I am going to move the photograph.
All right, let's mark that as the next exhibit. It was demonstrated to the witness. What is this one?
157.
And all I'm asking is there's some indication I've got to hear something for y'all, and I just want to know what it is.
Well, we have the Bishop motion, corroboration of the trustworthiness of the statement and the Corpus delecti. And in that motion, we'll be contending that Alex actually assisted in the crime and was therefore a co-defendant, and his testimony should not be used to corroborate the statement.
Can't prosecute an 8-year-old, can you?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can?
When I was in the DA's office, we had 5 of those in juvenile court being prosecuted.
All right. Interesting argument. All right. Then we will hear your Bishop motion, and what else?
We've got a motion to strike that I filed this morning, but in lieu of the testimony we heard today, I just withdraw that.
All right. Motion is withdrawn, and we'll just hear the motion. All right, we'll take a 15-minute recess and come back
Recording stopped.
and hear your motion.
All rise.
Do you want that file 5 where that motion is that you seen the other day? File 5, and that motion needs to be. Did you see me how I opened that water well enough? I put it under the desk. I put it under the desk, thinking, okay, it's not exploding on the desk.
Court now back in session. Y'all can be seated.
All right, we are ready to take up whatever
Recording in
motions.
progress.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right,
Your Honor, it's our contention that the defendant's confession has not been shown to be trustworthy. Your Honor's heard testimony at trial in motions that there's no physical evidence to support the portion of the confession where our client says he beat Joe Clyde for 15 to 20 minutes in the living room and on the coffee table, opening up a wound on his head that led to blood running down both sides of his face and blood on his leg from being thrown against the coffee table. There's been no corroboration that he took the child, put the child in the car, left the residence, took the body out in the field using his wife's cell phone as a flashlight, then returned home and got back in bed around. The child is even dead. There was hearsay that came in where an aunt expressed her opinion that he was dead. But the witness today, Alex, did not testify that he was dead. He did not testify that he saw what happened in the living room, that he came in after the fact and saw his father pick up Clyde Daniels and walk away from the residence. So we submit the corpus delecti has not been shown. The confession and statements, extrajudicial statements, have not been corroborated. Even the TBIs acknowledged in the affidavit on the search warrant that they don't believe he took the body in the trunk of the car and took it off. I would submit it. Even Alex's testimony today did not say that he took the body, put it in the trunk of the car, and took the body off and disposed of it. So those clearly have not been corroborated. There was no blood in the vehicle, no blood in the residence, nothing to indicate that when our client said he beat this child for 15 to 20 minutes, opening a head wound and causing blood down both sides of his face, nothing to show that is trustworthy. He gave various statements about placing the child in ponds. Ponds were drained, no body, nothing to corroborate that. He said that he took the child out on a log road. All those areas were searched extensively. Nobody was found. And the Bishop case, of course, says if it involves a tangible injury, the state must provide substantial evidence tending to show the defendant's statement is trustworthy. And the state has not done that in this case. They've introduced no evidence that substantiates that our client beat the child to death in the living room for 15 to 20 minutes. No evidence to substantiate that he placed the body uncovered in the trunk of a car, carried the body off, and used his wife's cell phone flashlight as a flashlight to get rid of the body. In fact, the courts heard testimony in this case in the motion hearings that there was no evidence that Kyrstal Daniels' cell phone left the residence at all. So those are all statements, extrajudicial statements that aren't corroborated. He said he threw the child in the Duck River. We now know that TBI doesn't even think the car left during that time. So that's not corroborated. Mr. McCormick said that he saw someone, and where exactly on Garners Creek Road is a question, but the person he saw had a skeleton on their shirt, and it was not a big person wearing a green alien shirt. So that also indicates that the confession is not trustworthy, because our client would have already been in bed at the time Mr. McCormick saw the person wearing the skeleton shirt down the roadway. The statements about, I think the testimony had been in the motion hearings up to maybe 6 different locations that the child was placed. None of those panned out. There was no evidence that supported any of those statements. And so we would ask that the court exclude all of our clients' extrajudicial statements, that they were not corroborated. The case law cited in the motion cannot be corroborated by miscellaneous facts. The state has to corroborate the essential facts of the confession. That he beat him to death 15 to 20 minutes in the living room, opened up wounds on his head and on his leg, then immediately carried the body off in the trunk of the car, got rid of the body using his wife's cell phone light, then came back home and got in bed. And I submit the state can't cite one piece of evidence that corroborates that that's true. They even believed that he buried the body in the yard somewhere. So they were admitting that those essential facts are not true. So I'd ask the court to exclude all of his extrajudicial statements as being uncorroborated in this case. Now, it doesn't mean that the state doesn't still have a case, because they've got young Alex who's testified, but they shouldn't be allowed to introduce extrajudicial statements that we know are false. And clearly that confession was false.
What about the statement that your client allegedly made voluntarily to his father in the presence of law enforcement after he had called and asked him to come and take him and let him show him where he was? The motion hearings that we've had are that he has voluntarily told his father, "I'll beat him."
Yeah, I'm not talking about voluntariness. What I'm talking about, that is an extrajudicial statement that has not been corroborated. Everything he said out of court, whether it's to his dad or other officers,
You
or
don't think Alex's statement that the testimony today that he saw his father beating the child is, I mean, he testified that he saw him beat him. Is that not a corroboration?
I didn't recall him saying he saw him beat him.
He did.
Yeah, his testimony was he heard a noise and he went in there.
He's talking about, we can have, if we can find it, we can always bring it back. But my recollection was that he's testified that when he went and told his father today, that when he told his father that Joe had peed on the floor, that his father came in, or Joseph had come in and he beat the child, beat Joe and put him back to bed.
No, he didn't testify that.
Okay.
He testified that he spanked him or whipped him. He did not testify he beat
He
him.
used the word beat according to what I recollect.
I'd ask that be pulled back up because I think that's a
We'll
mistake.
decide that, I mean, I'll base it upon my recollection, not have to prove anything to you, but I will base it on my recollection of the facts and my notes from that. But, all right, anything else that you wish to offer?
Well, just one thing. In that testimony, whether he said whip or beat, he put him back in bed and went to sleep. So that in no way corroborates that he beat the child to death because the child got back in bed and went to sleep. So I don't think that corroborates that he beat him to death. Alex did not see him beat the child to death in the living room. He heard a noise. He waited a while. He came in and he saw his dad pick up Joe Clyde Daniels
He first said he saw him laying on the floor.
on the floor, picked him up, took him outside, laid him on the ground, then picked him up and carried him down Garner's Creek Road. But nowhere did he testify that he saw his father beat the child to death. Now, that is circumstantial evidence that he sees the body laying on the floor and then he sees the body laying in the yard. I'll submit that
And
circumstantial
we
evidence.
charge the jury all the time that a fact can be proven by direct evidence or by circumstantial evidence, and that the law doesn't presume that direct evidence is necessarily better than circumstantial evidence. That's the law we charge a jury to decide a case. So
I understand.
we
What I'm
apply
trying to
this.
do, Your Honor, is lay the groundwork for the jury charge that I'll be requesting in regard to that. I admit that that's strong circumstantial evidence. I'm just saying to Your Honor, there was no direct evidence, no direct testimony that he saw him beat him to death.
I understand. Thank you, Mr. Lockhart. Mr. Crouch?
Judge, for purposes of meeting the bishop standard, which is the modified trustworthiness, I think Mr. Lockhart just made my argument because he admits that the circumstantial evidence is strong.
I doubt Mr. Lockhart would agree with you, but I understand your point.
And that is my point. We have an eyewitness who has testified that he witnessed Joseph Daniels beat Joe Clyde. And then later he heard a loud noise. He went into the living room and he saw the defendant standing over the body of Joe Clyde, who was on the ground. Then he demonstrated how the defendant carried Joe Clyde's body out of the house in his arms. Alex then testified that he saw him lay his body on the ground, later walk him down the driveway and then down the road. Not only that, Your Honor, if you look to the statements of the defendant, the extrajudicial statements in the hearing of his confession on April 6th, the defendant specifically says, Alex saw everything. Not only does he say Alex saw everything, later in the evening, he says Alex is a trustworthy boy. We told him not to lie. You can believe what he says.
No further argument.
All right. Let me, for the record, address the following. The State versus Bishop is a Supreme Court case that we keep talking about that set forth the modified trustworthiness standard. There are two different standards for the record that this court has to consider in the admission of any sort of confession or admission. The first is the voluntariness of such a statement. I have already had a hearing in which I found that the statement of the defendant in the so-called confession, and all of the other statements that he made were voluntarily made and were not the product of coercion. So that issue has been resolved by the court's prior ruling. The second matter that I am required to address today is the Bishop standard that was set forth in this 2014 Supreme Court decision. That in that decision, the Supreme Court modified the requirements for the introduction of a confession and the corroboration of a confession of a defendant, the aim being to eliminate confessions of individuals that are completely untrustworthy and have no other corroboration to them other than the confession of someone to a crime. The Supreme Court in the Bishop case makes pretty clear a couple of things. And one of them, when a crime involves a tangible injury, the state must present independent prima facie evidence that a loss or injury actually occurred. Unlike the traditional corpus delecti rule, the state is not required to demonstrate that the injury resulted from someone's criminal act, nor must the state link the defendant to the injury. Whether the charged offense involves a tangible injury, the corroboration rule requires the state to introduce substantial evidence, independent evidence, that the defendant's confession is trustworthy. To establish trustworthiness, the state's independent evidence must corroborate essential facts contained in the defendant's statement. Mr. Lockhart argues, takes that statement in the Bishop case and applies it to everything that the defendant said in his confession. That's not what the Bishop case says in this court's opinion, with all due respect to Mr. Lockhart. For example, in the Bishop case, the Supreme Court says, for example, independent corroboration of one key part of an extrajudicial confession or admission may corroborate the entire statement. And they cite the United States versus Brown, a federal court decision in that instance. So looking at that, the Supreme Court further says in Bishop, thus to satisfy the modified trustworthiness standard, the state is required to, 1, corroborate the fact that someone died, and 2, establish the trustworthiness of Mr. Bishop's confession. The standard does not require independent corroboration of every element of the crime. That's the Supreme Court's ruling in Bishop. So it's not required that the state in this case corroborate every element of the crime or every element of the defendant's statement. In our subsequent cases that have been reported, the State versus Hill, which is an unreported case that I think I've cited before, it's a 2017 Westlaw 5324181, a 2017 Court of Criminal Appeals decision. The court there talks about the modified trustworthiness rule. The modified trustworthiness rule requires substantial independent evidence to bolster a defendant's extrajudicial confession or admission. The state is neither required to demonstrate that the injury resulted from someone's criminal act nor link the defendant to the injury. The state must introduce substantial independent evidence that the defendant's confession is trustworthy, which is accomplished by presenting independent evidence corroborating the essential facts contained in the defendant's statement. The court noted that, in citing another case, the court noted that independent corroboration of one key part of the defendant's statement might corroborate the whole statement. The court determined that another method of bolstering a defendant's admission is to present independent evidence that parallels the defendant's confession or corroborates the defendant's account of what happened immediately before or after the crime. In State versus Sykes, which is a 2018 Supreme Court decision, the Court of Criminal Appeals, I think this may have been Judge Woodall, I'm not sure, but actually this is Robert Holloway, who authored this opinion. He states that substantial evidence and the modified trustworthiness standard, substantial evidence is evidence that a reasonable mind could accept as adequate to support a conclusion, evidence beyond the scintilla. And he cites State versus Clark, a 2014 case. The corroboration requirement is a low threshold. Its purpose is twofold: to weed out false confessions to non-existent crimes by requiring some independent evidence of the injury incurred, and to weed out false confessions to actual crimes by requiring some independent evidence that implicates the accused. The standard of proof required to clear this hurdle is even lower than the preponderance of the evidence standard. So that is the law that I am required to apply to this case and to these facts. In this case, we have the testimony of an alleged eyewitness, Alex, who states that he was there and that he saw the defendant come in. And my notes, I have gone back through my notes after we had this issue, and my notes that I wrote down were specific. That he went and told the defendant that Joe had peed in the floor. The defendant was in his room. He and Kyrstal were both awake, and the defendant went into the room and beat him. Those are my notes that I make contemporaneously. I'm not saying I'm 100% all the time, but that's what I'm basing my decision upon. In any event, we have the testimony of an eyewitness. Alex states that he saw him beat the child, that he went on back to sleep, and he later in the middle of the night heard a loud bang. He waited a little bit to let things quiet down, that he walked out and saw Joe laying on the floor. He then saw the defendant carry him out. More importantly, in this court's mind, Alex's testimony was that he saw Noah standing and also being able to view what had taken place along with Aunt Joyce, and that he saw both of them and that they had an opportunity to observe, and that he saw the defendant carry Joe out the door, and that he laid him at the back of the car, and that in fact he instructed Alex to help him with this situation and threatened him at some point, made him help him, that he opened the door to the car in the trunk. And at one point, if you notice in one of his statements at the Child Advocacy Center, Alex stated that the door to the car had been opened. In his statement today, he testified he opened the door and popped the trunk on the car. He then says the defendant picked up Joe and walked him down the road carrying the child. The defendant's confession states that he beat the child and that Alex witnessed it. That's, in my opinion, a corroboration of that statement by the defendant is corroborated by Alex's testimony today. Alex's testimony corroborates the fact that Noah witnessed this, and so the excited utterance that was allowed in at a previous hearing of both Noah and Joyce, who he testified that Noah certainly had the opportunity to see what took place, and that when Noah comes in, and that can arguably be made to the jury that Noah's statement was either a question or a statement. He either says in a question form, is Joe dead, is Joe dead, is Joe dead? Or he said in a statement form that Joe is dead, Joe is dead. But anyway, I allowed it in as an excited utterance. Apart. Based upon all those facts, and the fact that the child, in response to the state's question, stated that the last time he saw his brother alive was on April the 3rd, and the fact that the child has never been recovered and that threats have been made, I believe that there has been sufficient corroboration of both the corpus delecti, if there is, that circumstantial evidence of the death of this child. As I explained to Mr. Lockhart, and Mr. Lockhart agreed, our law provides that any fact can be proven by both direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. We charge jurors day in and day out in jury trials that direct evidence is not necessarily better than circumstantial evidence. Our law provides that either fact can be sufficient to support a conviction if it is convincing enough. And that's what this all boils down to. This is all going to boil down to whether the jury is convinced by the evidence before it. But as far as corroborating the confession, this court finds, and as a matter of fact, that the evidence presented thus far does provide more than a scintilla of evidence that there was, in fact, a homicide, that the child was, in fact, you can certainly concur that circumstantial evidence of his death would be the fact that he was laying on the ground, picked up, carried out, laid on the ground, picked up, carried off down the road by the defendant allegedly, and that he's never seen again. And he testified the last time he saw his brother alive was April the 3rd. That was in response to the state's question. Based upon all of those facts, it is this court's opinion that the corroboration under the Bishop rule has been met, and that the confession and all extrajudicial statements of the defendant are admissible in the state's case in chief. And it is my ruling.
Thank you.
Thank you. That will conclude our business today, and we will adjourn for the day until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So.
Recording stopped.
See you tomorrow, Joe. Joe? No, Zach, Joe's getting kind of old.
Session, you may be seated.
All right, over the lunch break, then my understanding is that the defense had an opportunity to review this redacted video and compare it to the transcript, and
Recording in progress.
been advised there's one issue, but I've also been advised that the council needs to talk to me before we bring the lawyers in. So is that correct? All right, what are we talking about?
Judge, we received a request for redaction within the last half hour from the transcript, which we agreed to. So we are now recopying the transcript, and also the audio had to be redacted. So when you start the process of redacting an audio, the computer, however that program works, has to render a new version minus the redaction, and that just takes some time, and it's got about 30 minutes left to go. There's just nothing I can do to stop that.
But we do have another method that we can argue.
Let me finish explaining this process. We have redacted this transcript several times leading up to this trial. And these things take lots of hours to do. And it's something that just can't be done quickly like that, and not to be seamless so as the jury knows that there wasn't some type of something else going on. With that said, I'm not exactly sure the other issue that they want to talk about.
Yes, Your Honor. The transcript includes statements by the defendant in regard to their dropping dogs off a log road and abandoning the dogs. We had a motion in limine on this and other issues previously, and the state indicated that if they were they didn't anticipate introducing that type of evidence, but if they did, they'd file a 404B notice. The stepson, Alex, testified, and I'm paraphrasing, that they would take dogs out there and give them to other people. The statement about dropping dogs off, as I argued during the motion in limine, there are people today in society that care so much about dogs that could potentially anger jurors and be prejudicial against our client. And we contend it's just not relevant in this case, whether they drop dogs off and abandon them. So that's the reason we're asking that come out.
Specifically, what I have been advised is that on page 125 of the transcript, there is a exchange between Agent Faulkner and Mr. Daniels in which they're talking about a logging road. Agent Faulkner says on line 3, tell us about the logging road. Joe Daniels, the logging road. Agent Boyd, tell us, little Joe, what's the last place you took him? Joe Daniels, I never took him. I went to the logging road like a couple of weeks ago, but I didn't take him with me. Agent Faulkner, well, I'm not talking, I'm just saying in general, and I may have you correct me if I'm wrong, but you had said something about a logging road as a place when you, where you go when you need to think or something, right? Joe Daniels, yeah, I don't ever take anybody with me. Agent Faulkner, okay, that's what I'm talking about. And then here comes the problem. Joe Daniels, yeah, me and Crystal would go down there. We've had some dogs where we've dropped them off, unfortunately, and then I went, to think. Every now and then I would walk around the house trying to cool off. The logging road, which is the place we used to take the dogs to, Agent Faulkner, dogs to let them run or leave them there? Or Joe Daniels, just leave them there. Agent Faulkner, like to get rid of them? Joe Daniels nods his head. That's the truth. That is the truth. I did not take little Joe to the logging road. I didn't take him anywhere out of the house. Now, that's the part, if I'm understanding correctly, that the defense is objecting to. Am I correct?
Yes, Your
And
Honor.
that's the only portion of the redacted transcript that poses any objection to the defense.
The only other portion, by agreement, they're taking it
All
out.
right.
So this is only contested portion.
And to clarify, that's the only contested portion of the redaction they've asked for today. As I've said, we've been redacting this.
Understand. You've been redacting it on a regular basis. Now, my question would be, is it possible to just omit, for example, on page 125, starting on line 21, where it says, we've had some dogs where we've dropped them off, unfortunately, and just omit that sentence or even omit that entire paragraph by whiting it out so that you don't have to reprint the entire. Can you do that?
Judge, we can't white it out.
I'll explain. Let me tell you what my concern is. Under Rule 404B, all of the lawyers know that it's required that I hold a hearing to determine the relevance of that information versus the probative value of that information. And it boils down to if the prejudice to the defendant outweighs any relevance. I understand the relevance would be to show the familiarity with the logging road, which in my opinion, if you omit the portion about the dogs being involved, then it still demonstrates that he has been out to the logging road and he goes there to think. By omitting the reference to the dogs, then you're eliminating an issue of other crimes, wrongs, or acts, which, as Mr. Lockhart points out, and being a dog owner myself, some people would take very harshly the idea of taking dogs and dropping them off. So I would say that the simple solution is allow everything except the sentences that directly say that about the dog to come in. And when you're playing the audio or the video, is it not possible to mute it may be simpler to just mute starting on page line 20 when he was talking about he and Crystal would go down there and keep it muted until after he gets to that next section. If you can do that, then we can proceed with this hearing without having to do anything further. All right. Then my ruling is that it's probative as to his familiarity with the logging road area. Now, for whatever reason, the state wants to make that a part of their case, then certainly that could be something that the state can do. Taking the dog situation out of it just eliminates any sort of prejudice that might result from that, which has really nothing to do with this case other than something that might show character or whatever. And that is why under the 404B ruling, I would have to exclude it. So we will go ahead, Mr. Crouch.
And we're not even attempting to get the dog or logging road information in. That's not the point. The point is just now receiving this request for redaction delays everything. So I'm not arguing to keep that information in. I'm just informing the court that this redaction needs to be approved by defense and your honor when we distribute this transcript to the jury. We'll do it however he wants to do it. We can mute it when he gets to that point, but then a final copy as the exhibit will have to be supplemented at a later time after it can be fully redacted from the audio.
Well, in order to, I mean, the jury's already sent word they're ready to get started. So, I mean, they've been waiting, cooling their heels all morning, it seems like. And what I'd like to do is to go ahead and allow this evidence to be presented to the jury because it is several hours. And we can, if we can mute it, then you can, by agreement and by order of this court, you can replace the video that we're playing that you're having to mute with one that has been properly redacted to remove that. The jury would only be able to view that video again if they have questions by coming back into open court and doing it that way. And then by that time, perhaps you've got your redacted video. The transcripts are a different matter. And how long would it take to remove the transcript section that we're talking about? It would just essentially be whiting out those pages, those sentences. How many, you're going to have a copy for each one of them? Have they already been printed up? All right, so you're,
And the redactions that we did during this last hour, so, I wish I could give you an exact time, 15 minutes, 20, if you want us to white it out, if you want us to literally take a pair of scissors and cut it out, that's even quicker.
whatever's quickest. That's my preferences. Whatever's the quickest way to proceed would be my suggestion. So you tell me what the quickest way is. Is there anything, do you have a short witness that we can take up while that's taking place to accomplish as much as possible?
Our next two witnesses, three witnesses, because all of it involves the.
Well, Agent Boyd, is it necessary for him to go directly into the admission of the confession, or do you have other questions to ask beyond that?
We have a few other questions.
Why don't we do this? Let's let you make sure that your office knows where we are about the redactions. Go ahead and put Agent Boyd back on the stands and accomplish as much as we can with that. And hopefully by that time you'll have the transcripts ready and we can proceed directly into it without having to take another recess.
Quite frankly, Judge, I paused at the point with Agent Boyd, which I was about to play the recording. So, yeah, if you want me to kill some time, I can kill some time. I can always talk. But it's honestly.
Well, killing
I mean,
time is not my idea,
But
not my
I'm
purpose.
I'm being very sincere. I mean, we're ready to play this audio. I mean, that's the next phase. We're trying to be chronological in how things happened. I mean,
And I don't want to prevent you from doing that, but I think we need to try to get the transcripts. What's the quickest way to get the transcript printed with that last redaction I've ordered?
cut it out. Scissors, we can have that in 15 minutes.
All right, let's start cutting. So you need about 15 minutes. All right, well, I'm going to step back and explain to the jury that we've got another 15 minutes before we can bring them in. But once we start, we're going to go, if necessary, late into the evening tonight to try to accomplish as much as possible. So we will be in recess while the cutting takes place. We have a status update.
Judge, we have the transcripts ready to go. We are at what percent?
95.4.
Recording in progress.
Do what?
95.4% finished.
So Judge, here's the issue. We're unable to play a video in this process. It has to complete. So if you go back to the original video, it is completely chock full of references to the polygraph. And you just can't play it. I mean, we're gonna have to wait until this runs another 5%.
How long is it taking to get 5%?
I should be completely finished within 10 minutes.
10 minutes. All right, then let's, at least let's spend the next 10 minutes while that's accomplishing something. How long do we anticipate Agent Boyd and this confession? I think you said it's a couple of hours on this, is that correct? This confession video?
2.5 hours.
All right, 2.5 hours. All right, I've told the jurors to make sure they had a restroom break before we call them back in here, because my intention was to play that completely through to the end. And then after that, how long do you expect it to take with the remainder of your direct examination of Agent Boyd?
15 minutes.
All right. So now we're at 2 hours and 45 minutes. All right. Cross-examination of Agent Boyd, just a time frame.
How long will it take to process?
I'm trying to get a time frame. They've given me about 2 hours and 45 minutes for the video plus the remaining questions for Agent Boyd. I'm trying to get an idea how long you expect it to cross.
No more than an hour.
An hour. So now we're at 3 hours and 45 minutes. How many other witnesses do you have planned for today?
2 more.
All right. Just ballpark about how.
The first, about an hour. The second, maybe 30 minutes, just for direct.
All right. The jurors indicated they would like to go ahead and, even if it meant staying late today, to try to accomplish as much as we could. So I'm expecting that when we finish with Agent Boyd and you finish your follow-up questions and we do the cross, that we'll go ahead and we might take a break at that point, because that'll have been about 3 hours, and we'll let them have a break, and then we'll bring them back and we'll finish your other 2 witnesses, however late that is. What about food for the jurors for tonight?
I haven't even attempted to talk to them about any more food.
Judge,
I need to that before they come in.
if it helps at all, because of some agreements that we've made with the state, we've been able to cull many witnesses. With the state, we think we'll finish our proof either Thursday night or Friday morning.
All right, so right now you're saying that your proof will be finished Thursday night or Friday? All right. And then the defense will start, again, not nailing you down. Do you expect you may call some witnesses, Mr. Mitchell or Mr. Lockhart or Mr. Taylor?
I believe we will call it.
All right. Any idea of how long it'll take you to finish yours? We're trying to get an idea to have the final charge ready. Day, 2?
Probably 2 would be the longest.
All right. So at this point, we're looking at possibly having the proof finished by Saturday.
Possibly.
All right.
I think that's it.
And Judge, you've been a trial lawyer a long time.
Wait a minute.
Let me rephrase, a really long time.
I think somehow that's a backhanded insult with a compliment wrapped around it. I'm not sure. So,
Well, point I'm going to make is we have some witnesses that are being flown into town. So, if a flight gets delayed or something, I mean, that could bump it a couple hours. But other than that, I mean, we plan on finishing Thursday night or Friday morning.
all right. We'll hopefully accomplish that. Are you done?
Just finished.
All right, let's bring the jury on then. Good.
Judge, I need to know how late you're going so I know where to do this.
Well, right now, we're looking at 6:30 or 7, if I'm understanding correctly. We're about 4 hours for Agent Boyd plus cross-examination. Well, let me make sure we're about 2 hours and 45 minutes, roughly. It's 2.5 hour video, 15 minutes follow-up. An hour cross is now 3 hours and 45 minutes, so we'll roughly round it off to 4 hours.
4, so that would make us 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock,
5:30.
and then we've got 2 other witnesses we want to accomplish, so we're looking at 6:30 or 7 probably.
I'll have to wait till they take break to talk to them.
No, you don't. We'll talk to them. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. Once again, I apologize for the extended delay. As I explained to you earlier, that there's some changes to that were made to a transcript, a stack of transcripts that you're about to be handed. And you may find that there are pages where there are sections that are cut out. That was at my instruction. Don't worry about what was in there. I have ruled that it's not admissible and would only distract from your consideration of the other evidence. Second thing is this, I want to talk with you just briefly. This is a tape that's going to last about, a videotape that you're going to follow along with the transcripts. It's going to last about 2.5 hours. We'll have some follow-up questions, I'm told, of Agent Boyd when he returns to the stand. That will be about 15 minutes. We expect that there be a follow-up cross-examination of about roughly an hour. And that's going to put us at about 4 hours, and then we will probably take a break. And then there are 2 other witnesses that roughly maybe an hour to an hour and a half for both of those to get them in, which would put us at 6:30 or 7 tonight. Now, the question, our clerk always has to worry about getting you all food and fed. Are you okay to go until 6:30 or 7 to accomplish all of these witnesses? I know you'd like to get as much done as we can. So when we take that break at 5, what we'll do is let you talk to Ms. Lewis about where you want to eat or what you want to have in the way of food for your dinner, but you won't be eating until after we finish this. Does everybody understand that? Have they tried the Jonas pizza yet?
Oh, yes, that's their lunch.
Oh, okay. I was going to say just order a bunch of pizzas and everybody likes pizza. All right. Then we're going to go ahead. We have everything now ready, so we're ready to proceed with this playing of this video. General, you want to have Agent Boyd return to the stand? Agent Boyd, I would remind you that you remain under oath.
Agent Boyd, we left off and I was asking you a few questions about an interview that was conducted with the defendant. Was that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I had asked if you had, if the defendant was Mirandized prior to the interview.
Yes, sir.
And Agent, can you identify this document, please?
Yes, sir, I can.
And what is that?
This is the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation warnings as to constitutional rights that was signed by Joseph Daniels and witnessed by Ronnie Faulkner on April 6, 2018,
And what time was that?
at approximately 3:29 p.m.
Thank you. And I'll move that as the next exhibit, please.
Well, there's 161.
And going back to the recorded interview, there's been a copy of that made and placed in your care and custody. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And Your Honor, we're now going to play the interview. If we could have transcripts published to the jury.
Yes, if you will, please pass those to the jurors. And ladies and gentlemen, as I explained to you, this transcript may start at an odd numbered page. It may also contain pages that skip or sections that are omitted. And that's because I have instructed these attorneys to omit certain sections that, in my opinion, are not relevant and therefore should not be considered. So. I have the original, but this is the copy of the redacted. Thank you.
Going on, Daniels, how you doing? I said, I don't think Okay, Joe had a problem with me, he's like, no. Okay, you're in the capable hands of Mr. Browning? Okay. Okay, and you go by Joe or Joe? Joe. Joe? Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna be sure, I'm just gonna call it for privacy.
Okay, okay. I'm just, I got all sorts of emotions and.
Yeah, I know there's a lot going on, and we're gonna talk for a while before we get into this, okay? Try to help you explain all this to you. And with Joe, I know he told you, but I'm Ronnie Faulkner, special agent for TPI.
Okay.
And, first off, Joe, we're sorry for all this is going on, and, what you've seen, there's a lot of people out there trying to help find, and y'all call him Little Joe?
Baby Joe, Little Joe, just,
Okay.
it just depends on, our mood sometimes. Like, hey, Baby Joe, come here. Or, hey, Little Joe. Or, hey, Joe.
Okay.
So,
Well, since you're Joe, I've heard a lot of people call him Little Joe. Is it okay if we refer to him as Little Joe?
Yeah,
What I'm talking
yeah.
about then, right? Okay. All right. I've got, as we're talking, Joe, you'll see me filling out paperwork, stuff like that, and just try to ignore that because I've got to do reports and stuff like that, so don't think you said something wrong, Joe. But, have you gotten any rest at all?
well, I got some last night. The last 2 days, not really.
Just going.
Yeah, I was running on adrenaline and caffeine most of the time, trying to figure out, what happened. My mom came down from Arkansas, and she's like, I'll stay up in the living room and get you guys up in case, anything comes up. So when I went to sleep, I was out. I didn't wake up at all. So then when I did wake up, I felt, a little better, and I felt hopeless most of the day yesterday.
Yeah.
And I felt I'm gonna be honest, I'm a nervous person. So there's a lot of stuff that is making me extremely nervous recently, like the fact that why would he do what he did?
You're talking about Little Joe
Yeah.
running out or leaving the house?
Yeah, and people finding, different things and different clues, and it's making me really nervous. Like, can they just please find him?
Yeah.
I just want to hear hey, they found footsteps or
something.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
just something to let us know that he's still out there. So.
Well, Joe, I've been in law enforcement. If I make it till next week, I'll have 30 years in law enforcement. So I've been doing this a long time. I worked with a local agency for 21 years, and I've been with TPI for about 9 years now. So I've worked a lot of cases and helped a lot of people, worked a lot of missing child cases like this too, especially since I've been with TPI. And our job is just trying to find out everything we can about what's going on. Okay.
Right. Because I've been honest to everybody as much as possible. I've tried to tell them, what I did when I woke up in the morning.
Yeah. And I know there may be some little things that you don't exactly remember. It's okay. The questions, Joe, which the reason you're here is this, of course, Little Joe's missing. He's been missing, this is the third day?
Yeah, this is starting day 3.
Yeah. Wednesday morning. Yeah, and then Thursday and today's Friday.
Sometime, between 1 and 5:30, he leaves, got out of the house. So,
okay. Okay.
Just to know that, hey, there's, I feel sad.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Joe, I know we've talked a little bit about the night that Little Joe went missing, but just kind of give me a quick summary of what happened that night, y'all. From which y'all, I assume y'all ate supper, got home, they got off from school, y'all ate supper, and about what time did it start, I guess, when he went to bed?
He went to bed about 8.
8, okay.
8 o'clock.
Get him in early.
Yeah, and I got up at 10. I went to bed at 10. We woken up about 11:30 and peed on the floor. But you know, I just put him back in the bed. He went back to sleep, and then I went to sleep. And now I didn't feel my wife get up. Well, she got up during the night to check on him, and she still was there. I got up that morning. I got his clothes, announced his clothes. I went back there to the coffee table was moved. And I was thinking, okay, maybe he got up in the night and was playing with his toys or something like that. So I put the clothes on the table. I went in there and he was gone. He wasn't in the bed. I took the door, the lock was on the door, it was nowhere to be found. So I woke Crystal up. I woke Alex up. I woke my aunt up as well, but she just went back to sleep. Crystal got dressed. I got dressed. I went outside and looked around for a little bit. My neighbor's yard, to see if he was over there. And I didn't go next door because, you know, I lived over there and I didn't see him next door. I went back in the house. Me and Alex went, and I took the car, went down the street a little bit and turned back out. I got Alex and went around, and then I called my dad and said, hey, I can't find Joe. I called the police about 6:30, between 6:30 and 7, or like you said, 6:30. And then they came out and I tried to search some more. I went down the road a little bit and then I kept on going down the road to see if I could find him and see him. But I didn't see him.
Okay. And so you don't have any idea where he's at now?
No.
Okay. And the coffee table moved, would you assume he moved that over there and got the door unlocked?
So what was really weird is where the coffee table was, it wasn't near the door. Normally it would be near the door because usually that would happen, but it wasn't near the door, it was pushed back. And I thought that was really unusual for something like that to happen. So.
Okay. Would little Joe been able to physically move that table, you think?
It had wheels on
Okay, so he could have pushed it over there and unlocked it. Is that what you're thinking? He
Yeah.
pushed it over there, climbed up, unlocked it, and then pushed it back out of the way to
Yeah.
open the door? I mean, would that be tall enough if he stood on that coffee table to reach the lock?
it. Yes.
Okay. And had he ever tried to do that before or unlock the door?
Crystal told me before, she saw him try to unlock the door. He almost had the key in the lock trying to unlock the door when it was in a chair. I didn't see that, but she said that's what she saw.
Okay.
So, and then in the mornings, you know, I would get him, you really don't think about this kind of stuff, but, you know, I would have to kind of wiggle the key into the lock to unlock it. So I think he may have, I think he was watching me how to do that. So.
He could have done that.
Yeah.
Okay. So he, 11:30ish, when he had peed in the floor, all right, and you just put him back in the bed, y'all don't discipline or spank him or anything like that?
No, we just, just said, hey, just
Kids thing.
Yeah.
Accidents happen.
Yeah, because, it is, I wasn't worried about that.
So you didn't get mad at him because he
No.
peed in the floor, okay?
No.
All right. And between that time you went back to bed, so you didn't get up until 5:30?
Yeah.
So you didn't leave the house at all until after you found out he was missing? Okay. All right. So you didn't hurt little Joe that night, didn't get mad at him for some reason?
No.
And didn't hurt him or
No,
take him anywhere?
the only thing I said to him was, because he was, we had made homemade pizza, and I said, Joe, you gotta eat your, all your pizza before you get cake. And I don't know if that upset him or not, but because he came back and ate it, and then I gave him some cake, he ate the cake, so,
Well, that was before he went to bed.
yeah.
Okay. So, middle of the night or after he peed at the floor, you didn't get mad at him, didn't do anything to him,
No,
accidentally or whatever?
no,
Okay, okay. So you didn't do anything to hurt Joe in any way?
no.
Didn't take him anywhere that night or in the middle of the night? Okay, and you don't know where he's at now, or?
No, I don't know where he's at. I wish I did. I'd be, you know, I was told, you know, when this happened, to not look for him because of the scent. They don't want to lose the scent for the dogs, and, you know, I'm scared, so.
Well, and you got a right to be for that.
Yeah.
Okay, but there's a lot of people out there looking for them, trying to help.
Yeah. I really want to find him.
All right, Joe, I'm sorry, we're trying to get everything figured out and going, okay.
Hey.
You met Agent Boyd?
Yeah.
Good to see you again. Okay, sorry. Can you grab us that, so we'll have somewhere to sit down, just slide this over here? Well, just hand it to me and I'll set that chair over here.
Yeah, you can sit. I'll sit right here.
Okay, that's fine. I'm trying to get you to move. Well, that's fine.
It'd be easier, we're moving all around.
Okay, you sit there.
Yeah.
You know that you're not telling us the whole truth, okay? Joe, we're not, little Joe was missing, and we got help, okay?
Okay.
Joe, you said in the beginning that there was something you said in the beginning that you didn't mean for this to happen. And we're not saying that you did anything intentionally to little Joe,
All right.
but there's no doubt that you know where little Joe's at now.
I don't know where he's at.
Well, listen to me. They've done a lot of phone stuff and phone records since today and the last couple of days. And there's no doubt somebody's phone went somewhere during that night, okay? And I don't know if it was an accident. Either you or Crystal hurt little Joe or somebody else did, but there's no doubt that something happened to little Joe. And I don't know exactly what, but you do, Joe. Yes, you do. You know where he's at. You know where he's at now, okay? Whether, I don't know, I hope to God that he's still alive. But Joe, help us do this for little Joe. You know, there's no doubt whatsoever, you know where he's at now.
I don't know where he's at.
Yes, you do, Joe. You can't, you can, there's hundreds of people out there looking for him.
I don't know where he's at. I'm going told. I'm going told.
Well, and you said you kind of let it slip in the beginning that you didn't mean for this to happen.
I didn't know this was going to happen. Like, I seriously did not know that this was going to happen, because I woke up that night at 11:30 and he peed in the floor, and then we put him back to bed. And well, I put him back to bed. I went back to sleep. I didn't go anywhere else. I didn't go anywhere else that night. So I believe you.
when you're saying that about little Joe, Ian, I believe that. But it's the stuff after that that I just can't believe. And that means for you to tell me that, I think you're a better person, okay, than the person that would just say, I don't know what happened after that. Because there are certain things that you've left out in what you've told us. But let me preface that and say before that, I'm talking about an accident. I don't know if it was, like Ronnie said, I don't know if it was an accident. But what I do know, okay, is that you know what happened. Now, what that leads me to then do is to figure out, well, what do I think? And there's really only two thoughts I have. That's two ways I can go, is that something happened with Joe, little Joe. And I'm pretty certain that's him peeing. And I think things probably got out of control. Things you may have lashed out, you may have not, maybe you didn't realize what all was going on, but you ended up getting into a situation where you had a kind of a lapse of judgment, right? And you next thing you know, you're in a situation where your emotions have taken over and taken control, and you end up hurting little Joe. The other side of this is that you're and this is more of a predatorial person who is seeking out to inflict pain on children. I don't think that's you.
No.
I don't see you as that person, and I never have. I don't want to believe that that's you. But when you leave stuff out and you don't tell me exactly what happened, and you're not honest about it.
I'm being honest.
Joe, but when you're not being honest about what happened throughout that night and you're leaving stuff out, I have to kind of, that leaves it up to me to choose which one of these I see you and believe in you in. And I don't want to believe that you're that predator, but when you don't tell me what happened, I don't really have a choice. And when other people are going to look in and see from the outside, they're not going to hear your side of the story. They're going to have to choose for themselves. And most of the time, people jump to the worst conclusions, and that's what they're going to go to. They're going to go to this guy who, whether it was little Joe or somebody else, they just want to, that person just wants to inflict pain on children. And I deal with those people all the time, and I see them all the time. I don't see you as that person. I don't want to believe you're that person. What I think is there was a lapse of judgment. There was emotions took control, right? And the situation got out of hand, and you ended up in this, almost this situation where this, little Joe, you end up hurting little Joe.
I didn't hurt little Joe.
And then you guys, maybe you panic. Maybe, I want you to tell me first off, are you that predator?
No.
Are you that person that just looks to try and inflict pain on children?
No.
So what happened, really? What happened that night, that morning?
Okay, I want to tell you exactly what happened, okay?
I want this to be the truth,
And this is-
Joe. I don't want it to be the same stuff you've been saying before.
Okay.
I want it to be the truth.
I got woke up about 11:30 that night, and he peed on the floor. I went into the bedroom, I saw the pee on the floor, the bathroom light was on. So I said, just go ahead and just go back to sleep. And he laid it up and went back in the bed, went down. I went back to the bedroom and went back to sleep. And sometime during the night, Crystal got up and she went out and checked on him. And then she went back to sleep. I woke up at 5:30. And then,
See, that's when you left stuff out, all right? And you've just done it again, okay? You've left things out. And this is the situation. Now we're kind of getting in the situation where we're giving you that opportunity to tell us the truth.
I know.
And you keep going back to where you are, and we're taking a step backwards, and we're trying to move forwards. We're trying to bring closure to everybody, right? Not just you guys, the two of you, but your family, the other kids,
Right.
right? Little Joe's siblings. We're trying to bring closure to all of them. And the only way we can do that is by having the truth. And every time we start taking these steps backwards, well, we know you're leaving stuff out and you're omitting things.
I'm not.
We know you are, okay?
I'm not.
I want you to tell me what it is that's being left out.
There's nothing
Is it
being
about
left out.
you or is it about Crystal?
There's nothing being left out.
But there is, Joe. There is.
I would like to know what it is.
And this is, this is not just, we're not waking up one day saying, hey, let's see if, we can figure this out. This is what we do for a living. This is what we've done for a long time. We've got to overcome those. And until we do that, we can't move forward until we overcome these issues and the issues of you telling us the whole truth and not just omitting things. Because there's a big difference between telling the full truth. Now, and I don't know if anybody's explained to you what lying is. There's what everybody thinks about lying, right? Everybody thinks of changing the facts. Saying lying, saying the color of this wall is yellow.
Right, well, just
blue.
not.
Right, exactly. That's changing the facts.
Right.
There's also another version of lying, which is called omitting things. That's lying as well, right? If I walk into this room and trip over a cord and I say, well, I walked in the room and then I sat down, well, that's lying too, because I know I've left that out. And that's what I think's happening here. I don't think you're changing the facts, but I'm pretty certain that you're leaving stuff out. And so we've got to get past this. Okay, we're kind of already there, right? We moved ahead. We know this stuff has been left out. We need to get you to that realization that where we are, and that means you telling us the whole truth, and not just the little bits and pieces that you think, well, if I give them that, they'll think I'm telling them the truth. We want the entire truth. That's what we're not getting at this point.
That's what I'm giving you.
But you're not. You can say you are, but you're not. At the end of the day, you're not. And again, for me to think that one for you to tell me that you're not giving me, or that you're giving me the truth, for me to believe that, kind of makes me feel that you think I'm that gullible that I'm going to believe that. And the other side of this, though, that I really want you to understand is that everything up to this point doesn't matter, right? Clean slate. You tell us the truth now, and no one's going to go back, right?
Okay. I remember one thing. Okay. I do remember one thing, but I don't. Why? I don't know what happened. Okay. I got up, like I said before, the 11:30, right? I got about 11:30, and I went to the bedroom after Alex woke me up.
Who's that?
Technically, it's my stepmom and my dad's bedroom, because that's where they were sleeping at. He had peed on the floor. The bathroom light was on. And I just told him to lay back down in the bed. And then after that, I went to bed. At 2:30, I felt somebody get in, my wife get back in the bed, and the TV was on. I woke up at 5:30, hit the snooze a few times, then I realized that he was gone. After I got his clothes out, I went to the bedroom.
We're getting closer.
I went to the bedroom, their bedroom, got their clothes, went into the living room, set him on the coffee table, went into their bedroom, and he was gone.
See, so we're closer, but we're not quite there, Joe. Okay?
I didn't do anything to
We're
Joe.
not quite there. There's a lot that's being left out.
I didn't do anything to Joe,
The
I'm
very
telling you.
important stuff is left out.
Well, did Crystal do something to her?
I don't know, like, my parents have always had this fear that she would do something to him.
Why is that?
Just the way that she, that way that they would, just the thing that she's done, apparently, I've never seen I haven't seen most of it, but the way, she treats him apparently, and the way that she does things to him and stuff like that, so I know what I'm saying, I don't know what
Yes,
she
you do,
did.
Joe. Okay, we gotta get past this, okay?
If I do.
Crystal has told you, or you helped her carry, or something, one of y'all's phone left that house in the middle of the night and went somewhere, and we got a pretty good idea where.
And Joe, and I'm just saying that, we're not telling you everything. That's just a little bit that we're telling you. There's a lot of stuff, okay?
So,
That I'm not going to say, okay, that, because I'm not gonna tell you the things that we already know, because they're things that you already know. So what I need, okay, we're a little bit closer. You told me that you didn't just go to sleep, right? You remember something else. Somebody got in bed, the TV was on. All right, when little Joe peed, you went into that room, okay? Right?
right,
You went into the room, the bathroom light was on,
right,
you told him to get back in bed. I wanna know what really happened then.
that's
That's what I wanna
I
know,
didn't beat him,
what really happened.
I did not beat
Who else
him.
was there in that room with you?
Alex.
Who was Alex?
Alex is Crystal's son, my stepson.
Okay, so here's the thing. There's a lot of things that aren't matching up. There's a lot of things, the reasons that we're asking some of these questions are prompted by other stuff, okay? I'm not gonna tell you what those are, because this is your opportunity. This is your opportunity to tell me 100% truth about that night. What I need answers for is all the other stuff. The other stuff that we found that is leading us to ask you these questions, that is putting us in this situation, and there's the reason that I'm talking to you now. I need the answers to those questions. And those questions, the big question mark is what really happened that night. And that's what you're not being honest with us about. You're not being honest from the time that he peed to the time that you say you realized he was gone. They're not getting 100% honesty there.
I'm telling you.
But you're not, okay? And again, when you keep telling me that, and it's kind of a little offensive to me.
I just want to bow.
Listen, Joe, one thing, there is no way on God's green earth that you will show climbed up on something that will unlock that lock, okay? He didn't do that.
This is the chance, okay? I know you want to make all this right. I know you do. I see that in you. I see that you're a good person.
We know that
I see that you're a good person. But you have to continue to tell us. You have to tell us the truth.
I don't know if someone let him out.
I'm not concerned about letting him out. I want to know the whole story.
I'm telling you what I know, what I saw when I was there.
I want you to tell me everything you did, everything you saw, because you're not. I've seen, okay?
I am telling you everything.
That's not the truth, Joe. That's not the truth. And you can say it over and over and over, and it doesn't make it the truth. You know what the truth is, okay? I need to know exactly what happened that night. I need to know what happened between you and Joe, you and little Joe, and what you saw. I'm not going to think anything of you. I think you're a good person. I see that in you. I want you to be that good person. And I want you to tell me the truth. I want you to be the good person that I see in you. The only way to be that good person is to make it right here, right now. Okay? clean slate, clean slate, blank slate. We can start all over. But I can't do that unless you tell me the truth. I need you to tell me the truth. What actually happened?
I don't know.
What truly, but you do know. You do know. I know you know, Ron knows you know.
That was fine with Joe.
I don't know where he's at.
Yes, you do, Joe.
I do not.
We know you love him, and if you love him, you tell us.
I don't know where he's at,
Yes,
okay?
you do.
I don't.
If Joe, again, you keep saying that to me, and it's like, you think I'm gonna suddenly just believe it all of a sudden, and just dismiss everything else that I know in this, okay? That's not gonna happen. Okay, I'm not just gonna all of a sudden say, okay, you can't change, you can't go back and change things. As much as I think you probably would want to, I think you would probably do it, I know you would do things differently. I know you would.
I want to tell you right now, okay, my fear, okay, was that something like this would happen, okay? That he would escape,
Okay,
okay? Now, when, I know they've got the lock, and they probably already ran the prints on it. So, which, I know my own probably found the key, but I didn't know where the padlock was. I moved the key a little bit, but I did not let him escape the house.
I'm not here because someone escaped the house.
I'm trying to find a boy.
I'm here to find the truth of what happened to that boy. The searchers are out there to find the boy. I'm here to get the truth of what happened to little Joe.
Which phone was the one that left the house?
I'm here to get the truth of what happened to little Joe. I'm not answering questions. I'm not giving you the answers. I'm not putting things in your head. I'm not going to tell you what it is that I know, what I don't know, because you already know the answers to those questions. You already know.
I told you the truth.
Again,
What happened
but
is
you
the
have,
truth.
but you have not, Joe.
Yes, I have.
But you have not. There's a lot of stuff you have not told us.
I did
And
not.
we cannot go forward.
I did not.
Again, now we're taking those steps back, okay? We're taking those steps back. And the longer we sit here and take those steps back, the longer it's gonna be before we really get closure. And finding little Joe and start healing. That's, when I say closure, that's what we wanna do. Everybody just needs to start healing.
All right.
And in order to do that, the only thing that can start that process is being completely truthful.
Now, I take medicine for my bipolar disorder.
Okay.
I'm telling you some relevant information, okay?
All right, tell me.
Okay. I take that medicine usually an hour before I go to bed. And I took it about 9 o'clock that night, because my goal was to get to bed at 10, get them up at 5:30, and get them on the bus at 6:25, 6 o'clock, something like that. Going through to somewhere between 11:30, 11:40, I got woke up by Alex. Alex told me that his Joe had peed on the floor. I went in there and I told Alex, I told Alex, don't worry about it. We'll just put him back.
See, those weren't the words that you used. That's not what you told Alex.
I told him not to worry
I
about
need
it.
the truth.
I told him not to worry about it.
So, tell me the truth. Tell me exactly what you told Alex.
To go back to bed.
Tell me the exact words that you used. What
It's
they
hard
were,
for me to remember because of the medication that I take.
but you remember. You do. I know you do.
I told,
I do understand some of that medication, okay? And I know that does not affect your memory. And
I know that.
I know those were not to that degree. I know that those were not the words that you used. And I know that you know what those are. And let's start there.
Okay.
Let that be the biggest step.
Okay.
Okay, let you tell me that.
I went in there. And I'm trying to remember exactly what I'm gonna tell you, okay? The truth.
Please do, please do.
Okay, I went into the bedroom. I didn't spank him. I didn't whip him, beat him, or anything like that. I told him that, you know, to get back in the bed.
You're not gonna offend me with words. I need to hear the exact words.
Okay,
I need to hear exactly what you
I
said.
know, I didn't,
Replay it right now as if you're acting it all out.
I told him to get his butt back in the bed.
What else did you say?
And I said, don't worry about the pee. I told Alex not to worry about
What else,
the pee.
what else did you do?
I walked out of the room after they jumped back in the bed.
And then what?
I went back to bed.
Tell me exactly what happened.
That's what I'm telling you what happened. That's what I'm telling you, okay? Is the truth. Okay? I know you're looking at me,
Mhm.
okay? And I understand that you're trying to find somebody.
That's fine.
I'm
I'm here,
trying to get the answers of what happened to him.
I'm here for truth. And if someone else did something to him, I'd be here talking to him just like you, because I would know that. But Joe, I'm not, okay? I'm here talking to you.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I did not leave the house until 5:30. I did not take him anywhere. I did not do anything like
What
that.
did you, but you, I say again, you're leaving out what you did, Joe.
I did not beat Joe. I did not hurt Joe.
What did you do to Joe?
I may have raised my voice down.
That's not how it ended up here. That's not how we ended up in this situation, by you raising your voice.
I did not beat
I need to
Joe.
know exactly what happened to Joe.
I did not beat Joe.
Was it an accident,
No,
Joe?
no,
Was it an accident?
I did not beat
So
him.
you intentionally did it? It
No.
wasn't an accident?
I did not beat him.
Joe,
I did not touch him.
Joe, if you didn't accidentally do it, then it was intentional.
I did not whip him.
Did you set, I mean, look, did you set out that day to do this to Joe?
No,
I don't think you did. I agree. What did you do to Joe?
I didn't do anything to Joe. I did not scream at him.
You did. You just told
I
me
mean,
earlier you raised your voice.
I raised my voice, but I didn't scream at him.
So what else?
I did not.
I don't know what happened.
I didn't beat him. I didn't hit him. I didn't slap him. I didn't spank him.
Where was Crystal?
She was in the bed.
Joe? We're not going anywhere. The two of us, me and Robbie, okay? We're not going anywhere. We're not going to just stop. We're gonna keep pushing for the answers. We're gonna keep going for them. And that's what we do. We don't stop. We don't give up. And I can't just, I don't believe it. And the reason for that is it's not just because I'm saying, hey, I don't think Joe's being honest. There's some certainty to what I'm saying. And it's almost like it's a snowball that starts going down the hill. And that snowball starts real small, right?
Yeah.
That snowball, small, it's rolling slow. And the more it goes down that hill, it starts picking up snow and it starts getting bigger well, small, you can pick it up and stop it, step on it, smush it, do whatever you want to stop it. But once that snowball starts getting big and it gets out of control, you can't stop it. That's where we are. Okay? This has gotten out of your control. And it has gotten to the point where it feels like you can't stop it. But I'm here to tell you right now that I can just make the snowball go away completely, and we can start over from scratch with 100% truth.
Right.
And that's what we're trying to do. But if you keep telling me dishonest things that are not true, and you continue to jump over parts and pieces.
Went to bed at 10:30, 10 o'clock, because I know it was 10 o'clock. Got out of bed at 11:32. Because we were clocked at 11:32. I went in, Alex had come into the room screaming, Joe, it's peed on the floor. So I got up, I said, okay. I went in there to the bedroom. He was standing, there was pee on the floor. He had peed on the floor.
All this stuff that you're thinking of right now, that's what I need you to tell me.
Right, that's what I'm trying to, okay? I'm trying to remember what I said. I told.
And that's, let me just, because I have concern with that. When you're honest, you don't have to try to be honest. You just are.
Right. And
Just let it freely.
At 11:30, okay. At 10 o'clock, I went to bed. I got woke up by Alex at 11:30, 11:32, something like that. I got out of the bed because he said Joe had peed on the floor. I went into the bedroom and I saw that there was pee on the floor. The bathroom light was on, and I told him, Alex, don't worry about it. And then both of you get back to bed.
Just to see, that's not exactly what you said.
Joe, you keep trying to change this over and over again, and each time you tell a little bit different. When you tell the truth, you don't have to remember what you said before. Joe, we don't doubt that you love little Joe. You still love him.
I love the boy. I just want him found.
Well, you gotta help us. Okay, we want him found there. You've got to help us. You know what happened. Okay.
I wish I did.
No,
No,
Okay, I really
you ignore. You know,
we're going backwards, Joe.
we're not gullible, okay? We're not just gonna believe that.
I know.
And, you know, don't disrespect us by saying these things over and over.
You got woke up and you were pissed.
Let's talk about the truth.
Yes, I was a little upset.
A little,
I was upset, but
be honest.
I was upset, but I wasn't, want to whip him or anything like that. I did not touch Joe.
Look, there's been times I've done it, I wanted to beat my kids ass. Hands down, I'll tell you. Hands down. So you tell me that you got up in the middle of the night because one of your kids peed on the floor, is really, Joe's not yours, is he?
He is.
He is? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so the other was a stepson.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alex is.
Okay, Alex, forgive me. But you get up in the middle of the night and kids pee on the floor, and I get it, Joe, little Joe, he has problems. And he's not, I know he's gotta be hard to raise. I understand that. But you get up in the middle of the night and little Joe, who, he has problems, he's hard, he's difficult and trying. You get up in the middle of the night, he's peeing on that floor. And so for you to tell me, I was a little upset. Ain't no father in this world gonna believe that, okay? Not a single father that's ever been in a situation, anything remotely close by that.
I was
Just
upset.
be honest, and let's use the words you would normally use.
I was upset.
I mean, I'd probably say I'm pissed.
Yeah.
So, but you say whatever word you would normally use, but let's accurately describe it, because we're not doing that. And to not accurately describe it, I have to look at that as a mission too, just like everything else. So, and I know you're worried. I know you are. But what I need you to do is just focus on the truth, because when I say, and it's overused and overplayed so much that it loses a lot of value. But when I say that the truth will set you free, I cannot tell you how much that is true and how much I mean that.
All right. I was upset when I got woke up. I was upset. I went in there and I didn't touch baby Joe. I didn't touch Alex. I didn't spank Alex or spank baby Joe or either one of them. I told them both to get back in the bed and go back to sleep. That was all that I did.
I need more details on that, Joe.
And I told Alex not to worry about the pee in the floor.
Look, the level of detail I'm needing.
Just the whole details.
And so if you said, get your butts back in the bed, I need you to tell me. You said, I told them, get your asses back. If you say get your asses back in the bed, tell me.
Okay.
And that's just not the only thing I'm
So I'm
talking about.
trying, I'm trying not to cuss or anything like that, but.
You're not gonna offend us, we heard everything. in
Buddy,
the-
I can tell you, I probably say the same, if not more than you.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, and I told her, I said, get your ass back in the bed, and I told Alex, don't worry about the pee. And then I left the room. I left the room, I didn't touch Joe. I didn't purposely unlock the door. I didn't move the coffee table.
Don't tell me the things you didn't do. I want you to tell me the things you did.
I did not spank Joe. I didn't touch Joe. I told him to get back in the bed.
I'm not asking about the things you didn't do.
Right.
I'm asking about the things you did.
Right. I did. Okay.
So
I told them to get their asses back in the bed. I told Alex, don't worry about the pee. Then I went back to the bedroom and I went back to sleep. And I got woke up again. I felt someone come back in the bedroom about 2:30. Someone came back in the bedroom at 2:30. And I heard a flop on the bed, and it was my wife. And I went back to sleep. I did not leave the house. I got back up at 5:30, and that's when basically I got at 5:30 about, but this news button a few times. Just kind of listened to the music a little bit.
see,
Okay,
let me just stop you.
okay. Man,
Mhm.
that's how nervous I am. I'm a nervous person.
So again, I'm not worried about you being nervous. I'm not worried about things you didn't do.
Do you think I did something to Joe?
I think you're not telling me the truth.
I didn't do anything to Joe.
I think you're not telling me the truth. In fact, I know you're not. But I sit across from a lot of people, a lot of really bad people. I sit across from people who have killed. And let's talk about children. I sit across and talk to people who have killed a lot of children. And they are sick people.
Right. I understand that, you know.
There's a big difference from what I see between them and you. But that's just from what I see. I don't know, maybe you are one of those people.
No,
Maybe you're one of them. And you just haven't gotten to that level yet. I don't know. I don't know you. But I need you to decide, are you one of those people? Are you the type of guy that gets put into a situation that gets out of hand, out of control? You have a lapse of judgment, right? And you do things you regret. Or you're that other guy that likes to hurt children. Which is it? Is it the first one, someone who wants to hurt children?
no.
Or is it the guy who gets into a situation that's out of his hands, out of control,
Make a mistake.
makes a mistake?
I do make mistakes when, you know, lose judgment. I'll be honest about that.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not,
but making mistakes, man, I mean, gosh.
We're talking about tonight, little Joe.
right,
Little Joe, I mean, mistakes are mistakes.
I don't remember,
If it was a mistake, it was a mistake, but if it was something where you've been thinking about doing this for weeks,
no,
I need you to tell me that too.
I never planned this. I didn't want this to happen. I feared that he would escape somehow. And I've always had that legitimate fear.
And, Joe, that word there is, I mean, you don't talk about your own son escape. That's not the word you use if you're talking about everyday normal life.
I know.
Something's happened, okay?
He,
Little Joe deserves, he's somewhere alone. Think about that. And you know where he's at. You can help us bring little Joe home. Joe, be a man. You're better than this, okay?
Little Joe deserves more.
I know that.
He deserves to properly be laid to rest.
What?
Doesn't he?
They found him?
No. I need you to tell me where he is. I need you to help me find him.
I don't know where he's at. I'm telling you,
Joe, you keep saying it 1,000 times and it's still not true.
I don't know where he's at. I don't know where he's at.
You do know where he's at.
No, I don't. I don't know where he's at.
You do know where he's at. It's the last place you took him.
Tell us about the logging road.
The logging road.
Tell us, little Joe was the last place that you took him.
I went to the logging road like a couple weeks ago, but I didn't take him with me.
Well, I'm not talking about, I'm just saying in general, and I may have, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that's, you had said something about the logging road's the place where you go when you need to think or something, right?
Yeah, I don't. I didn't get in my car that night, take off somewhere. I didn't knock the door to let him out.
Again, I'm not interested in the things you don't do.
I'm telling you the
I
truth.
didn't know when a spaceship was Mars, but I'm not telling people I didn't do it.
What I did do was I got up at 11:32. Alice woke me up.
You were pissed.
Yeah, I was pissed. I went back into their bedroom where they were sleeping in. And I told the rest to get back in the bed. I told Alice not to worry about the pee in the floor.
You cleaned up the pee in the floor.
I did not clean up the pee in the
I
floor.
said, who?
I don't think anybody did.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know I didn't clean up the pee in the floor.
We're talking to Crystal too. Talk to the other kids. And we've done a lot of other stuff that you don't even know about. There's a lot of stuff happening right now that you don't know about. So every time you say, I don't know, or I didn't do this, I didn't do that, I'm telling you the truth, when you're not. And we know those things are not true. You're digging yourself, I mean, the hole just keeps deeper and deeper and deeper.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm
reach from the ladder that I'm giving you. I'm trying to give you a ladder to help you climb out of it. You may not think you can. You may think it's too deep and, oh my gosh, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't tell them. I can't tell them the truth. I can't get out of this hole. But trust me,
not going to dig myself any further.
there's not a hole. I have seen people, I mean, things much worse than this, okay? And those people take that chance and they take that opportunity to tell the truth. And they begin to heal, they begin to move forward with it. They're able to do that. And I know they look back on that day and that they're glad that they did it. The only regrets are the opportunities you don't take. This is an opportunity. I want you, because I see the good person in you. I see that you're that caring father. I see that. I see that you're that loving husband. Help me let others see that. And the only way to do that is to finally just come truthful with it and tell me everything.
Okay, I will. Starting with what I'm going to tell you right now. Okay? That night that I got up, I was pissed. I got up out of the bed, followed Alex into the bedroom. I saw Baby Joe. He was laughing. He had peed on the floor. I was not happy about that. I didn't spank him. I looked at him, and then I looked at Alex and I looked back and I said, both your asses get back in the bed now. I left the bedroom. I went back to bed. At 2:30, I woke up again. I felt someone, my wife, get back on the bed. During that time lapse, I didn't feel her out of the bed at 1 o'clock or any time during the night, except for the time that she got back in the bed. I didn't feel her get back in the bed. What I did do then, I went back to sleep. I didn't hear the door slam through the night. I didn't hear the door open, because you can't really hear a door open. I didn't hear the lock hit the in the toy box. I didn't hear the lock hit that. I didn't hear that either. When I woke up at 5:30, I hit the snooze button twice. I got out of bed. I went and got the clothes. Alex and Joe's. I noticed the coffee table had been moved. Then I put the clothes on the coffee table. I didn't look at the door. I went into the room and I saw that Joe was missing. I freaked out. I went and looked through the house first. I got Kyrstal up to come outside with me to try to find baby Joe. We went through the neighborhood, the front, let's say I was in my house, right, and the neighbors across the diagonal from us and across from us. I went to the neighbor's yard to look around their yard, because that's where he was last time. He had went outside and left the house without us knowing. And the neighbor brought it back over. I checked part of the neighbor's yard across the street, and he wasn't there. Took my car. I drove around the area a little bit. Went down the road. Then I came back, picked up Alex, looked again, called my dad, and called the police and reported that he was missing.
So, again, you haven't told me the full truth, Joe.
I have, that's what I just told you.
Those are the ones you have it, you haven't. And, you know, I see glimpses of it. I see you start to, and I can see it in you that you're wanting to, and you may even start to think to say it, and then something stops you. I don't know what it is. I don't know. But you're not. You're not telling me the truth. You're telling me what you think I want to hear, what you think you've already said, what you think I know, what you think I can prove. I know a lot. I know a lot more than you're telling me.
What do you know? No.
Again, I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you what I know because it doesn't matter what I know. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to tell you what I know so that you can just go and say, okay, well, I'll tell them that. Because you're afraid that he's there. I need the truth from you.
I told you.
Joe, somebody in your house did something to little Joe that night. And they took him out and put him somewhere. He didn't leave that house on his own. He didn't unlock that door. He didn't climb up on that coffee table, and he didn't go over and find the key, and you talked about how hard it was to unlock that lock. All this didn't happen. Okay? You, Alex, Kyrstal, somebody did something to little Joe and took him out of that house. And you know where he's at now, okay?
I don't know where he's
Yes, you do.
You, Alex, or Kyrstal did something to little Joe. Tell us what that is. Tell us what happened to baby Joe.
If you didn't know, if you didn't do it, you know who did.
Tell us what happened to baby Joe. You, Alex, or Kyrstal did something to him.
I didn't do anything to him. I'm telling you the truth.
You, Alex, and Crystal did something to him. And you know what it is, and you know where he is.
I don't know where he is. I'm telling you the truth. I have no idea where he is, where he's at, or anything.
You know what happened to him.
I'm telling you the truth.
You know what happened to him, Joe. You can keep saying, I'm telling you the truth. It doesn't make the truth. It doesn't.
What am I supposed to tell you?
The truth.
The truth. That's
He
what I'm
actually-
telling you. The truth.
I want you to say the words, the truth. I don't want you to say, I'm telling you the truth. I want you to tell me exactly what happened.
That's what I'm telling you.
Joe,
Okay?
you're still admitting stuff.
I'm trying to figure out, throughout the night what I did, what I've heard.
Did you wake Crystal up and tell him that Alex woke me up and little Joe's pissed in the floor and I'm pissed? I mean, you didn't wake her up and tell her that?
No,
Why not?
I just don't, when I get up, I just deal with this. I don't,
So
like
it
everybody else does.
was you that did something to Baby Joe.
No. I didn't do anything to Baby Joe.
When Crystal was sleeping, I hate to think Alex did it. I mean, maybe he did.
I
But
didn't
you
do,
know,
I didn't do
you
anything to him.
know what happened to Baby Joe. And you know where he is, and you know how he got there. And that's what I need you to tell me. I can't do it for you. I can't put the words in your mouth.
I can't say anything else at this point. I really can't.
But you can.
I'm telling you what I remember. I'm
But you're
telling
not,
you what
you're not.
I'm telling you everything that I remember what happened. Every single
You're
thing.
telling me what you remember because you're worried about getting in trouble.
I didn't do anything to Baby Joe, okay? That's what I'm telling you.
You're worried about getting in trouble, and I understand that. I
I know.
understand that. But I want you, I wish you would believe me when I told you that no matter what you tell me right now, you tell me the truth, and you will walk out that door. You're walking out of here, okay? I promise you. I can promise you that. No matter what you say to me right now, you're walking out that door.
I was upset at Baby Joe for peeing on the floor. I was pissed. I told both of them. I told Alex not to worry about the pee on the floor. And not to worry about Baby Joe peeing on the floor. And I told both of them to get their asses back in the bed. And I left the room.
Little Joe was standing there laughing about being in the floor. And that would just stoke fuel on the fire of already being pissed off and him sitting there laughing at you for having to get up.
But I didn't hurt him. I love my boy so much that I wouldn't do anything.
Evidently you don't, because you know where he's at, and you're not having to find him.
I don't know where he's at.
Yes, you do,
I
Joe.
wouldn't have searched for him to find
People
out
do
where
it
he's
all the
at.
time, Joe. People do it, I mean, like Agent Boyer said, now that you just really don't care. You don't care what happened to Joe, little Joe.
I do care what
Because
happens.
if you
You're just
did
worried
care,
about yourself.
if you did care, you tell us. You tell us what happened.
You know how to help us find him. You can tell us right now, and we'll go get him. But the longer you said you're not helping us, that just goes to show that you don't care.
I care about him. But I'm telling you everything I remember and know.
But you're not. You're not.
What are you gonna do?
I want you to tell me the truth,
I am.
but you're not.
I am.
You're leaving a lot out. You're leaving the stuff out that you, for whatever reason, you think you're gonna get in trouble if you tell us, and we may think less of you, we're gonna judge you. We're not, okay? I would actually think more highly of you if you were to tell me the truth.
Okay.
I have sat, I've ended up shaking hands because that's a big deal. It's one thing to meet somebody, it's another to say, I respect you. I want to respect you. But I need the truth.
I'm trying to remember.
The whole truth, nothing omitted.
I know. I'm trying to remember what happened after I went into that bedroom. I told Alex not to worry about the pee on the floor. And I told them to get their asses back in bed. I saw Alex get in bed. I did not see Mary Jo get back in bed.
Yeah.
And that's different.
I'm trying to remember everything I can think of to help you guys.
Where was Little Joe standing if he didn't get back in the bed?
He was standing outside the bathroom door.
So here's the problem I have now is that you're sitting there trying, and you say you're trying to tell it, and I'm trying to think, I'm trying to tell you the truth, I'm trying to
I
remember.
was also half asleep.
I'm reading you right now, Joe. Okay, I've been reading you since the first second I met you. What you're doing is you're thinking about what to tell me. You're creating it in your head. You're not recalling it, you're creating it. Okay, and you're leaving stuff out. You're trying to tell me, you're trying to find things that will make sense and that will connect. But I'm here to, and I'm certain will tell you that none of this is connecting with the facts that I know, with the truths that I know.
I'm giving you
And
facts.
facts that you're not telling me.
I'm telling you everything that I know. That's the facts. I want to tell you.
That doesn't make me think less of, you know,
I know that. I know
you're
that.
protecting.
I'm not protecting myself. I'm telling you the truth. Okay? 100% the truth. Whatever happened to Big Joe, I'd like to know because I cannot figure out what happened, why he did what he did, or anything.
What about why you did what you did? I'm not worried about what it is that Joe did. Baby Joe didn't do anything. His name's Baby Joe for a reason. He was 5. He was 5. He didn't do anything. You did. And that's what I need you to tell me.
What did I do?
What you did. Tell me what you did.
I went into the bedroom.
Is it gonna be the same thing that you've been saying, that you leave and everything else out?
Okay.
Because I'll be honest with you, I don't want to hear the stuff that you've been saying that where you're leaving everything out. Because that's not the truth. I'm not interested in non-truth. I'm only interested in truth. I'm only interested in the entire truth, the 100%, not the 99.9, not the truths that you think I know, and leaving out the stuff that like, how could he know that? Can't know that. I can tell you I do. Those are the truths that I need. I need the whole truth. I can't play with impartials, with half-truths, with omissions. I need everything. I need to know what you did to baby Joe. I need to know what you did and where you put it.
I'm gonna ask you a question, okay? Now, this is just point of emphasis, right? There was a witness that said that they saw baby Joe was walking down the road in the middle of the night. Now, there was someone that actually did say that. So if that was the case, then
What happened?
I'm telling you, I did not let baby Joe out of the house.
So you mentioned an outside fact, an outside truth, an outside something. You know, you
Right.
mentioned the witness. That is just one tiny little piece that we end up putting on the table, and we throw it all together, and we start finding more pieces, and we start finding more and more and more, and it starts looking like a picture. And you're worried about one little piece. Well, I can promise you that that little piece fits with everything else. And I know what that little piece is. I know what the witness said. I can prove different things about the witness. I can prove a lot of stuff.
Right.
I know certain things with certainty. And so I'm not gonna answer and give you information. It's not how this works.
Okay,
The only thing I want you to give me is the truth,
okay,
the whole truth,
okay.
100%, not 99.9.
What I'm trying to do is tell you the truth, and I'm trying to dig it out of my head on exactly what happened.
I'm trying to get you to tell me the
And
truth.
you're trying,
You're not trying to tell me the truth.
no,
You're actually trying to not to tell me the truth. That's actually what you're doing. If we want to call it for what it is. You were trying very hard not to tell me the whole truth. And you're taking really every step you can not to tell me the truth. And you know, I'm still willing to kind of give you that benefit of the doubt and give you that second chance, that third chance, that fourth chance, that fifth chance. I'll give you a million chances because
that's what you're doing, right?
I gotta have the truth. I gotta have the truth. Okay? I need you to tell me what happened, why it happened, and I need you to tell me where Joe is. But the first step of that, why don't you just tell me where Joe is?
I don't know. That's the truth. I do not know.
So what do we need to go into the first thing you tell me needs to be what happened? Because you haven't done that yet.
I told you what
But
happened.
you haven't.
Why don't you believe me?
Because I know certain facts that you're not telling me.
Do you really think that little Joe left that house on his own?
Yes.
Obviously.
Yes.
You think he unlocked that freaking lock?
I know
Himself.
I know he's watched me unlock the lock. Joe, and he's tried to unlock the lock in the past. That boy is not as weak as people think. That boy is a strong boy. He's a really strong boy. Okay? He's a really strong boy. I don't remember unlocking the door. I don't remember.
But let me tell you, he wasn't strong enough to prevent what happened to him. He wasn't strong enough to stop what you did. You can, okay.
Joe, it's wants to come out, you feel so much better. You can have it spine, bring it home.
What you did, Rach.
We know you didn't mean to. It was an accident.
Yeah, it wasn't, if it was on purpose, I would know.
We know, well, what I know, what we know, is that if you could go back right now, you would do it different.
I would. I would.
Tell me what you did to think about it. Tell me what you did to prove it.
When I get angry, I'm gonna be honest, there's stuff that happens that I don't remember.
Tell me what you did to prove it. I need you to look up at me, what you did to prove it.
And Joe, you could have blacked out, you don't remember actually what,
That's,
the physical act, but you know afterwards what happened, right? I mean, you may not remember physically, you could have been blacked out and done something accidental, but afterwards you did remember, and you did see the results of what happened.
Tell me
If
what
it
you
wasn't
tell
that,
me,
you wouldn't feel so bad about it.
tell me what you did to prove it. You can do this, Joe.
You're so close, listen.
You can do this. Tell me what you did.
I know that it was dark, it was dark, you know, it was dark in the house, obviously it's nighttime. So.
You can do this. I know you can. It's okay.
I really,
I know you can do this.
you know what, I'm gonna be honest with myself, okay?
Okay.
Okay,
Tell me what happened. You can do this. I know. Tell me what happened. Did you kick him out? Did you tell him to leave? Did you tell him to go outside? You told him to go outside. What happened? What happened outside?
I didn't do anything outside.
What did you do outside?
I didn't do anything outside.
Okay, well, let's back up.
Okay.
When Pete, was this when you got up to the one about with the Pete, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
So Alex got back in the bed
yeah,
and you,
but the thing about Crystal was that she said she got up and saw him in the bed at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Wait. what you do to make it?
Tell us about letting him out.
I don't know. I don't know.
You told him to get out.
No,
Were you mad at him?
I was mad. But I don't remember, like, it was,
You told him to go outside.
What'd you do after you told him to go outside?
I shut the door.
Did you lock it back?
No,
But you shut the door. Then what?
what I did.
What time was it?
I don't know what happened during the time, but it was about 11 or 12 o'clock when I noticed the clock.
So you opened the door, put him outside, close the door, and you go back to bed.
I need to pick you up, crazy up, kid.
So we can hear
Did
you.
you say yes? That's what happened. You went back to bed and you woke up at 5:30.
That's what I guess what may have happened was I probably blacked out, and it's kind of hard to remember.
So, did Crystal, is she lying about, is she trying to,
I don't
is
know.
she saying that to protect you?
I don't know.
Have you guys talked about it? You told Crystal, I mean, because, let's be honest.
No,
Does Crystal know?
I may have let him out.
Crystal knows that you let her.
Well, there's no mayhem. You've already said you did.
No.
Crystal knows, Crystal knows what happened. Gotcha. Crystal knows that you're a controlling person. Didn't she? I mean, she knows that, right?
No,
Because you told her.
no. I didn't tell her that.
So why is she lying about stealing the bed? And it's,
Well, it went,
Crystal wants to protect you, I understand that.
it may have been, it may have been that I let him out of the door. It may have been where the lock on the door was unlocked. And then he was able to climb and get the key as well. Something happened during that time between 11:30 and 12 o'clock.
We know that.
Leave it there.
Yeah, I may, you might be right, I may have subconsciously done something, like unlocked the door.
Well, you've already said that you let him out.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you
Either-
remember that.
Either I let him out
But see, again,
or subconsciously,
that's not the whole truth there.
I know I didn't whip him or anything like that.
Tell me what else you did.
I know,
Tell me what else you did. Not about what you didn't do. That's a big step.
Yeah.
Okay, we made a big step in this. You tell us about the door, and you tell us about telling Joe to get out. We've made a big step with that.
but I didn't do anything else.
I need to know what else you did, Joe. We're not there yet. We're not at that 100%. Tell me what else you did to Joe. And I appreciate you telling me about
Yeah,
the door,
because I'm trying to figure out why
but I know that there's more.
subconsciously.
I'm not worried about figuring out the lies. There's more. And I appreciate you being honest about the door and telling Joe to get out. But I want to know what else you did to Joe. There's more.
I raised my voice now.
Okay. What else did you do to Joe?
I didn't spank him.
You can do this. You can tell me, what else did you do?
I didn't touch him. I don't remember touching him. That's the thing. I don't remember any of this except for.
Tell me what else happened, baby Joe.
Okay. I unlocked the door. I unlocked the door. I pushed the coffee table out of the way in a weird way. I don't know why. I don't know what happened. And I let him out. I told him to get out. I don't remember doing that.
You remember that, right? Before you have.
I mean, well, the thing about
No, come on.
the blacking out part, right?
You know you did it.
The blacking out part, right? Something happened between 11:30 and midnight. Because when I went back into the bedroom, it was almost midnight. And I kind of realized, like, what happened to the time? So sometime between,
See, you know what happened. There was no blackout. There was no, I can't remember. You know exactly what happened during that time. You know exactly what happened to baby Joe. And I know you can do this. I know you can. And it's hard. I'm not saying it's not hard. It's not easy. You can do this. What else did you do, Joe? You can do this. You can tell us.
I may have spanked him.
You can tell us. What did you do, baby Joe?
I know that.
You were asleep, they wake you up.
What else happened to baby Joe?
Yeah,
What did you
exactly.
do? What did you do to baby Joe? What else did you do? Okay, we've gotten a little bit further. Again, we're a good bit. We're still a good bit from the end. What else did you do, baby Joe? What else happened? You can do this. I know you can. What else did you do?
I yelled at him. I didn't really yell. I yelled at him.
And what else? What else, Joe?
After that,
You replaying it over and over in your head. I know you are.
after that,
What else?
Joe, when you close your eyes, you see what you did.
What else did you do, Joe? You got this. I know you can do it.
I blacked out.
And what happened?
After I blacked out, after I blacked out, I don't know what else happened at that time.
What else happened, Joe? You know what
It's kind of hard to remember what happens when you black out.
happened.
But you can see
What else happened?
the results of what happened.
I didn't kill him.
What else happened?
I didn't kill baby Joe.
What did you do? What else did you do to baby Joe?
I know I raised my voice at him. And then after that, I don't remember much of anything else except for the fact that
You remember what happened.
you got the friends on you.
You know what happened to baby Joe. Tell me what else happened to baby Joe. You've done good, okay?
Okay,
Let me walk through this door with you,
okay,
okay? Let's do this together.
okay.
What else happened to baby Joe?
After I yelled at him, I walked over and saw the pee. I told him, get his asses into bed, and I got even more angry.
What'd you do?
I went to the living room, unlocked the door. I put the lock in the toy box and I left the room.
What else happened?
JJ came out of the room and was still laughing.
What did you do?
I told him to get back into bed. And I turned around.
What you do to coach? You can tell me.
After I turned around, he didn't get back in bed. So I spanked him. Made him get back in bed.
Tell me what you did.
I'm telling you what I think, what I remember.
Tell me.
How did you spank him?
I spanked him on his butt,
Hand, bell?
hand.
Which hand?
Or right hand.
Did you hold him with your left hand?
No. Just, yeah, no, left hand, spanked him.
How many times did you spank him?
Circle.
3, 15,
I don't remember. I want to say at least 4.
at least 4, as much as maybe 15. And what else did you do to each other? I know there's more.
I picked him up. I put him back in the bed.
Was he still laughing, crying?
He was crying.
Tell me what else happened to each other. That's not everything. That's not everything. Tell me what- I'm right here with you, okay?
I'm trying to,
We do this together. Tell me what really happened to Baby Joe.
After he was crying, he got back into bed. He got up and started laughing again.
Tell me what happened.
And I told him, got, still so angry with him.
Sure.
So
I understand. Tell me what else happened. You can do this. I'm here with you. Tell me what happened.
I just spanked him again.
Which same right
Same
hand.
one, same right hand.
We're just back. You can tell me. You can be honest about it.
In the butt,
Where else did you spank?
the leg.
In the left. Where else?
That was it.
Tell me what else happened. 'Cause I know there's more. I know there's more, Joe. You can do it. Tell me what else happened.
I opened the door. And he ran off.
Tell me what else happened. I know you know.
He ran off.
This was between 11:30 and midnight.
Yeah.
You can tell me.
Keep going.
Well, we're getting closer, Joe. Getting closer.
I ran after him. Ran after him.
Kitchen.
Tell me.
Caught him.
You tell me. So this lawyer is important.
This is hard to remember because I don't remember what happened. I'm trying to remember.
Well, we're doing
We're
good.
not with you. All right, we're here.
You ran out the door and you're even more pissed now, right?
Yeah.
And it's raining. Is it raining at this point?
No, it wasn't raining.
Okay. Was it thundering?
There was some thunder.
Lightning? Tell me what else happened.
I got back in my house. Just spanking some more.
How many times? How many times you spent?
More. I just went with the coffee table.
Tell me what else. Keep going. There's more. You can do this. We're getting closer, okay? We're moving down the road. But we're not there yet. We're not at the end. You can do it. What else happened to it? You can do it.
You're seeing it in your mind.
What happened?
Joe, what happened? He runs out the door, you catch him, you bring him back in, you spank him, you're all close to the coffee table.
What happened? What'd you do, Joe? What happened? You tell me. Where was it?
Alex is a witness. I
I hear you.
He saw everything.
What happened?
Oh, he's scared of that.
What happened?
Joe whispered.
You can do this.
I let him know.
And then
Shut the door. I moved the coffee table
you put it where?
in front of the doors.
Front of the door, so it couldn't be open.
Those doors were already open, but
You moved the coffee table in front of the door.
yeah.
And that was after he ran outside the woods. Caught him, pulled him back in, spanked him.
We got to lock the door.
You said you put him out.
Yeah, I was trying to, not let him escape, and then got out a second time.
And you couldn't catch him then, or did you even try to catch him?
You shut the door, you put the table back in front of the door.
Not the back door, but the double doors in the house.
Put the table in front of it,
Yeah,
so it couldn't be opened.
this is a complete accident. I'm so sorry.
Well, so Joe's outside this point, and you lock the doors and move stuff in front of them so they can't be open. I'm here with you. Okay,
Look, I'm completely sorry.
I'm here with you. What,
We know you are, Councilman, but the only way you can
Like,
is tell us.
so what else? What'd you do?
I didn't kill the boy or anything like that.
What'd you do?
I didn't spank him a lot. And let him outside.
So,
The problem was is that I don't remember what time it was when this happened.
I thought you said it was between 11:30.
Something like, yeah, it was 11:30, because I got up at 11:30, and then for some reason there was a point where I don't remember what happened for like 30 minutes.
But you do remember him spanking him and you brought it outside, you catch him, I mean, you're telling this, you remember all this, right?
So
I
what,
believe, yeah,
so what you just told me, okay, let me make sure I understand. Alex comes and gets you. The baby Joe feed. Right, you go in, put out some bed, tell them don't worry about it. Tell them to get their asses back in bed. You spank baby Joe, right? You go to walk out, he comes back out, and he's laughing.
Yeah.
Then you spank him some more, right?
Yeah.
You tell him to get out. Okay, right? You open the door and tell him to get out.
I want you to know the fingerprints of the lock.
Hold on, I want to go through this, okay, I want to make sure I understand
Right.
exactly what happened.
It may have been subconsciously.
So you open the door and put him out, right, and put him outside. At what point did he run? That time?
He did run that time.
Okay, so you put him out, did you shut the door? Okay, you left the door open, but you put him outside. And how long was he outside?
For a few minutes.
Then you brought him back in, spanked him some more?
No.
You brought him back in, yelled at him?
Yeah, no.
Okay, well, what happened when you brought him back in? What happened between then and you?
Yes, strict him some more.
You spanked him some more? And then he took off running?
Yeah.
How far did he run before you caught him? To the road? Did he make it to the road?
He didn't make it to the road. I caught him before he got to the road.
But he was close to the road? Closer to the road than to the house? Okay. Were you barefoot? What were you
I was
wearing?
barefoot, yeah.
What were you wearing?
I was wearing some basketball shorts and t-shirt,
What was he wearing?
black pajamas with skeleton on it.
He was barefoot. When you caught him, he was almost at the road. And did you carry him back in or walk him back in?
I walked him back in.
So you walk him back in, were you holding on to him?
Yeah.
You get back inside. You spanked him some more?
No.
You spank him?
I yelled at him.
Tell me what else happened.
I didn't kill the boy. Okay.
What,
See, okay, what happened after that? You spanked him some more?
I went back to bed.
Well, whoa. Well, what about you put him outside and shut the doors?
Yeah. So,
So you catch him at the road, near the road, you bring him back in.
I spanked him.
this was the first time we ran out that. Okay.
All right, so you spanked him. And then you put him back outside?
No. I told him to go back to bed.
And he didn't?
Apparently he did because he got back out.
Okay, so we got back up, you put him outside,
You said you ran out.
Yeah.
and you shut the
The
door.
first time he did.
What about the second?
The second time. The second time. I don't remember what happened the second time.
You told me you did. You told me what happened.
You shut the door and moved the coffee table. Remember that?
Yeah.
What else happened?
He ran out. And I let him go.
And then he runs out. You had already chased him once, right?
Yeah.
So you let him go the second time. And how far did you run? He was already at the road when you looked out.
Yeah.
Was he on the road?
Yeah.
Was he still running?
It was still running.
Which direction?
It was too dark to see out the road because of the lights at the
So
house.
he was already at the road. Was it raining?
No.
You shut the door?
Shut the door.
Shut the door? And you said you moved the coffee table back in front of the door?
Not the front door, but the
double doors.
double doors.
And you locked the front door?
No.
Is that the one with the lock?
Yeah.
And that's why the lock was on in the toy chest?
Yeah.
And the coffee table was in front of the double doors?
Yeah.
What did you think would happen to little Joe when you just left him out there?
I don't know.
And you went back to bed and you woke up at 5:30 or so?
Yeah, I had realized that I didn't know what was going on the night before. It's really hard to when you black out like that and you don't remember what happened until you have to sit there and think about what happened.
But you remember now.
So Joe, you know what, I still think there's something else you gotta tell me about what happened.
I did not kill him.
Why'd you tell him, I mean, you know, correct me if I'm wrong about, did you tell him that he could look in the trunk of your car?
I did because I thought that he may have opened the car. So that was the weird part. The car door was open slightly.
When was this?
And when I woke up that morning, so this doesn't make any sense to me because I remember doing something, but the problem was I don't remember what happened. I kind of sort of remember, I'm thinking that's what happened, but I don't really know.
You're remembering what you're telling us. I mean, you're not making that up, right?
And the door was slightly open, car door, so I figured he may have opened the car door and opened the trunk and got into the trunk. That's what I was saying, hey, can you guys check the trunk of the car to see if he's in there?
What we need to know, Joe? There's a lot more, okay?
Maybe I blacked out, you're probably right.
Tell me what. I mean, what is that?
Joe, if you black out, you don't have a memory, and you don't know that you're lying. But when you know it,
And that's part, I don't know if that's what happened or not. I mean, I'm just speculating as part would have happened, or
Tell me what's happening.
have you found him?
Tell me what else happened. It's gonna be okay. Tell me what happened.
I just want to know if you guys found him.
Tell me what happened.
I don't remember what happened the rest of the night.
What else happened?
If the witness saw that he was in the road,
What else happened?
I didn't do anything else to him. Do you know something about that I don't know?
When did you tell Crystal about this?
I haven't told her
When did you tell Crystal?
about Joe being gone.
About all the stuff you've been telling us?
I've never told her.
When did you tell Crystal?
I haven't told her. I haven't told anybody.
When did you talk to Alex about it?
I didn't tell him about it either.
You didn't have to, he saw him.
Are you suggesting that I killed my son?
I'm asking you when you told Alex about it. When you told Alex about it, because he saw him.
Alex saw what happened, and Alex has been coached to say, what not to say. But he will eventually tell everything he saw.
When did you tell Alex?
I didn't tell him anything.
You didn't have to because he saw him. When did you talk to Alex about it?
About him not being there,
About it all?
I haven't told him.
When did you tell Alex not to say what he saw?
That's probably when, after I let him out.
When did you tell Alex?
If he would tell anybody I was gonna beat him. That's what he said, wasn't it?
I believe it. What else?
I told him about that.
What else have you said?
I haven't said anything else that I'm aware of.
What did you tell Crystal?
I haven't told her anything.
Can you tell me?
I haven't told her anything.
But you have. Yeah, Joe. What did you tell Crystal?
Yeah, I let him know.
Mm-hmm.
I let him know.
What else did you do?
I beat him.
Because you did more than spank him, did you?
Yeah.
Tell me exactly what you did more than spank him. How'd you beat him?
Fell on the floor.
What else did you do?
Spanked him. I was on the floor. Countless times.
How else did you beat him?
Threw him on a coffee table.
Where did you hit on the coffee table?
Where I hit him on the coffee table.
Where did he hit on the coffee table?
Middle of the coffee table.
When you threw him on it? And you were just swinging? Pretty hard punch. You think? Did you lose track of how many times you hit him?
I don't know how many times.
You just kept hitting? Was he crying?
Yeah.
How long do you think that lasted for?
5-10 minutes.
Was he crying pretty much the whole time?
Yeah.
Alex was watching. When did Crystal come in?
I don't remember her coming out.
Why did she see? She, you know? You knew she was there, then.
Yeah.
You don't remember him, but you knew she was there.
I didn't see her though.
The Crystal knew you beat him. Right? And what hand were you beating him with?
Her right hand.
With a closed fist.
Yeah.
Did you hit him with your left hand, closed fist hand?
No.
You held him with your left hand? He was crying pretty loud.
Yeah.
He bleeding from
His legs.
He was bleeding from his legs. From what?
From me beating him. He landed on the table.
From laying on the table.
Just scratched, cut his leg on the table.
He cut his leg on the table and
I
threw him.
didn't see any blood though. When I woke up that morning, I didn't see any blood.
So he was bleeding from his leg, from the table, and you were beating him, closed fist, hitting his body. How many times you hit him in the head?
A couple times.
A couple times? A little more than a couple, wasn't it?
Yeah.
How many times was it?
Several times.
8, 9, 10, probably. Could be. How many times you hit him in the face?
I don't remember him in the face.
Just in the head? Everywhere?
I may have hit him in the face a few times.
A few times hit him in the face? Where else?
His back.
What else did you hit him with?
Hit him with.
Did you hit him with anything else?
No.
Just your fist?
You threw him on the ground, threw him on the coffee table, on the floor.
Yeah.
At what point did he quit crying?
He never quit.
So he never stopped crying? What made you stop?
was, lost control.
Was he unconscious?
No.
Did he ever lose it? Because when did he lose it? When did he stop responding?
He didn't stop responding.
He kept screaming the whole time. Anything you feel outside? Was he screaming, crying when he was outside?
Yeah, it was,
Pretty loud. And then you shut the door. You told Alex. If you told anybody, you beat them too.
yeah,
Have you ever beat Alex like that?
no.
You ever beat Alex like that?
Not like that. I spanked him.
You beat him though. Right? Close fist, because he knows what it's like, right? Close fist.
No,
So you threw, after you beat him, you threw him outside. After you hit him more than several times, right? In the head. You threw him outside. He was crying. You locked the door.
no,
What'd you do?
just walked away.
That's when you went in bed. What else happens at that house? The baby children. Tell me.
That's it.
He wasn't crying when you threw him outside.
No,
He had stopped crying, hadn't he?
yeah,
Stop crying inside. Did he hide inside? Did
I don't know.
he just wasn't responding? You panicked? You panicked? Where'd you put him? Where'd you take him to? Put him in your car? Where'd you put him in the car? You can tell me. Where'd you put him in the car?
Went on to prison.
Show us. What I told you. Okay.
I don't remember doing any of this.
Where did you put him? You put him in the trunk? Where did you drive to, Joe?
McElhaney Road.
What? McElhaney Road?
Yeah,
Where on McElhaney Road?
there's a dirt road that goes all the way back there.
Hey, and that's where you left him, you took him out. Who was with you? You did, Joe.
Alex,
Alex was with you
somebody was, who was with me, I don't know who was with me.
in the car
The car,
when you took baby Joe. Was Crystal's phone in the car? It was.
yeah. I believe it was, yeah.
So you took Crystal's car, you took Crystal's phone, when you were in the car with you. When you took baby Joe, put him in the trunk, did you wrap him in anything?
No,
You took him, I'm pulling up the map, okay, I want you to show me on the map. You took him to McElhaney Road.
yeah,
And then what'd you do? You got out? You took him out and what'd you do?
I laid him in the field.
in the field.
How far up the road?
I'd say about half a mile.
Put on satellite, okay, and shoot.
Be carried, maybe out, maybe a little bit.
Here's 70, that's McElhaney Road, right? Show me on here.
Somewhere around.
Where's the dirt, is that the dirt road?
Yeah, that's the dirt road.
Okay, you turned on the dirt road?
No, this is,
You went past it? That's Tennessee City Road?
let's see. Yeah, because it turns into a dirt road.
When Corpus Road turns into there.
Let me see. It- Okay, so all the way down?
Yeah, it's something, it turns into a dirt road.
Back on here. That looks paved, right?
It feels like a paved road, but it's actually dirt road.
Okay. And you said it was somewhere around here,
Yeah,
in this field here?
Yeah.
How far off the road? Was it, do you remember this curve?
yeah, somewhere around,
How far out did you walk?
I walked my ways.
Let's see if I can.
Could you take us there?
Yeah,
Did you take us there?
see if he's there.
We just want to bring him.
So here's the deal, I need you to tell me exactly where you are.
Okay.
All right. Now, when you put them here, let me pull up another, okay? Let me try this. You know how to spell McElhaney?
No,
Okay. All right. Let me go on here. And I respect you for telling me the truth.
found him, didn't you?
I respect you for telling me the truth about you hitting him, beating him, and him becoming unresponsive in your house and dying in your house. I respect you for telling me. I respect you for telling me that you put me in the car and you drove him. I do respect you for that. I'll shake your hand because I respect you for being a man and for telling me the truth. Okay? Let's work on this, okay?
You see if I can put it up on my top.
Here's Garner Creek, okay?
Yeah.
That's that big curve.
Yeah.
Comes down the big curve, right, past this.
Yeah. First Creek Road. Yeah, it was out in one of those fields.
Okay, let's do this. Man, I'm having, let me do this. on what the district be. You know that little pond that's still there?
No, I don't know.
Is that a dirt road? That's not a road.
No.
Where does the volume road come out with that? Like down there?
That's the dirt road. There was logging, there was some logs over there.
Okay, so that's the road you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. And you think it's around here, somewhere in this field?
Yeah.
Is baby Joe still wearing the pajamas?
Yeah.
Were the pants too?
Yeah.
Did you wrap them in anything?
No,
How did you lay them?
just on his back.
On his back? Were his eyes open?
No.
His eyes were closed? Did he have any wounds to his face?
Yeah.
Did bleeding from his face?
Yeah.
From where?
Right.
On his head?
Cheeks.
On his cheek? How were his hands when you laid them? You crossed them in an X? Is it the same road that you took the detectives to already? Is it further down that road?
A little bit.
Where you stopped there was a lot of mud in the road up ahead, right? Do you remember that? How far up further from there?
A little bit further.
A little bit further.
I can't believe it.
Joe, you're making us to make it right.
Hey, Joe, does Crystal know he's there?
No.
She doesn't. What, Joe? I couldn't hear you.
What did you say? We're good.
I couldn't hear you, Joe. You were worried.
You said you were sorry, right?
I know you are. I believe you are. I know you're sorry, Joe. Let me get you some tissues, okay? Can I get you some tissues?
We ran just a little bit for us, Joe, so we get that's good. That's good.
My dad's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me. Don't take me home. Just take me to him. I want to see him. Take me to the hospital.
Take you to the hospital.
Why? Why? Why?
I don't know, Joe. Things happen. Okay. It's.
I can't live with myself anymore.
We can't do that. We want to get you some help.
Why?
Hey, Joe, it's Joe. When you left there from your house, which way did you go? Did you turn back right out of your neighborhood, or out of your driveway, I'm sorry? You turned left out of your driveway, and where'd you go?
Which one left again?
On 3rd Street? And then to McElhaney, and you took another left?
Yeah.
Okay, so then you're driving down McElhaney. When you got out of your car, did you go left, to the left of your car, or to the right of your car?
Which is left?
To the left of your car? Okay. And that's when you took Joe out of the trunk? You took him to the left of your car, into the field? Is there anything around him? A tree or?
It's just a field, it's grassy.
The field just grass?
Yeah.
Fence or anything you remember seeing? You had to cross a fence or?
No, I don't think I had to go across the fence or anything. I may have.
Okay, I'm just asking. Okay. Need some water? You got some? You got-
Yeah, we got this.
Okay.
I'm
Let me
sorry.
get you some more tissues, okay?
Okay. I told myself yesterday, he's gone. I did this yesterday.
Yesterday?
Not yesterday, but I told Crystal, he's gone.
You told her
He's
that?
gone. Yeah.
Did she know why?
No.
So you never told her exactly what happened, did you?
No.
Why not?
I was afraid that somebody was.
Okay.
I need help. I need help. I've been to the hospital several times for something like this. Not for this long. Not for this. Not for this. Why did I kill my son? My only. My son. Why? 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 But the problem is,
Joe, I told you we're not judging, okay?
I know.
You okay?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Um, I know you are. I know you are. What were you wearing when all this happened? First, you were wearing your basketball shorts, and what shirt?
I don't remember the shirt.
What'd you do with the shirt?
I never took it off.
When you got back home, you didn't throw it away or?
When did you take it off?
I took off my shirt.
You did? I'm asking, is it that shirt?
No, actually,
You took your shirt, you didn't have a shirt on?
I had a shirt on.
Okay, what shirt was
It was a black shirt.
it? A black shirt, t-shirt?
Yeah.
What basketball shorts were you wearing? Is there only one pair, or are there a lot of pairs? Those are the ones you were wearing?
Yeah.
Have you washed them since?
No,
What t-shirt?
it was a black shirt that said believe.
Said believe? Did it say anything else? Or just believe?
Just believe. We had a little alien that had like a Santa Claus.
An alien that looked like a Santa Claus? Or was like, with a Christmas hat and everything?
Yeah,
Okay.
Christmas had alien, and then you know, said believe.
It said believe. What'd you do with that shirt? Is it in the house now? It's
So,
in the house? Have you washed it?
yeah,
Why'd you wash it?
I just washed it. I didn't wash it.
You didn't wash it? And what shoes did you put on?
These,
Those shoes?
I believe so. Wait, no.
I mean, did they get muddy?
There's sunlight on
Do you remember what shoes?
them. I think they were these.
And y'all only have one car?
We have two.
Which
There's a
car?
truck.
Which car? So it was the car, do you have a truck?
It's the red, it's a red car, that's my dad's. The silver one is mine, but I don't pay for it, that's not my name.
Which one
And the
did you
green
drive?
truck,
Which one did you drive that night?
the red car,
The red car to take Joey? And where's that red car now?
it's at the house.
It's at the house?
Oh my God.
Did you wipe up any blood at the house?
No,
Is there any blood on the coffee table?
no,
Chris would have done
I don't know.
it. What have you talked to Alex about this? What did Alex do when he saw
He was,
what happened to
he was
baby Joe?
just watching, he didn't do anything. He was just watching,
Does he know that baby Joe's dead?
yeah,
Alex does. Did he say that?
no,
Did you tell him?
no.
He just saw it?
Yeah.
Did he say anything to you about it?
No,
Has he asked you where Baby Joe lives?
no,
You just told him if he told anybody about it, she paid him?
yeah,
Did you tell him after you came back to the house again?
no,
Have you told him since that first time?
no,
Okay. I'm just asking.
no. You know,
I was trying to get every,
I don't know. I'm never going to be forgiven for this. Not by anybody. I know you guys have a job to do. I was supposed to start a job Monday.
you don't want to go back home?
I will go to the hospital
You want to go to the hospital? Why you want to go to the hospital?
so I can be checked in.
For what?
It's just a second nervous breakdown the last 2 days. Okay.
How far into the field? Was there tall grass or short grass?
Tall,
Tall?
tall. It was tall grass.
You know how far?
It's about
Halfway through maybe?
somewhere around there.
Halfway into the field?
Yeah.
Is there a tree line on the other side?
I know there's trees next to the car. There's trees next to the car, right? And there's the field on the left.
You know that curve right there where that little pond was?
Yeah.
Was your, let's see, let me pull it up. And you said the trees were to the left or to the right?
To the right, the field
Yeah.
to the left.
Right. The field is on the left. Crystal says it'll be in there.
Crystal says what?
As Crystal said, that you know what Crystal was saying.
Hold on 1 second, okay, let me, this is important.
Okay.
So you're saying Crystal doesn't know any of this?
No.
She doesn't know.
Right here, this curves, right, that curve?
Yeah.
Where you said there were trees to the, where was your car facing?
My car is here.
The car would have been facing
Yeah.
that. Okay, and there were trees to the right?
Yeah.
Were these trees?
Yeah.
And how far down past this curve do you think you were?
I know it wasn't before the trees, so it was somewhere around this area.
So there's, looks like there's some trees here. You see them?
Yeah,
Was it before those trees?
it was a little bit, it was.
Maybe around here? I don't know what that means. Hold on. Oh, 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. How many paces do you think steps you took?
Maybe 100.
100 steps? Did you play football any
No,
growing up? Football, I mean, like, any way to guess how far?
I didn't play football.
Okay, I'm just trying to,
As far as,
I mean, if you.
like, from your house, like from where your house is to your drive into
Yeah.
to the road, you
Think
said,
about that.
That
Or
far
further?
or further?
Further.
Twice as far, a little further?
A little further than that.
But you didn't cover him up with anything or dig a hole or anything?
No.
Okay.
Here for my safety. Take my jacket
What do you mean?
and my shoes.
Well, this way.
Oh, hold on. I mean,
You're gonna need
You're
your
safe. You're safe, okay?
Oh,
You think you're gonna hurt yourself?
I've had, when I went to the hospital last time, I attempted suicide.
Okay, so you think you may hurt yourself?
I'm not sure when, but I'm not thinking about it right now. I just want to make sure it's found.
But you do remember driving out there,
Yeah,
carrying him out there, though.
yeah.
And Crystal never woke up when he was screaming in the house?
I don't think so.
You never woke up while you were gone?
No.
Okay. Did you look at the clock when you got back in bed, when you got home?
When I got home, I looked at the clock and 30 minutes had passed and I didn't know.
When you got back home, you carried little Joe out in the field. What time, what did the clock say when you got back in bed?
12 o'clock.
Do you have your car keys with you?
I do.
Can I hold it? I need to-
Yeah. I didn't wait for any of this to happen.
I told you in the beginning that, think about it, Joe, didn't I tell you that you didn't do this on purpose? That you made a mistake, remember?
What do they do for this,
Well, we can't tell you at this point, okay? But that's, that'll be talked about later on, okay?
I'm sorry.
I know you are, Joe. I know you're sorry. I know you didn't mean for any of this to happen. And
Really hard to remember.
I know it was hard. I know it was really hard for you to tell us, but
Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
Joe. I need you to do one more thing for me.
What?
I need you to come show us where baby Joe is, okay?
Okay. Come on, Jack.
That's good. Pretty good. I'm gonna want your jacket, okay? Hey, Joe. You got your jacket?
Yeah.
did you want to take that with you?
Yeah.
Crouch? Ladies and gentlemen, anybody need a recess before we continue with examination? I'd like to finish this witness and then we'll take our break if you're able to do so. All right, thank you.
Judge, at this point, I'm going to move a transcript of the video as the next exhibit.
Would be 162.
Your Honor, for identification purposes, we just watched the video. However, as the court is aware, a final copy of that compact disc will be moved in at a later time as an exhibit.
Let's go ahead and mark, what we'll show is once, ladies and gentlemen, as I explained, I think at one point, portions of this particular video were muted in order to omit some information that I had held in one of my earlier rulings should not be included for your consideration. There are reasons why I do that, that the rules of evidence and fairness and equity is the reason that I excluded that information. But we're going to go ahead and show that the altered transcript, or rather the altered video, which is going to be more or less, I think, rerun to omit those portions that were then muted, so that if you have to watch this again at some point later on in your deliberations or whatever, it'll be a video that does not contain those sections where there's just a muted. It'll be the actual redacted video. So we'll show that as the redacted video will be shown as exhibit 163. All right, even though it'll be late.
Agent Boyd, let's go back to the beginning of the interview. When you first encounter Mr. Daniels, what type of approach or interrogation are you going to take with him?
With Mr. Daniels, I had taken an approach of more of a rapport building interview in order to establish a basis of trust. I had not met Mr. Daniels before this, so that was an important foundation to lay initially.
Throughout your questioning of the defendant, did he ask any questions attempting to find information out about the case?
Yes, he did.
How often did that occur?
I'd probably say, I'm guessing anywhere from 7 to 10 different times at least, if not a dozen.
Were you aware that he was doing that?
Yes, I was.
And what was your thought process?
My thought process in that was that it appeared to me that Mr. Daniels was seeking to obtain information that I knew. A lot of times there's just as much interview happening from on the other side of the table as there is on my side, trying to, especially in criminal investigations and interviews, people trying to elicit information, find out what it is that I know so that answers can be crafted accordingly to circumvent some of the gaps in what I know and what I don't know. I definitely saw that many times in my interview with Mr. Daniels.
And I ask you to turn to page 97 of the transcript, please. And Agent Boyd, on line 16, you say, and Joe, I'm just saying, we're not telling you everything. That's just a little bit of what we're telling you. There's a lot of stuff and so forth. Are you with me there?
Yes, sir.
What are you getting across to him at that point?
I'm trying to convey to Mr. Daniels that there is information that I know that he's not aware of that I know. And a lot of times there's a confidence that people build up the more times they tell a certain story, especially with deception and lies. The more times those lies are told, the more confident they get in those lies. They believe that people are believing them. They think that those lies are working. And I have found, not only in this interview, but in others, my experience, that when those individuals realize that it's not working necessarily with you, or there's something they don't know that you know, a lot of times that confidence starts to degrade. And again, talking about going back to the rapport building, is that that confidence in their lies starts to degrade, and that allows me an opportunity to continue building trust with that person, so that eventually the goal is for them to let me in on that lie.
And if you would turn to page 105. Mr. Daniels asked you a question on line 8 of page 105.
Yes.
What does he ask you?
Mr. Daniels says, which phone was the one that left the house?
And what was your answer?
I'm here to get the truth of what happened to little Joe. I'm not answering questions. I'm not giving you the answers. I'm not putting things in your head. I'm not going to tell you what it is that I know and what I don't know, because you already know the answers to those questions. You already know.
Is this an example of that back and forth where you may have some information that he wants?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let's go back to kind of just a few of the moments in the transcript. If you could turn back one page, page 104. I'm not sure how many minutes we are into the actual interview, but what does the defendant tell you beginning with line 19?
Mr. Daniels says, okay, now when I know they've got the lock and they probably already ran the prints on it, so which I don't, they probably found the key, but I didn't know where the padlock was. I moved the key a little bit, but I did not let him escape the house.
Yeah, let's break that down just a little bit. He says, I know they've got the lock. Who is they?
Law enforcement.
And had law enforcement obtained the lock as part of the evidence?
Yes, sir.
The physical evidence in the case?
Yes, sir.
And was it taken to the laboratory?
Yes,
to your
sir.
knowledge? Okay. And then he says they probably found the key. Do you know if the key was found?
I believe the key was found. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then he says, what does he say on line 23?
I moved the key a little bit, but I did not let him escape the house.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, is this one of the first, or the initiation of him starting to tell what happened that night?
Yes, sir. I believe it's one of the first, if not the first.
He says, I moved the key a little bit, but I did not let him escape the house.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you would turn to page 139. The defendant says, I was half asleep, and you respond by saying what?
I can. I'm reading you right now, Joe, okay? I've been reading you since the first second I met you. What you're doing is you're thinking about what to tell me. You're creating it in your head. You're not recalling it. You're creating it, okay? And you're leaving stuff out and you're trying to tell me. You're trying to find things that will make sense and that will connect. But I'm here to, and I for certain will tell you that none of this is connecting with the facts that I know, with the truths that I know.
And what were you thinking at this point in the interview or observing?
I was observing Mr. Daniels' reactions and responses to some of the questions I was asking him. I would ask him certain questions, and sometimes there would be an immediate response, an immediate recall of what was happening. But a lot of times, especially in key questions, when they were in what I determined to be gaps in the story, there were pauses. There were times when he appeared to me to be thinking internally and going over things versus just recalling.
And if you would turn to, if you turn to page 146. What do you ask the defendant on line 6?
We know what I know. What we know is that if you could go back right now, you would do it differently.
And what was his answer?
I would.
And then what was his answer or statement on line 14?
When I get angry, I'm going to be honest, there's, and hyphen.
And again on line 17?
Continuing, he says, there's stuff that happens that I don't remember.
Thank you. And if you turn to page 155. What does the defendant tell you on line 6?
I'm sorry, what page?
155, line 6.
Okay, I unlocked the door. I pushed the coffee table out of the way in a weird way. I don't know why. I don't know what happened, and I let him out. I told him to get out. I don't remember doing that.
And what does the defendant tell you on page 159, beginning on line 4?
Line 4.
Yes, sir.
After I yelled at him, I walked over and saw the pee and told them to get their asses in the bed, and I got more angry.
And on line 8?
Line 8, I went to the living room. I unlocked the door. I put the lock in the toy box, and I left the room.
Do you know where the lock was recovered?
Yes, sir.
And where was it recovered?
From the toy box.
Okay. Page 161. What does the defendant tell you on line 17?
Line 17.
Yes, sir.
He was crying, got back in the bed. He got up and started laughing again.
And did you say, tell me what happened?
Yes, sir. Very next. Tell me what happened.
And what was his answer?
And I was still angry with him. So
Continuing to page 162.
I spanked him again.
All right. And if you would turn to page 165,
Yes, sir.
line 2, what does the defendant tell you?
Alex is a witness, right?
Was that a statement or a question?
It was worded as a question, but like some of the other questions that he had asked me, I saw it more of a fishing question to see if I knew that or not.
Okay. And then what did he state on line 4?
He saw everything.
And was that him referring to Alex?
Yes, that was a continuation of the statement about Alex, or the question that Alex is a witness, right?
Okay. And what did the defendant tell you on line 12?
Line 12,
Yes, sir.
I let him out.
And on line 14?
I shut the door. I moved the coffee table.
Thank you. And if you turn to page 175. You and Agent Faulkner had a question about the trunk of the car. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And on line 17, what was asked?
On line 17, Agent Faulkner said, why did you tell, correct me if I'm wrong, did you tell them they need to look in the trunk of your car?
And what was the answer?
I did, because I thought that he may have opened the car. So that was the weird part. The car door was open slightly.
Thank you. And if you turn to page 180. Line 1, what did you ask the defendant?
What did you tell Alex?
And what was his response?
That if he would tell anybody else, I was going to beat him. That's what he said, isn't it?
Okay. So at this point, Agent Boyd, what all, best of your recollection, how has the defendant's confession evolved?
To summarize and paraphrase, it has evolved from going to bed, I believe you said around 10:30, or 11:30, going to bed, and then sleeping, getting woken up about Joe Clyde peeing on the floor, telling him, I believe some of the words
that were used were calmly, go back to bed, didn't get mad, and that Joseph Daniels went straight back to sleep and didn't wake up again until 5:30. That has then now evolved in several different iterations up until this point of him removing the locks, messing with the key, being very angry at Joe Clyde now for peeing on the floor, moving the coffee table himself.
And telling you where the lock was found?
Yes, and telling me that he put the lock in the toy box.
Okay. And if you go to page 181, on line 1, what was your question to the defendant?
Because you did more than spank him, didn't you?
And what was his answer?
Yeah.
And what did the defendant tell you on line 6?
Line 6, he says, threw him on the floor.
And on line 12?
Threw him on the coffee table.
Okay. Now let's talk a little bit about the blood. It's brought up a couple of times, once by you and maybe once by the defendant or Mr. Faulkner. If you go to page 183, line 21, what was your question to the defendant?
Where was he bleeding from?
Okay. And what was the defendant's answer?
His legs.
And your question?
He was bleeding from his legs.
And continue on with that question and answer, please, on page 184.
Joseph Daniels nods head. I asked from what? He said from me beating him, from landing on the table. I asked from landing on the table. Mr. Daniels just scratched. He had cut his leg on the table. I asked, he cut his leg on the table when you threw him? Mr. Daniels said, I didn't see any blood though.
And on line 12,
Didn't see any blood.
okay. So at this point in the questioning of the defendant, has he stated that there was blood all over the coffee table or all over the floor or anywhere in the house?
No, sir. He said he didn't see any blood.
Okay. At some point in the interview, does he talk about seeing additional blood on Joe Clyde Daniels?
He does towards the very end. I know he does.
And if you'll turn to page 196. At the top of the page, you're indicating, I believe, that the defendant is describing the location where he placed Joe Clyde Daniels' body. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. General.
And what does he say on line 2? Or what do you ask on line 2?
On line 2, I asked, okay, and you think it's around here, somewhere in this field?
And is that what's going on in this portion of the interview?
Yes, sir.
And does questioning about bruising and bleeding come up again?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what do you ask the defendant?
I asked him, did he have any bruises to his face?
And his answer?
He said, yeah.
Okay. And
I asked, he did. And I said, bleeding from his face. And Mr. Daniels said, yeah.
all right. Now, when you're asking him those questions, are you referring to bleeding on his face that occurred in the house or what? What are you asking?
We're discussing when Mr. Daniels placed him in the field and the bleeding that he saw when Joe Clyde when he was placing him in the field.
Okay. And if you would turn to page 199. What does the defendant tell you on line 11?
My dad is going to kill me. He's going to kill me. Don't take me home. Inaudible. I don't want to see him. Take me to a hospital.
Did you pick up anything from the defendant other than that one statement about his feelings towards his dad? Was there any more interaction before or after?
There was comments about he's never going to be forgiven for this, and I believe there may have been some more references to his father.
Okay, thank you. I want to show a couple of photographs on the screen, if you don't mind, please. Agent Boyd, Do you recognize the photograph on the screen?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
That is a picture from inside the Daniels residence of one of the laundry machines with the evidence marker 1 and a black T-shirt on top.
Okay. And the photograph that I'm handing you, can you identify that for us, please?
Yes, sir, that's the photograph that's on the screen.
And I'll move that as the next exhibit, please.
164.
Thank you. And Agent Boyd, in the interview with the defendant, did he describe the shirt that he was wearing that night as he killed Joe Clyde Daniels?
Yes, he did.
And tell us the description that he gave you.
He described it as a black T-shirt that said "Believe," and he said that it had an alien wearing a Christmas red Christmas Santa style hat.
Can you identify this photograph?
Yes, sir, I can. It's a photograph of the T-shirt that was in the previous photograph we saw, just unfolded. It's a black T-shirt, or dark colored at least from the picture. It says "Believe" on it, and has a picture of an alien holding a Christmas present wearing a Santa hat.
Thank you. And I'll move that as the next exhibit. I believe that'll be 165.
65.
And Agent Boyd, did the defendant tell you what he did with that shirt at home?
Yes, he said he washed it
Okay. And it was recovered where?
in the laundry room.
All right. Thank you. Now, did the defendant tell you what type of shorts he was wearing on the night that he killed Joe Clyde Daniels?
Yes, he said he was wearing red basketball shorts, the ones that he was wearing underneath the pants in the interview.
He told you he was, did he actually make a motion and show you those shorts?
Yes, sir, he showed me the top of them.
And can you identify this photograph?
Yes, sir, can.
And what is that?
It's a still image from the video of the interview where Mr. Daniels is showing me the red shorts.
Thank you. I'll move that as exhibit 166. When the interview was concluded, where did you go?
I myself and other law enforcement officers, investigators went to the area that Mr. Daniels had indicated when we were looking at maps on my phone.
And what happened when you got to that area?
We were trying to search. It was getting dark. It was already dark at that point when we got out there. We were searching, looking around the best we could, flashlights. We didn't find anything. Rain started to move in, and we ended up calling it for the night due to the weather.
Did you take another statement from the defendant at the end of the night or early the next morning?
Yes, sir. Early next morning.
And why did you take a written statement from the defendant?
Because we had been out there searching and not finding anything, we wanted to discuss it some more with him about exactly what he did with Joe Clyde afterwards.
Okay. And Detective or Agent Boyd, can you identify this document, please?
Yes, I can.
What is that?
This is the typewritten statement of Joseph Daniels from the morning of April 7th, 2018.
And just to keep our timeline correct, you conducted the interview with him on April the 6th.
Yes, sir.
You went out to this area where he had described that he had placed the body of Joe Clyde Daniels.
Yes, sir.
Joe Clyde Daniels' body was not found.
Yes, sir.
And then you took another formal statement from the defendant.
Yes, sir.
And was he reminded of his Miranda rights again?
He was.
And did he sign this statement?
Yes, he did.
And how does a statement like this, did he handwrite a statement, or how is it prepared?
No, sir. The way that a typewritten statement is typically prepared, this one specifically, we talked to the individual. In this case, we spoke to Mr. Daniels. We went back over things we had talked about. We had an exchange. We were typing this statement. Some of it was typed during talking to him. Some of it was typed afterwards. What happened here, and is pretty standard, once we type this up, usually we're speaking about it as we're typing it with him. Once we finish that, we will read it back to him out loud. He has an opportunity to correct anything that's inaccurate, making changes. He can add to it. We can talk about any of those if we need to. And then at that point, we would print it off, let him read it again, providing him another opportunity. So essentially, this is now the third time he has an opportunity to get the statement correct and accurate. He reads over it. And again, we'll talk about anything he wants to change, if anything. And if it's accurate, he will then sign it and date it.
And Agent Boyd, do we see the initials of the defendant near the top of the page?
Yes, sir.
And did you observe him make those initials?
Yes, sir. I had him do that to indicate the beginning of the statement.
Thank you. And did you witness the defendant sign this statement?
Yes, sir, I did.
And is your signature, or did you witness other signatures?
Yes, sir. My signature is on here. Also present for the interview was Detective Cylde Daniels with the Dixon County Sheriff's Office. He signed it as well.
Okay. And would you please read this statement for us?
Yes, sir. Typewritten statement of Joseph Ray Daniels, Saturday, April 7th, 2018, page 1 of 1, JRD initials. My name is Joseph Ray Daniels. I'm speaking to you voluntarily today, and I remember my Miranda rights from earlier. Everything I told you in the past about how I killed my son, baby Joe Clyde Daniels III, is true. Also, that night, I got into my car and drove down McElhaney Road, and I got baby Joe out of the trunk. I had my wife's cell phone in my left hand, using it as a flashlight, and baby Joe was over my right shoulder. I know it was my wife's cell phone because it doesn't have a passcode, and mine was still plugged in at the house charging. Earlier that night, I got woken up by Alex, who told me that baby Joe had peed on the floor. I went in and told them to get their asses in the bed. Baby Joe started laughing, so I beat him. That's when he ran out the front door. Baby Joe ran to the road. I saw a car drive by, and then I ran out and got him back in the house. I beat him some more. That's when I killed baby Joe. I beat him with a closed fist and put his body in the trunk of my car, the red Chevrolet Impala. I went back in to grab a cell phone and got my wife's phone. I took that phone with me when I took baby Joe out to dump his body. I lied to you previously about where I placed baby Joe's body. Earlier, I told you it was in a field, and I showed you on the map where the field was along McElhaney Road, where it turns into a dirt road. I'm now telling you the truth about that part. I placed baby Joe's body in the pond right there on the right side of the dirt road where the road curves right there in the area I showed you on the map. I placed baby Joe wearing his pajamas in the pond right there. And then it's signed by Joseph Daniels, dated 4/7/2018, 5:53 a.m., and then witnessed by myself and Trevor Daniels.
Thank you. And Agent Boyd, do you know if the pond that he describes here was searched?
Yes, sir, I do.
And were other ponds in that area also searched?
Yes, many ponds were searched.
I'll make that the next exhibit, please.
67.
Your Honor, if I could have just a second. Agent Boyd, I have two evidence bags that I'm going to ask you to identify one at a time. Okay?
Yes, sir.
We'll
Thank you.
Let's start with this one. And this was, do you have any scissors? Agent Boyd may have a pocket knife.
I don't. Not today. Thanks.
And Agent Boyd, before you cut the tape, can you give us the description of the evidence label, please?
Yes, sir. Marker number 1, T-shirt from Dryer, 1112 Garners Creek Road.
Okay, if you would. If you could display that for the jury, please. And And Agent Boyd, while you're there, can you describe the colors that are on the shirt
Yes, sir.
for the record?
The t-shirt is black in color, red letters, believe. The alien is a bright green in color. The Christmas present and the Santa Claus hat are both red
Thank
in
you.
color.
And I would ask you to put that back in the evidence bag, and I'll move that as the next exhibit.
Looking at exhibit 168.
And Agent Boyd, there's one final package on the desk.
Yes, sir.
If you could identify the labeling on that, please.
One pair of red shorts from Joseph Daniels.
Thank you. And if you would open those. And if you could display those for the jury, please. And what's the item that you're holding?
These are the red basketball shorts.
Thank you. And how were those collected from the defendant?
I obtained them when Mr. Daniels was taken to the Dixon County Jail.
And are those the same red shorts that he identified as wearing in the interview that we just witnessed?
Yes, sir.
I will move those as the next exhibit. I'll pass the witness.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin the cross-examination, I think it's probably an appropriate time to recess, so we'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
All right.
Recording stopped.
Recess 15 minutes.
Miss Leila, will you give me one of those disc covers, please? To let you know, they placed their order at Shoney's last night. I mean,
Recording in progress.
Their food's already ordered.
For what time?
They didn't say.
Well, all right, now wait a minute. Just so I'm clear, they've ordered their food from Shoney's,
No,
From the-
Montgomery Bell.
Montgomery Bell. And so they all have placed their order. And normally Montgomery Bell would be needed.
Closing at 7:30.
Mr. Lockhart, I think we are ready for the jury. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, bring the jury on. And I realize you tell me that when we walk out here and I don't do it, but. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. Let's finish with them now. I see. We'll finish with this cross-examination. Ladies and gentlemen, my understanding is you've ordered you've already placed your order for the food. They said they might be able to stay open until 8, so we'll kind of act accordingly to try to, if you leave here at 7:30, you might get there by 8. So we'll plan accordingly to try to make sure you get home and get fed. All right, thank you. Mr. Lockhart, you may cross-examine.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Board, I direct your attention to page 44 in the transcript of the statement that we've just gone over.
I don't believe I have those pages, sir.
There's no page 44 in my.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll have to ask to approach the witness. It was,
You know. Well, wait a minute, just a second.
Staples places your work above everything. Without a price attached. Only at Staples.
My name is Matt Pinella with Pinella Construction. When it comes to running a business, you need to be insured. Next Insurance makes that process a breeze. With everything right at your fingertips. I can do everything from my phone, from making changes to my policy to getting a certificate of insurance before starting a new project. Next is up to 30% cheaper and is dedicated to small businesses. If you have employees, they have workers' comp as well. Next is backed by giants and has helped out over 250,000 small business owners like you and I. So what are you waiting for? Get your quote now.
General Crouch is aware that we talked to General Turnbow, and he inadvertently didn't put this back in. Now, if there's a problem with
Ladies
that,
and
they didn't
gentlemen,
tell
if you
me.
will step back across the hallway, I'll bring it back just as soon as I can.
They're in agreement.
They're in agreement about what?
That I asked about the medications on this.
That's what we talked about it earlier, and I think, I guess that we should have brought that up before we brought the jury back. So that we're clear, you're going to be asking him about, during the time that he interviewed this defendant, did Mr. Daniels describe to him the medications that he was taking and what he had taken?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is there any other issue that we're going to have to address without the jury's presence so that we can avoid this?
Only if there's going to be questions from redacted materials.
Well, I think that's the only one, and I believe we had discussed it in a jury out hearing that he would be allowed to ask those questions, but the remaining questions would need to be limited to the redacted transcript that they have. So, all right,
That's
and
it.
we're ready to bring the jury back. So.
They feel like they're in a jumping jack box.
I'm waiting for the time when they refuse to come back in. Thank you. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is my fault. I'm seriously not trying to give you an exercise back and forth across there, but I would like to tell you that this was a matter that had been discussed. As I keep telling you, I am going to err on the side of trying to make sure that nothing happens in this case that would be an issue for either side. And so I wanted to make sure of what we were talking about. And it turns out it was something we had talked about and both sides were in agreement about. So it wasn't really necessary for me to send you out, but at least you got to see the inside of the hallway again. So, all right. Thank you, Mr. Lockhart. You may proceed.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Mr. Boyd, I direct you to lines 6, 7, and 14.
And if I may explain, ladies and gentlemen, this is a portion of a transcript that you do not have. So you're not going to be able to find that in your copy. This was something that the parties agreed to, and I approved that he could ask these specific questions from a section that has been omitted. All right. Thank you.
On the date that Mr. Daniels was interviewed that we just saw, did he advise you in regard to what medications he was on?
He did not advise me. He advised Agent Faulkner.
Agent Faulkner.
I came into the interview after that point,
Okay.
but I have reviewed, over time, I'm aware that he did mention some medications.
And what medications did he advise he was on?
It says here lithium, the generic form of Lamictal, and on line 14, it says trazodone and Risperdal.
All right. What are the dangers when you're interviewing or interrogating? What are the dangers of giving a suspect information about a case?
One, for example, there are probably numerous individual circumstances that might present different dangers. But one generic one I could think of would be that individual just regurgitating to you what you said, or realizing what you don't know and crafting false responses and lies around that.
And when someone is given information, they can craft false responses and lies, even if those are lies falsely confessing to a crime.
Well, in my experience, the lies that people typically create are self-serving, not against their own penal interest.
But in this case, you now know that Mr. Daniels told you things in this interrogation that are not true.
Yes, sir. As I described earlier, those specifically in this, those were self-serving statements.
So it is self-serving to say he put the body in the car and drove it off and got rid of the body?
If that's not where the body is, yes, sir, then that is self-serving.
How is that self-serving when you say you killed somebody and put the body in the trunk of a car?
Because it prevents law enforcement from finding the evidence to support that.
But you're admitting to first-degree murder.
Yes, sir, against penal interests.
But you still say that's a self-serving statement when you say you killed somebody and put the body in the trunk.
No, sir. I said the self-serving aspect of that would be lying about where the body is to prevent the discovery of that evidence.
And what if the person doesn't know where the body is?
I could think of lots of what ifs. I'd be speculating.
So you rule out the possibility that saying you kill someone and put them in the trunk of a car is not a self-serving statement.
Well, it depends. In isolation, looking at if you're generalizing that, it could be, it could not be. In this circumstance, however, placing someone in a car, disposing of the body in a place that, or saying that you disposed of the body in a place that you really didn't, yes, sir, that would be self-serving.
I'll direct your attention to page 86.
I have that one.
All right, down on line 7, if you would read through line 15.
Yes, sir. Agent Faulkner, well, listen to me. They've done a lot of phone stuff, phone records today and last couple of days, and there's no doubt somebody's phone went somewhere, went somewhere during that night, okay? And I don't know. I don't know if it was an accident. Either you or Crystal hurt little Joe or somebody else did, but there's no doubt that something happened to little Joe, and I don't know exactly what, but you do, Joe.
And this is the first time that agents of the TBI are feeding information to my client so that he can incorporate it into a statement.
No, sir.
Well, you just said earlier you shouldn't give information so they can't craft lies.
Yes, sir.
And TBI right here is giving him information, telling him that y'all know a phone left the residence.
No, sir, that's not what's said here.
What does it say?
Well, listen to me. They've done a lot of phone stuff, phone records today and last couple. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, there is in last couple of days. And there's no doubt somebody's phone went somewhere during that night. I apologize.
All right.
I was mistaken.
So, I mean, this is not far into the interview, and TBI is already feeding information that could be used in a false confession.
I wouldn't characterize it as that. My response to that would be that it's indicating that we know things that he doesn't, that Agent Faulkner says, quote, there's no doubt somebody's phone went somewhere during that night. I view feeding information as specifying which phone as opposed to leaving it up to the individual to confirm which phone.
But certainly you planted the seed that somebody's phone left the residence and therefore some adult left the residence.
No, sir, I don't believe it was planting a seed. I believe he already knew that.
Well, do you base your investigations on facts or what you believe you know?
I base my investigations on facts. I believe you were asking me my thoughts on it.
Well, why are you saying he already knew the phone had left?
Well, because if in fact he knew which phone left, then by extension, he would know that a phone left.
You just said, I believe you already knew the phone had left. I'm
Yes, sir.
asking you, what basis do you make that statement on?
By the end of this interview, he says he took a phone.
We're not at the end. Right here, right now.
Yes, sir.
What basis do you have to testify that he knew the phone or phones had left the residence?
At the end of the interview, he told me.
I'm not talking about I'm talking about right now, at this point in time. What evidence, information did you have that made you believe he knew whose phone left the residence?
Well, we had phone records at that point that indicated at the time that Kyrstal Daniels' phone had left the residence.
And so you gave him those records so he would know?
No, sir. I didn't give him the records.
I'll ask you again. How can you say that you believe he knew which phone left the residence? Based on what? I'm not talking about records you didn't give him.
I'm confused as exactly what you're asking me, sir.
All right, you testified that you believe he knew which phone left the residence at this time that y'all gave him this information.
Yes, sir.
And I'm asking you, based on what do you believe he knew which phone left the residence?
On everything up until that point, I believe that there was something that had occurred between the hours that he said he was asleep. And I believe that he knew what that was. I had information at that time that Kyrstal Daniels' phone had left the residence. This was 2 days after Kyrstal Daniels' phone would have left the residence. So therefore, by extension, I was asking him which phone left the house.
So even though the records weren't given to him, you're telling this jury you believe he knew which phone left?
Yes, sir. I do believe he knew which phone left.
And give me a logical piece of evidence or a fact that you formed that belief on.
I formed it on the fact that he said he was sleeping from 11:30 up until 5:30 or so that entire night, that he had woken up only for the instance of Joe Clyde being on the floor. But then everything else that had been said and observed up until that point, such as the statement that he made about the trunk, was definitely suspicious to me. It sounded strange. Um, Again, and this was Agent Faulkner saying these things, not myself. However, at that point in time, if Joseph Daniels had been asleep that entire night, he wouldn't know which phone left. However, based on the phone records that we had obtained, somebody was awake. Somebody had moved that phone. So I did believe that it was possibly Joseph Daniels.
So now you're just saying possibly. So you've changed your answer. You're not saying now you believe he knew which phone left, are you?
Well, that's the same. I don't see a distinction between those two, sir. It's
So
what
saying
it's
somebody
what
possibly did something?
It's what I believe. What I believe is possible. What I believe is could be fact. It's just what I believed.
But it's not based on any knowledge about the phone that you could attribute to Mr. Daniels at this time.
I could not put DNA of Mr. Daniels on the cell phone. I could not put fingerprints of Mr. Daniels on the cell phone.
All right. What evidence did you have at this time that he would have been aware of that showed he knew which phone left?
At the point that Agent Faulkner mentioned the phone?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about right here.
Yeah. I would just simply say it was, well, physical evidence, I would say none. Testimonial, it would just be some of the gaps in the stories that he had been telling up until this point.
So if you got gaps in the story, that means you know whose phone left.
That means I can make some educated guesses. Yes, sir.
And is that called deductive reasoning, or what is that called?
I would probably say deductive reasoning is an accurate definition of that.
Kind of rolling the dice reasoning, isn't it?
No, sir. I don't believe so.
Numerous times, Mr. Daniels told you that little Joe had peed in the floor, put him back to bed, and then woke up at 5:30 and discovered he was missing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And he said that when he woke up at 5:30, he put Alex's clothes and Joe Clyde's clothes on the coffee table.
Yes, sir. Paraphrasing.
And in fact, there were two sets of clothes on the coffee table in the living room.
I can't say for a fact that there were.
You don't recall that?
Recall there being me observing clothes on the coffee table? No, sir.
All right.
I didn't observe any.
Did you observe a place in the floor on the carpet or on the linoleum where there was a puddle of pee?
No, sir. I did not.
On page 88, line 6, what technique is it when you won't accept that a person is telling you the truth about what happened and you only give them two choices and both choices are killing a child? What technique is that?
I'm not aware of that technique having a name. If it does, I just don't know it. Or if it's an actual technique.
Well, if you're wanting to know the truth, especially with somebody who has mental illness, why would you only give them two choices? Both of them are murder. Why would you do that?
I was telling him my thoughts on it, that's how I viewed it. He's completely on his own to come up with whatever alternatives he wants.
The purpose of that technique, isn't it, Mr. Boyd, is to get that person to adopt the lesser of those two evils. You want them. Use that technique, isn't it?
No, sir. If he had said the worst of those two, I would be just as much interested in that as the other. If there's a lesser of the two, it depends what two options you're considering.
And so you're ruling out a third option. Why didn't you say, Mr. Daniels, you could be a mean person that loves killing kids. You could be a person that killed a child because things got out of control. Or what you said could be true, that you woke up at 5:30 and your child was missing. Why was that option not in this portion of the interrogation?
There were a lot of things I didn't say in the interrogation or ask. Those other options, I mean, for me to name every option that he might, as you say, adopt or consider, I mean, there would be infinite, and that is kind of open-ended for him to decide if there's other options. I know typically, I mean, with me specifically, if those two aren't the options that someone's presenting me, I'm not going to pick those two.
Are you mentally ill?
Me?
Yes.
No, sir. I'm not.
All right.
Not that I know of.
If you only give these two options to somebody that suffers from mental illness and has only slept 1 out of the past 3 days, isn't your purpose to get them to adopt one of these options?
I'm not aware of Mr. Daniels being mentally ill.
He told you he'd been committed in a mental hospital and was taking mental health meds, didn't he?
Hey, I don't recall him telling me he was committed to a mental health institute at all.
You don't?
No, sir. I don't believe he ever told me that.
He didn't tell you he was committed in 2016?
No, sir, he didn't.
You're sure of that?
He didn't tell me. No, sir.
And you're as sure of that as the rest of your testimony?
I don't recall him telling me he was committed to a mental health institute in 2016.
But he may have?
I would be surprised. I mean, if you have an incident where, in video or something where he did tell me that, I would be surprised if he told me he was committed to a mental health institute in 2016. Yes, sir.
On page 89.
Yes, sir.
On line 6, Joe, but when you're not being honest about what happened throughout that night and you're leaving stuff out, I have to it leaves it up to me which one of these I see you or believe in you. I don't want to believe that you're a predator, but when you don't tell me what happened, I don't really have a choice. You're telling him that you've only got 2 choices. And you're going to decide if he's the predator or if he killed because things got out of control. You're telling them that's what you're going to do, aren't you?
No, sir, that's not what I told him.
What are you telling him there?
I told him, well, and I'll read it. I have to it leaves it up to me which one of these I see you and believe in you in. I was telling him what I see.
That's what I asked you. You were telling him you were going to believe that he was a predator if he didn't tell you what you wanted him to tell you.
No, sir, that's not what I said.
And you continually tell him, unless he tells you what you call the truth, which is what you want to hear, you're going to think he's a predator.
Is that a question? I'm sorry.
Yes. Do you
No,
continue to tell him that?
No, sir, the truth is not just what I want to hear. That's not how I define it.
On page 90, line 12, are you that person that just likes to try to inflict pain on children? You've gone back to this again. You're trying to move him toward the other choice, aren't you?
No, sir.
No?
He could have answered yes.
All right.
Or provided me with whatever he views himself to be.
You didn't expect him to answer, yes, I'm a predator, did you?
I would be surprised if he did, but I've had stranger things happen to me in interviews.
And the purpose of that technique is to move him to where he'll say, I killed him, but things got out of control. I didn't mean it.
No, sir. The purpose of asking that question, when I was asking him that question, are you that person that just that likes to try to inflict pain on children? I'm more trying to gauge boundaries of Mr. Daniels. Where does he view himself? What type of light does he see himself in? And also try and build rapport with him to explain to him that I don't see him as that person either. Because obviously, if I were to say, hey, I view you as this person, specifically stating someone, and I describe, hypothetically, say I were to describe the worst human being we could think of, the worst type of criminal we could think of, and I were to describe that, that would probably create a tense relationship between us, one that would not be conducive to building trust.
Is there a technique called the Reed technique that teaches doing just this thing? Just to give two choices, one's a really bad person, one is not so bad but still guilty?
I'm aware of the Reed technique. I don't believe that this is specifically the Reed technique.
Is it close?
Close?
Is it close to the Reed technique? In regard to giving a person two choices. One, you're a killer of kids who likes it, or you're a killer of kids who didn't mean for it to happen.
That may be taught in Reed. I've been trained in multiple different types of interrogation techniques and methods, and I've seen very similar concepts and techniques among them all. That may be a technique of Reed, but it may also be techniques of others too. So I can't answer specifically to say that, yes, that is the technique of Reed.
But it's definitely a technique you use, whatever we call it.
I mean, if you view it as a formal technique, then yes, sir, I said it. However, I mean, I've over the years adopted kind of my own method of interviews and interrogation training, techniques and procedures and methods from watching other agents, from watching other detectives, figuring out for me what works, what doesn't work. So up until this point, to say that it's one technique would be inaccurate. It's kind of a melding of a whole bunch of knowledge, training, experience.
So there's really three things at this point. Either you're a predator that likes killing kids, or you killed a child, but you didn't mean for it to happen. Things got out of control. Or third, you didn't kill a child at all. You just woke up and your child was missing. That's kind of the three areas we're looking at right now.
I would say more of a spectrum instead of hardcore, definitive positions along, as far as differing positions he could be. I would say it's more of a spectrum where he could be anywhere in between those.
But in this technique, you're not going to allow him to go back to his version of saying he woke up and the child was gone.
I can't prevent him from going back to that. So for me, I don't have any powers to allow or disallow him to do that.
You can interrupt him and stop him from doing that, can't you?
Yes, sir.
And you did that in this interview, didn't you?
There were periods of time where I did interrupt him. Yes, sir.
Yeah. And that's to keep him from maintaining his innocence. You don't want to hear that, do you?
Well, again, I mentioned it earlier. Whenever a person continues to tell the same lies over and over and over, they get more and more committed to those, and they become more and more ingrained in them. So for me to somehow be led into those lies, and an analogy would be similar to building a fort around those lies. The more and more those lies, the stronger those walls get, and it makes them much less receptive to letting someone in, especially someone that they just met, bringing them in through those walls and revealing that secret that they're protecting. So in this case, that was one of the methods that I was using to try and prevent Mr. Daniels continue to be sort of defensive on letting someone into whatever secret he was keeping.
So you've already decided he's lying when he said that he woke up and the child was gone.
No, sir. I had decided, I believed that there was something he wasn't telling us about the hours of when he said he went to sleep and when he woke up at 5:30. I did believe that. And as we continued to ask him different things started to come to light that would support that, yes, he did not in fact sleep all through the night, that more happened.
And isn't part of this technique is that you're supposed to cut them off when they maintain their innocence?
Again, I don't, I'm assuming you're referring to the read technique that you mentioned earlier.
I don't care what technique. It's a technique you use, isn't it? Where you cut them off when they maintain their innocence.
Well, there were times when I didn't cut them off, but there were other times when I wanted to stop him because, again, I'm trying to work towards building trust and rapport. And when he continues to fall back on the same thing that he was previously saying, that's, again, just another obstacle that I'm going to have to overcome in order to gain that trust.
You're not trying to build trust. You're trying to get a confession. Isn't that right?
No, sir. I'm trying to build trust in order to figure out the truth and see what it is that he wasn't telling us.
Do you build trust by calling him a liar?
I mean, it kind of depends on the circumstances.
So you think that I can tell one of these jurors they're a liar and that's going to build trust between us?
Probably not initially. No, sir.
All right. Line 22 on page 90, Agent Boyd, line 21, Joe Daniels. And this is, you cut him off. I don't want it to be the same stuff you've been saying before. I want it to be the truth. So you just tell him right there that when he's told you that he woke up, his child was gone, he'd gotten the clothes out on the coffee table, you're telling him right there he's lying.
Well, I don't know what, I'd have to read these pages previous to that to see if that's what he was in fact saying when I cut him off. But in this one example, he says, and this is, and I do interject and say, I don't want it to be the same stuff you've been saying before.
On the next page, 91, line 17, here you use a technique where if he tries to maintain his innocence, you're telling him he's going backwards and you're only going to go forwards. And you keep going back to where you are and we're taking stuff backwards and we're trying to move forwards. You're talking about moving forwards to getting him to confess to a crime, right?
No, sir. I'm trying to get him to move forwards to where we know something else happened that night in the house where he said he was sleeping the whole night.
But you believe something else was happening that night.
No, sir, something else happened. I was pretty confident at the time with the phone records that the Kyrstal Daniels phone had been moving.
Are you aware now that there's the indication is the phone never left the property?
Kyrstal Daniels phone?
Either.
I'm not aware that Kyrstal Daniels phone did not leave the property.
If it didn't, did you maybe have some faulty data?
No, sir. I don't believe. Again, that was information I had received from our technical services unit. So I don't specifically can't comment on the quality of the data.
On page 92, line 9, Mr. Daniels again asserts that he's been telling you the truth. He says there's nothing being left out. Numerous times he's told you that he's telling the truth and nothing's being left out. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
On page 93, down at line 22, you give Mr. Daniels a definition of lying. There's also another version of lying which is called omitting things. That's lying as well, right? If I walk in this room and trip over a cord and I say, well, I walked in the room, then I sat down, well, that's lying too. If people leave out something important, that's lying. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's what I described here.
And in a case where defendant has told you that he saw a head wound on the victim and blood running down both sides of his face, if you were asked in a previous hearing did it surprise you that there wasn't any blood? If you didn't answer that, or if you omitted that part of his statement from that, would that be lying? If you omitted his confession about the blood running down?
No, sir.
No?
No, sir. He didn't state there was blood or anything on the sides of his face.
He never said there was blood running down both sides of the face?
No, sir. Not that I'm aware of. Yeah, I'm welcome to have my memory refreshed if he used those words, blood running down the side of his face.
I'm not saying use those words. Did he demonstrate and point to a head wound and say blood was running down and use his hands and show that?
No, sir. He did not say blood was running down.
All right. So he never indicated to you that there was blood on the forehead or the face?
He did at the towards the end of the interview when he was talking about in the field, he was describing where blood was, and he pointed to the forehead. He said the forehead, and he said he was bleeding on the cheek.
All right. And you knew that when you testified at a preliminary hearing in regard to the absence of blood, you omitted that part of his statement, didn't you?
No, sir.
You
I don't
did?
believe I did. No, sir.
All right. Now approach. I ask you if you would read from your testimony lines 2 through 12.
Yes, sir. Answer, he stated, well, you want me to read the question to that or just the answer?
Please, yeah, the question.
He said that he struck him in the head, in the back, and also in the face. Is that correct? Doesn't say that this is me, but I do recall that this times in the face. The question, next question is, and would it surprise you not to find some blood in that area? My answer, it would not surprise me, given the age of Joe Clyde, his stature, the density of his bone makeup, just the developing characteristics of his physiology. It would not surprise me to not find blood. Next question, so if he is struck in the face, you don't think he would bleed? And my answer was, it depends where in the face.
All right, and where in there did you talk about his statement to you that there was blood on the head and running down the face?
I wasn't asked about his statement to me about blood on the face.
You just testified earlier you would not omit that.
This was a legal court hearing where I'm being asked certain questions. I was not asked that question. I don't believe I omitted anything.
So you don't think that's disingenuous at best to say you weren't surprised based on the body structure and physiology and all that?
No, sir, I don't believe that's disingenuous.
You're trying to imply that you would not be surprised if there's no blood on his face and forehead.
That's correct.
And you knew from the defendant that there was.
According to what the defendant said, yes, that's correct. But you asked me, would I be surprised?
So we can't, you pick what the defendant says that you want to believe. But if he says something that hurts your case, then you'll say you're not going to believe that.
Well, I think I have a duty to explore things that I don't believe are true. However, I just because it fits with what, I don't go into anything saying this is what I want it to be. That's not what happened.
So a 6'2", 282-pound black belt in karate beats a 5-year-old 15 to 20 minutes in the face, the head, and the torso, and you're going to tell this jury you would not expect there to be any bleeding?
I'm not aware of it being 15 to 20 minutes. I believe he said it was 5 to 10 minutes.
And you asked him if it's longer than that.
I asked him how
Okay,
long.
10 minutes. Are you telling the jury if a 282 man beats a 5-year-old child in the face and head that you would not expect blood?
In my experience, I have seen many child fatalities that have occurred at the hands of an adult. And I have seen some of those children not to have visible external injuries. There are too many factors, I think, to speculate on just because it's a 10-minute period. It could be 2 hits, one at minute 0 and another at minute 10. It could be 10, 15 hits throughout that. I'd be speculating, of course, but in my experience, I have seen child fatalities at the hands of adults where there are no visible injuries to that child. Yes,
Were
sir.
they being beat in the face and the forehead?
Yes, sir. There were head injuries to those children that I've observed in the past. Again, the children's skeletal makeups are different. A lot of times those injuries you can't see to the brain.
So you don't believe Joseph Daniels beat Joe Clyde Daniels to the point that he bled?
I can't prove that.
So he could very well been lying to try to satisfy what you wanted.
No, sir. I don't believe that's the case.
If he had beat him and opened up a wound on the forehead with the capillaries in the face, you would expect blood to come out of an open wound.
It depends to which degree you're referring, but yes, I would expect an open wound to have some blood. Again, it depends on the size of that open wound, where that open wound is on the face, what was used to cause that open wound. There's a lot of factors that I don't have at my disposal to speculate more accurately on that.
Well, you know what caused the wound according to the confession, don't you?
Yes, sir.
You hit him with a closed fist and
Yes, sir.
opened up a wound on his forehead.
Well, yes, I'm assuming he opened up a wound, whether it's a laceration or a scrape. I don't know that detail, which that would affect, in my opinion, how much blood would occur, but I'm not an expert. So.
Well, he said that he opened up a wound and there was blood on both sides of his face.
He said there was blood. He didn't say that he opened up a wound per se.
All right. Playing technical then. What do you define as opening a wound?
I would define more of a laceration as opening a wound. I mean, if it's a scrape, a scrape is a scrape. I would say that was an open wound. So I guess semantics, you could say that's opening a wound.
If you punch him in the forehead and blood comes out it sufficiently to run down your cheeks, are you going to quibble about whether it's a laceration or a scratch?
I don't know that the blood that he describes as being that he saw on the cheeks was from the forehead wound. That could be scrapes from other impacts. He never mentioned anything about blood running down the face.
You're not going to accept any fact that doesn't go with your theory of guilt, are you?
Well, I'm only answering facts that are truly facts. Things that he didn't say, I can't comment on.
So if you beat him to the point described, you would not expect any blood to be in the living room, on the coffee table, or the carpet?
No, sir, because he stated he saw no blood when he referring to injuries received in the house.
When did he say he saw no blood?
He said it multiple times.
When did he say it?
If you give me probably 30 minutes, or a computer would be faster.
I'll get you.
Control find.
I'll get you to it.
But I just have to go through these pages if you'd like.
No, I'll get you to it in just a minute. Mr. Daniels also told you that when he was in bed, his wife got up for some period of time and the TV was on, and somewhere around 2:30, she came back to bed.
Yes, sir. Paraphrasing, he said, my recollection of it, he said that he doesn't know what time she got out of bed. He remembers hearing her or feeling her, realizing she was getting back in bed.
And you don't know what she was doing during that time period, do you?
No, sir.
And I assume it wouldn't surprise you based on the investigation if she had done something to the child.
It would surprise me based on the investigation. Yes, sir.
Page 97. Lines 11 through 15. Agent Faulkner says, Crystal has told you, or you helped her carry or something. One of y'all's phones left the house in the middle of the night and went somewhere, and we've got a pretty good idea where. So now the TBI is feeding him information that you believe Joe Clyde Daniels was carried away from the house.
I wouldn't say the TBI as a whole. That's what Agent Faulkner said. I can't speculate as to reasons why Agent Faulkner asked that or where he was going with that line of questioning.
Well, I just asked, does that feed information to the suspect about someone taking the body of Joe Clyde Daniels away from the house?
I don't think it feeds information. I think it is designed, it definitely, certainly would elicit a response from Mr. Daniels.
So you're saying what I read doesn't give my client the idea that somebody left that house with Joe Clyde Daniels in a phone?
I think it is Agent Faulkner saying that to Mr. Daniels to see what his response would be. Again, that'd be speculating. I don't think that necessarily feeds him information that someone carried the body out. Now, however,
well, did you think he's talking about carrying some peaches out to the car? When he says you helped her carry something, do you think that Faulkner is talking about groceries?
No, sir.
You know he's talking about Joe Clyde Daniels, don't you?
Yes, sir. I think that's can definitely be.
So it does give the suspect that information that the body was carried out.
But if he doesn't know that, he could say it wasn't carried out.
And if he doesn't know that, when you stay on him long enough, he'll incorporate that into a false confession, can't he?
Again, I'd be speculating as to what could and could not happen. I don't view this as feeding that information per se.
Page 102, line 16, Joe Daniels, I don't know where he's at. He is clearly talking about Joe Clyde Daniels, right?
I would assume so, yes, sir.
Then you say, I need you to tell me the truth, what actually happened. Joe Daniels, I don't know. He has maintained his innocence page after page after page, hasn't he?
Up until this point, he had relating to what happened during the hours that I was certainly suspect of, those being the times that he said he was asleep.
And time again, you indicate you're not going to accept that. You're not going to go backwards. And you lead him back to the only two choices, both of which makes him a murderer.
No, sir. Again, there are other options, that he didn't do it or He could even say someone else did it. But again, those would be hypotheticals and speculating. Now, as far as me not believing him, that's correct. I did not believe him.
Were you giving him the option of he didn't do it and what he told you at first was true? When you gave him the two options, was that one of the two?
It certainly was. Any option he wanted to state. I did not specifically state that one to him. But again, as I said, he was not, I believe I've said this before, this was not a multiple choice question where those are the only two responses you have. This is a back and forth, fluid, evolving discussion where he's able to offer any other options he chooses.
But as far as the options you state, that's not one of them. There's only two that you stated, and they're both make him a murderer. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Those two options would. I also don't recall him ever choosing the first option. So he denied the second, and he also, for a while through this, when I would offer him those two, he didn't choose the first one either.
You didn't give him the option of saying he's innocent, but he told you that time after time.
Well, right. I didn't give him the option, just like you said, because he had already been saying that.
On page 105, line 8, Cylde Daniels, which phone was the one that left the house? Agent Boyd, I'm here to get the truth of what happened to little Joe. I'm not answering questions. I'm not giving you answers. I'm not putting things in your head. But actually, you and Agent Faulkner have already put things in his head, haven't you?
Well, if you're asking were there things I wanted to put in his head, the only thing I wanted to put in his head was that I knew more than he was saying, and I didn't believe him. Those were the only things I wanted him to understand. Now, as far as what I'm specifically saying here, again, that's in response to him, my view of him trying to elicit specific information that I knew, which I responded to true. I mean, this is how I believe throughout this. I'm not answering questions. I'm not going to give you the answers. And I believe I explained it elsewhere in the interview with him of why I don't want to give him specifics and details.
Well, I'll go back and ask the question again. I said up to this point, you and Agent Faulkner have given him information, putting things in his head, one that a phone left and one that somebody carried Joe Clyde out of the house. I mean, y'all have told him that.
I mean, I think that would have to assume that he didn't already know that information. If you're characterizing it as putting it in his head.
If he didn't know, he knows after y'all question him because you give him the information, don't you?
Or he knows that that's not true and he says that's not true.
Did you understand my question? If he doesn't know, you have now given him the information to incorporate into a confession. Is that true or false?
I suppose in some circumstances, again, speculating that in some situations that might be true, that he might incorporate that information. I don't believe that he just incorporated that information here.
Did I ask you what you believed?
I was just trying to answer your question to the best of my ability.
Did I ask you what you believed?
Objection, Your Honor. We actually did ask him what he believes, and he's
I
answered.
believe the jury will remember the question, but it doesn't appear to me that he's answered your question right. Or, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say correctly. He's answered it in the way that he understood the question. You can restate your question.
All right. No doubt, if my client didn't know what happened with the phone, he knows it after y'all tell him it left the house. Is that right?
Again, an if question would cause me to speculate. And for me to speculate, I have to say it's what I believe. So in this circumstance, I believe that that was not.
I'd ask he be directed to answer the question. I'm not asking him what he believes. I'm asking him if he gave that information to my client.
Judge, he's asking him to speculate what Mr. Lockett's client may or may not believe. He's giving him his answer based on what Agent Boyd believes.
Your Honor, I prefaced it. If he didn't know the information already, did you give him the information that the phone and someone carried Joe Clyde from the house.
It seems the question is self-evident, that you're asking him a question that would seem to be self-evident about the answer, and perhaps the agent is being a little too careful. If he didn't know that that phone had left, and your question that you were asking him, or the statement by Agent Faulkner, indicated that you knew, or the TBI or investigators knew that the phone had left, then the question is, would that have given him that information? And your answer to that question would be what?
I could see that could be the case. I mean, if truly, in fact, he didn't know that, and I show him, here is the phone leaving the house, yes, then I could see that being the case. But that I didn't believe that was done here.
Right. I'll ask it simpler. Was information provided to my client that a phone left the house and that someone carried Joe Clyde Daniels from the house?
Yes, sir. That was stated to Mr. Daniels.
And to keep from giving information to a suspect, because that's pretty major pieces of information, isn't it?
In my opinion, I would view major pieces of information being which phone left the house, because only the person that had the phone would know that information. So I would not view these as major. No, sir.
So carrying a deceased body out of the house is not a major piece of information?
Relating to the body, yes, I would view that as major in the sense that we said who did it. Obviously, if the person says they did it, that is major. Yes, sir.
And so why would a suspect be given a major piece of information like that?
I don't know, sir. I believe that was, I'd have to go back and look, but I believe that was Agent Faulkner that mentioned that.
Well, you're both questioning him. It really doesn't matter who gives it to him. If he's given that information, he's given that information, right?
Well, I can't speak to why he was given information if I wasn't the one that gave him that information.
And did I ask you why?
I believe you did, yes, sir. That's what I interpreted the question to be.
I asked you if giving him the information that a body left the house is major information or evidence.
Hey, yes, sir. I agreed to that. The question I believe that I was answering was, why would a major piece of information like that be given?
Because you're not supposed to give a suspect information, are you?
No, sir.
And lo and behold, later on, after hours, he adopts that and says he killed the child and carried the body out of the house, didn't he?
I wouldn't say he adopted that. I believe that was in line with what he said. I think.
You don't know whether he adopted it or just said it, do you?
Well, I do know he said it.
All right. Page 111, line 15, Agent Boyd, Joe, if you didn't do it accidentally, do it, then it was intentional. You're back to the same two choices, right?
No, I think that's logical. Of course, it's assuming he did do it. But I think logically, if it's not accidental, then it is intentional. Yes, sir.
So you're not going to accept what he first told you because that's not what you want.
No, sir, that's not what I believed was true. It doesn't matter what I want.
And you also indicate to him that y'all not going to leave or go anywhere until he gives you what you want. Is that true?
That's not what I indicated or said to him.
Page 112, line 10. Agent Boyd, we're not going anywhere. The two of us, me and Ronnie, okay, we're not going anywhere. We're not going to just stop. You're not going to stop the interrogation, right? We're going to keep pushing for the answers. We're going to keep going for time, and that's what we do. So you're essentially telling him this interrogation is not going to be over until he tells you the truth that you want. Is that correct?
No, sir, that's not correct.
Well, what are you talking about that you're not going to stop?
The investigation.
You say that me and Ronnie, we're not going anywhere.
Yes, sir.
You're saying you're going to stay there interrogating him, aren't you?
No, sir, that's not what I said.
Okay. Page 115, line 18, Agent Faulkner. We're going backwards, Joe. Anytime he tries to assert his innocence, then y'all tell him he's going backwards. And y'all just not going to hear that, are you? You're not going to accept innocence.
Well, I wouldn't say anytime he asserts innocence. I specifically recall most of these incidents about going backwards, and we're going back to be in reference to his explanation, or rather holding to him being asleep throughout that night when information that we had contradicted that.
And you even feed him information for him to adopt in this confession on page 116, line 11. Is that correct? I'll give you a chance to look at it.
Could you repeat your question?
Where you say, look, there have been times I've gotten up, I wanted to beat my kid's ass. You're trying to get Joseph Daniels to say that he beat Joe Clyde Daniels' ass. You want him to use those words, don't you?
No, sir. As I stated earlier, one of the things that I try and do in part of that rapport building and building trust is to get on the same level as that individual, essentially, to where we're talking about the same things. We have similarities, and I'm also applying a reasonable person standard to things that I'm hearing. So this was me, when I said this was me humanizing essentially myself, and stating that, look, this isn't how I would act. I would have probably thought this. I'm not saying that's true. I probably wouldn't have thought those same things. However, this was me essentially trying to lighten up the mood a little bit in the sense of establishing similarities and commonalities between us.
Well, regardless of the intent, he later adopted that in his confession in regard to beating his ass, didn't he?
No, sir. I don't recall him saying beat his ass, but I'm welcome to have my memory refreshed.
On page 117, line 17, you tell him another way to say something. I would probably say I'm pissed. And he adopted that in his confession, didn't he?
No, sir, I don't believe he adopted it. I believe if you look a couple lines below that, I continue to also say after that, that's what I would say. However, I specifically state, you say whatever words you would normally use, but let's accurately describe it. Now, again, because he
used that word, didn't he, later in the confession?
Yes, sir, he did say I was pissed.
Yeah. So whatever your intent is, he's adopting your words, isn't he?
Well, I would say that that's a word that he would normally use and that he would accurately describe it, because I asked him, you say whatever words you would normally use, let's accurately describe it. So by assumption, I would have to assume that that's the word he would normally use.
And on page 119, line 17, Joe Daniels, and I told them, get your asses, get your asses back in bed. He wasn't saying get their asses back in bed until you told him that you would probably beat his ass or beat your child's ass.
Though the sequence of that is correct. However, he's the one that stated, he said asses instead of butt. I did not suggest that. I was saying butt the whole time. He's the one that changed it to asses. No.
After you used the term beat their asses.
Yes, sir. And
After
I also,
you used it.
I believe he also stated that he's trying not to cuss. And I said it's completely okay.
When this is happening, when you're taking a statement and they keep using the words you said to them, does that not concern you that maybe they're just going to parrot what you tell them?
Not necessarily. I would say no, sir.
Page 122, line 12. Agent Boyd, and you do things you regret, or you're the other guy that likes to hurt children. Which is it? Is it the first one, someone who likes to hurt children? No, you're taking them back to those same two choices. The only two choices you're giving him is that he's a murderer. Right? Those two choices. The guy that things get out of hand, he kills a child, the guy that intends to do it.
Paraphrasing, I did, in this sentence here, I did reference that, yes, and he replied no.
But the point is, the only two choices you're giving him to accept, both would make him a murderer.
Those are the only two I stated, yes, sir.
And both of those choices would make him a murderer, yes or no?
Yes, sir. I would describe them both that way.
Mr. Daniels told you that he hadn't planned for this, that he feared he would escape somehow, and I've always had that legitimate fear. He clearly believed that what y'all were getting at was that they didn't lock the door and let the kid get out. Is that what when he's talking about escape, he's not talking about murder, is he? What's he talking about?
I don't understand your question. I don't know what he's talking about. He's talking about escaping.
Yeah, when he's talking about I feared that he would escape. What is he talking about?
I don't know.
Yes, sir.
We like to go back there because it adds an air of mystery about what we're talking about. But we're going to need to take a recess for just 15 minutes to deal with some issues. And if you'll just step back across the hall, then we'll be in recess for 15 minutes. So.
All rise.
Recording stopped.
This court will be in recess.
So, Linda, aren't you just so happy that you decided to come today? I would tell you, I mean, just, I thought it was gonna be a piece of cake for the first 3 hours, and I'm doing it. It's all good. Yeah. Don't forget, Jennifer, we go back quite some time, so if it's not bar time at 2 o'clock in the morning, you and I are doing well. I know. So, Mr. Flanagan, I've heard your client decided to give an interview from jail last night.
She did with my consent. I told her exactly what.
Oh, did the freezer just become the new snack drawer? Yes, so audaciously delicious.
Anything before we bring the jury back?
Recording in progress.
I don't believe so. No.
All right, let's bring the jury in. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. Mr. Lockhart, you may continue.
Mr. Etheridge, could you key up timestamp 147 and play that, please?
And that was after he ran outside, caught him, pulled him back in, spanked him.
Forgot to lock the door.
Could you hear, the transcript says unlock the door. I'll ask you to play that
One more time. Mr. Board, to see,
The transcript on you.
it's page 166, line 6.
What else happened?
I went back to the bedroom, went to sleep.
And that was after he ran outside, caught him, pulled him back in, spanked him.
Forgot to lock the door.
And could you hear him say, forgot to lock the door?
Yes, sir. I do believe that's what he said.
I just wanted to correct that in the transcript. Mr. Etheridge, if you'll go to the next one.
But you do remember him spanking him and running outside, you catch him, I mean, you're telling this, you remember all that, right?
So I believe, yeah, so what you just told me, okay,
If you would, I think the jury would be appreciative if you would tell us what page number you're going to so that when they're watching the video excerpt, they'll be able to refer.
Yes,
to
Your
the
Honor.
transcript. So what are we about to watch?
Going back to it during the break, one of my assistants came over to help me.
You need your assistant.
And he lost me.
We'll let them come up and help you again if it expedites it.
If they know the page. Did you write the page down?
That's all right. If you just want them to see it, I thought it would be beneficial to them to be able to refer to the transcripts, and sometimes it's difficult to hear.
And it absolutely would. That's all right. We'll just skip on.
Probably in the 167 and 168. Should start at the very beginning of 168.
Okay.
All right, so page 168, we think will be what we're about to watch.
Yes, Your Honor. Line 1 through line 5.
All right.
But you do remember him spanking him and running outside, you catch him, I mean, you're telling this, you remember all that, right?
so I believe, yeah, so what you just told me, okay.
And there, can you hear him say, I believe so? Yeah,
Could I listen to it again?
absolutely.
But you do remember him spanking him and running outside, you catch him, I mean, you're telling this, you remember all that, right?
So I believe, yeah, so what you just told me, okay.
What I heard was, yeah, I believe, yeah.
Okay,
Like as if he stopped himself in the middle of a sentence. And
that's sufficient. During the course of your investigation, you learned that there was a gentleman who saw Joe Clyde Daniels standing out on or off the roadway. Is that correct?
I learned of a gentleman who described seeing someone, and he described the clothing that I had been told Joe Clyde was wearing that night. Yes, sir.
And you've in fact testified that this individual that saw Joe Clyde was Daniel McCormick. Is that correct?
Daniel McCormick was the individual who saw the person wearing the clothing that matched the description of Joe Clyde Daniels' clothing.
I'll show you a copy if I may approach.
Right.
Of your previous testimony in a preliminary hearing. And I'll ask you if you would to read lines 10 through 23, please.
Yes, sir. Question, and I want to stop you at that point now, Agent Boyd. In the course of your investigation, have you been able to determine whether there was any other person that saw Joe Clyde Daniels outside the night of April 4th or the early morning hours of April 4th? My answer was yes, sir, there was. The next question is, could you tell us about that? I said, yes, sir. Individual, I believe his first name was Daniel, last name McCormick, was on his way home from work. He stopped at the Love gas station, purchased some items on his way home. He was driving down Garnish Creek Road and he saw a child, and the description that he provided was Joe Clyde Daniels. It was the exact description of his pajamas that he was wearing that night.
So you were asked, was there any other person who saw Joe Clyde Daniels outside the night of April 4th? And you testified, yes, it was Daniel McCormick.
That's paraphrasing, but yes, generally.
All right. You said, yes, sir, there was.
And I continue to elaborate on why I believe that to be true.
Right. So you believe that was Joe Clyde Daniels that Mr. McCormick saw based on your investigation and the description of the clothing?
Based on the description of the clothing and the information about that interview that had been relayed to me at the time, yes, sir.
All right. And you don't have any reason to disbelieve that now, do you?
I do. After subsequent analysis of, and when I say analysis, actually reading in detail Mr. McCormick's statement, he in fact indicates that it's a teenager. Obviously, he doesn't say Joe Clyde Daniels. I qualified my answer with saying he described the clothing, the pajamas. So the clothing that he described as what he saw did, in fact, yes, sir, match. At the time, I believe that was Joe Clyde Daniels, but upon subsequent examination of his actual statement, I did start to question that.
The description of the pajamas met to a T what Joe Clyde Daniels had on.
Based on what I had been told of what Joe Clyde Daniels was wearing, yes, sir, the skeletons.
And to your knowledge, no one else had pajamas that matched Joe Clyde Daniels out on the road that night?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
All right. Based on Mr. Daniels' confession, as far as observing his person and his intake photos, did he have marks or bruises on his fist or knuckles consistent with beating someone for an extended period of time?
Not that I observed. I don't recall his booking photos, but to my memory, my recollection, I did not observe any injuries of that nature.
Did he have injuries to his legs consistent with walking through briars and weeds in a field?
Not that I ever observed. I believe he was wearing pants during my interview with him. Subsequent interviews, times that I've seen him, he was wearing pants as well.
And did you also testify at that same hearing in regard to a lady who said she observed someone meeting the description of of Joseph Daniels, my client, out on the road?
Yes, sir, I believe I did.
And she told you that she was looking at the woods, that this person was looking at the woods.
And forgive me, I don't recall exactly what she said,
Okay.
where he was looking. I recall, I would have to have my memory refreshed to her statement. I apologize.
We'll do that. And back to Mr. Daniels, did you make a point to observe his intake photos?
Not in any detail, no, sir.
Did you make a point to actually observe his legs and hands and arms?
I don't believe I did, no, sir.
All right.
His hands and arms, yes, sir, but legs, no, sir.
would you have expected scratches on his legs if he's walking through briars at nighttime?
If he's walking through briars at nighttime, yes, sir. And in shorts, yes, sir. I would expect to see, possibly even in pants, depending on how thick or thin the pants are.
My approach again. Line 10 through 15, please, if you'd read that.
Yes, sir. I looked on his arms, looking for injuries as well as his legs, especially given the area that he said he disposed of the body, looking for cuts, because the areas where there were lots of thorns and high grass that would have resulted in cuts from those areas, and I did not observe any injuries to his arms or his legs.
So you did observe his legs also?
Well, I mean, yes, sir, not specifically looking for wounds or asking him to lift up his pants, but yes, sir. I mean, I was standing.
The
with
jury
him.
can be confident based on your statements that you did not see wounds or scratches on his arms, hands, or legs.
Yes, sir. I saw no wounds on his hands, arms, or legs.
Right. And did you go out to the field that he described to you at first?
Yes, sir.
And where was that located?
I believe that was located on McElhaney Road. I'd have to look back at, that maps of the search areas and stuff.
Was it a bush hog close down to the ground field, or was it grown up?
You're referring to like a mowed field?
Yeah, I mean, it was like a yard. Did it have weeds and briars and stuff in it?
It was a wild field that was not, there were lots of fields in that area, but I observed them not to be kept.
And he told you he used his wife's cell phone as a flashlight. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. He did mention that in the, I believe that was in the typewritten interview.
Was there any evidence to corroborate that he used their cell phone in that area?
I don't know what evidence there would be. So no, sir.
I mean, Google.
But I can't think of any that.
Google location didn't mark her phone in that field, did it?
No, sir. I believe her location services were turned off on her cell phone.
Hey guys, just want to say hello.
Did Mr. Daniels make any type of confession or admission before you asked him if Kyrstal or Alex did it?
I don't recall any specific confession prior to that. I think there were several instances that I did mention Kyrstal or Alex, but if there's one specific that you're referring to, that might help narrow my answer down.
No, I'm just asking, did he make any confessions prior to?
You've been having a good day. I'm glad you guys have.
Questions about Kyrstal and Alex.
He made
Hi,
no
Pauline. How are
specific
you?
confessions prior to that, but I do believe the original story was evolving during that point. Ultimately,
I mean, am I
resulting
wrong?
in the confession that we had.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with Alabama. I grew up listening to them, so
Do you think that might
don't
be
read back the chat.
relevant to why he would confess to doing it?
Why? What the fuck did
When
you guys do?
he might be concerned about his wife or child in investigating?
That was never indicated to me by Mr. Daniels. Again, speculating and in isolation, other people might be different. Mr. Daniels, I can't speak to him exactly if that's what he could have done or would have done. However, I have seen some people look for opportunities to deflect on others, but then that was not done by
I'm
Mr.
not scrolling
Daniels.
back through 6 hours, so just give me some cliff notes.
Mr. McCormick, excuse me,
Hi, Jules.
that
You know,
gave
guys,
a
if you're
description of
new,
someone
please
wearing
like and
exactly
subscribe, I'd
what Joe
appreciate it.
Clyde Daniels was wearing. Was he investigated in this case?
Well, it depends what you're referring to as investigated, but he was interviewed at least twice on different occasions. Agents went to his home, inspected his vehicle that he was in. I believe there was even maybe some other efforts made referring to Mr. McCormick.
I'm not scrolling yet.
But
I'm not
as
gonna
far
read all the way
as
through that.
being the subject of the investigation, he never was.
And are you aware whether or not he caught a lot of flack
So
in social media
What
for
do you
not
guys need me to
stopping to
Google?
help the child?
I'm not aware of that.
Right. Did you go and talk to the next door neighbor, Matthew Ledford?
No, sir, I did not.
Do you know why no one talked to him?
Objection, Your Honor. Phrasing of the question, people did talk to Mr. Ledford.
I can,
During your handling
Hey,
as
Critter, I
the,
hope you got my email about my Discord
rule on the
information.
objection first.
no, I agree with him.
All right.
I've got to lay a proper
Mr.
foundation.
Lockhart and I both sustain your objection, Mr. Chairman.
Handle this case before you were transferred. Are you aware of anyone interviewing Matthew Ledford?
Well, and to clarify, I requested a transfer, but as far as anyone interviewing Mr. Ledford, no, that was not the case.
And you requested a transfer to kind of advance your career, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's all.
It wasn't because you didn't
Talking
like
Pinch
folks
Pod
in
Mudworks or
Oh,
something?
no, not at all.
Like, I mean, I don't know. Guys, I'm like 30. I'm 36. I grew up on the internet being dirty, so I don't know if you guys can really
And if you don't mind me asking,
do that to me.
where are you working now?
Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
During the time that you still had the case prior to your transfer, are you aware of anyone investigating a residence where a lady said that her child's boots were taken off the porch?
I don't recall the exact date that occurred, but I am aware of
That's
well,
your guys. Oh, Moose
something
Knuckles and Beaver.
along
Oh,
that
come
nature
on,
happening.
you
If that's
guys.
the
Blue
one,
Waffle.
I don't know if that's the same one you're referring to or not. I believe it's
Jesus
in another
Christ,
county.
you guys like my people made that stuff.
Actually, in
Come on, you
Dixon
guys
County.
actually
Oh, was
made
it?
some
Okay,
of
I'm
this
thinking of
shit.
another one then.
There-
But I
there's-
have heard something about boots.
Blue Waffles, 2 Girls, 1 Cup. I remember watching
And,
that. God, that was.
were you
You
aware
should
of a
watch the first
report
time.
made over in the edge of Humphreys County in regard to
I was gonna say, like, I remember when the first like beheading video came out of Iraq in like 2003. So, yeah, I've been on the internet for a long time. Like Ogrish and Rotten.com. Oh, I know. I'm not saying that in a mean way. I'm just saying, like, you guys, you know, it's kind of like Bane says, like, you know, I was raised on the internet. I was born on the internet. I was nearly 12 when I saw a man cut his own head off with an axe.
Mr. Lockhart asked you a question outside the.
Oh, I know what a
presence of the
pink
jury.
sock is.
were you made aware of a report coming from a residence just over in the edge of Humphreys County
Do you
in
want me to tell you
regard
what a pink
to
sock
a
is? Because I will.
small boy in dirty pajamas?
Sustain the objection, Mr. Lockhart. That's the second time that you have asked. a
Where I grew up
question
was
in
called the
this
Boston
proceeding
Red Sox, though.
regarding a matter that I have ruled in pretrial motion hearings is not admissible. That would be an inappropriate question.
Wendy, do you
and
need
would
me
be
to tell you what
violative of my
the
order.
Boston Red
So
Sox is?
The reason that I took the precaution of sending the jury out is I did not want to have the same episode repeat itself where that is asked in the presence of the
Okay,
jury,
well, a
only to
pink
have me
sock,
then have to
or
try to
sometimes
instruct
called
them
the
not
Boston Red
to
Sock,
consider that.
is
So you will not ask that question. Lastly, let me tell you that I've been
okay.
handed,
Well, it's
while
when
the
you
jury's
when
out,
a
I've been
man and a
handed a
woman are
question that the
really
jurors have
caring
asked,
about
and
each
I don't
other,
mind
and
letting, I think it's an
woman lets the
appropriate
man
question that
stick
either one
his
of you can
wiener up
ask it.
her
It's similar to what
up her poop chute,
Mr.
and he
Lockard
goes
has
at it really
already
hard,
asked,
and he
and he may
pulls
want
out
to
really
just
quick,
clarify it. The
and
juror
the
says, did the agent
inside of
ask
her
to lift
colon
up the
is still
pants
stuck
leg?
to his dick when he pulls out.
So
That's the
I'm
Boston Red
assuming that
Sox.
has to do with Mr. Lockard's questions regarding the scratches and so forth on the legs. So I'll allow you to ask that question if you'd
Yes, the
like
angry
and clarify
pirate.
that. So
There's a
I
Superman,
will,
the
before I do,
Spider-Man.
Your Honor.
There's the doppelganger.
The question I was asking
There's the rodeo.
was pursuant to your ruling on the motion. You said, Mr. Lockett, I think again, it would seem to me that he can ask investigators during the trial of this case
So Dirty Sanchez.
whether or not their
there's
investigation and if they received a report of a child in the area and what actions, if any, they took.
Hitler. So Rusty
That's all I'm
Trombone.
going to ask is what actions they took.
you're not going to repeat the statement of the mother supposedly saying her child had seen it. You're just going to ask about the report of the child.
Just the report of a young boy
I'm sorry.
in
Some of you
dirty
guys might be
pajamas.
working
That
right
was-
now.
Mr. Crouch, based on, and I recall that being my ruling, and I think with that limitation, I don't have a problem with him asking that limited question, but I wanted to make sure we didn't get beyond that. So, all right, let's bring the jury back. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated. I apologize for sending you out on such short notice. Go ahead, Mr. Lockett.
You had mentioned earlier about an out-of-county report. Do you recall an out-of-county report from over in the edge of Humphreys County in reference to a boy in dirty pajamas being seen?
Something of that nature, yes, sir. I believe that was reported to I would say the command post area, but there are
Wendy, whatever you do,
probably more likely
don't
the
type
Dixon County
in
Sheriff's Office.
Q, like hit the
And do you
Q
know if,
key
dogs
5
were
times in
sent out
Google, and then
to
hit
try
I'm
to
feeling
pick the
lucky.
scent of that child up?
I don't know if dogs were.
Do you know if anyone went out and talked to sex offenders that lived in that area?
You definitely don't want to do that.
I don't know that.
I don't know what
my
Fifi
recollection
in your
of
guys'
that
context.
is that that county sheriff's office searched the area around where that report was made, and I again
I was kind of in the
that
middle of
wasn't
reading
made
an
to
email.
me, so I can't comment too specifically on that.
Little Miss, no, I was in court all day today. I had a plea hearing that fell apart, and then I
The only other thing I want
got
to
wrapped
do
up in an
is
emergency
make an exhibit of the
custody
transcript of
case
the
that I
preliminary
just got
hearing,
hired on.
but I need to
I spent the
remove all
afternoon
my
working on
stickers and
that.
stuff from it.
My
first.
office.
Do you have any opposition?
So,
I have no opposition to transcript.
been dealing with some crying parents today.
There's multiple witnesses.
Number one, I don't think this witness is authenticated.
Only Agent Boyd's testimony, no one else.
If I could finish, I don't think that that this witness is authenticated the transcript in any way.
Just like
He's
I'm
just
Aladdin,
simply been asked
you can be
specific
Jasmine.
questions
Like,
about
I
it
can
and
show you a
have responded to those
world.
specific questions. So
Disgusting,
those questions,
sick, and
the portions of the
degenerate.
transcript that he was asked about can be made a copy and made an exhibit. We'll make it as a late filed exhibit. But I don't believe that this agent has authenticated the entire transcript that would allow the entire transcript, even the entire transcript of his testimony, because there were many other extraneous issues.
I'll call someone in from General Sessions to authenticate.
That's fine.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Crouch?
Agent Boyd, Mr. Locker has been asking you several questions about only
don't sing
giving
very
the
well.
defendant two choices in answering your questions. Correct?
Yes, sir.
But yes, it's been a busy day.
Didn't even have to be talking to you, right?
I'm sorry. Could you say that again? I
Real
couldn't hear
stuff
the
is
Did the
first part.
recorded. The
defendant
internet-
even have to speak with you?
No, sir.
Yeah, but the
he didn't.
internet made it cool.
How
You
did he
get to
get
it.
to meet with you?
He drove himself.
Was he locked in a room with you?
No, sir.
Was he in handcuffs?
No, sir.
Was he
Yes,
forced
I've heard. I know
to
what a
continue
fifi
answering
is.
questions?
I've heard
No,
of it.
sir.
I just didn't know
If he
what
had gotten up and
you guys
walked
were
out?
referencing
anytime, yes,
because
sir.
I mean,
some
he
of
was
these, some of
voluntarily
our
engaging in
viewership
your
may
questions.
have a
Yes, sir.
different,
So
idea.
when asked how many options he had, is the correct answer limitless?
Yes, sir.
He didn't have to be there.
Correct.
He drove there.
Yes, sir. He did.
Okay. Now,
Yeah, they never found the
Mr.
body,
Locker
so nobody really knows what
also
happened.
asked several questions in regard to you introducing, I guess, theories or evidence
Learned about
to
moose
the
knuckles.
defendant in this interview process.
Beaver
But
tail.
let's go to page 54 of the transcript. If
Ah.
you have that. You with me?
Yes, sir.
No. I think
Well,
it's
guys,
Mr.
I actually
Faulkner.
gonna be
line
doing something. I
21.
hate to
What's the
tell you
question?
this now today, but it's 5 o'clock coming up.
He pushed it over there,
I'm
climbed
probably gonna
up,
stop it
unlocked
here.
and then pushed it back out of
I've
the
got
way
some things
to
I need
open
to
the
do,
door.
and I'm gonna have to
And the
basically shut down all the programs on
I
my
mean,
computer.
Is
I gotta
that
do
the
some work, and I need
defendant's
like all
answer
the.
as to how he
I pretty
believed
much need like
Joe
the
Clyde
computer
got
so I
out
can
the
get
door?
stuff done. Oh, we're on to day 5
Yes, sir.
already.
That's I believe that's Agent Faulkner's.
And what date does
summary of
Kyrstal
that.
Daniels
The
start?
defendant is asking you and Agent
Do we
Faulkner
know?
to believe that a 5-year-old did what with a coffee table?
Pushed it over to the door, climbed up, unlocked the padlock on the door, and then pushed it back out of the way to open the door.
So Mr. Lockhart asked you specific questions about statements that you believed and didn't believe of the defendant.
Daniels'
Did you believe
trial.
that his 5-year-old son
Okay,
had done
yeah.
that?
When
No, sir.
does it actually happen?
So it was more than just introducing cell phone data. It was the entire premise of the defendant's explanation.
Yes, sir.
If you'll turn to page 115. Mr. Lockhart asked you a specific question
Okay.
about Agent Faulkner stating we're going back.
Starts Wednesday. All right, and
See
we're
that
on
Yes, sir.
day.
18?
I don't know if we're gonna get
Now,
done in time,
We're going
guys. So
backwards,
are you
and
okay
Mr.
with
Lockhart
it? Just
asked you a question about his repeated denials.
Yeah,
leading
well,
up to this point.
no worries. I'm just telling you, we're
Yes,
not
sir.
gonna finish.
Go back.
We'll get as
again
far as
one
we
more
can,
time
and
to
here's the
page,
deal. I will work out.
104.
Like I said, Monday and Tuesday, I am probably gonna be a ghost unless, at least Monday I'll definitely be a ghost. And we'll go from there. Okay.
You with me?
Yes, sir.
What does the defendant tell you and Agent Faulkner on?
I'm gonna work
beginning
with
on
Critter and
lines
Rennie
19?
about making sure we're all set for next
Line
week.
19.
And
Okay.
then, like I said, hopefully
now
I'm-
with the house.
I mean,
Scroll up to my
yes, he may
question.
be
Okay.
denying some things, but early on in this,
I sent you
story,
my
he's
stuff for
admitting
Discord,
to
Critter. I
putting
hope
the
you heard
lock
me
in the key
earlier.
and moving it a little.
I'm sure
Yes,
Lori
sir.
and mine will
So
end up
is
being
the
on the
defendant's
Facebook
story
peeps.
already changing?
I saw you say
Yes,
it
sir,
starts
it
Wednesday.
is.
Yeah, quick question.
He's now mentioning
Should
touching
they
the
watch a
key.
couple of their own over the weekend?
I moved the key a little bit.
I mean, if
And
you,
what is your thought process then?
is it good to start with
I
day
believe
8?
he's
Is that
trying
like
to
where some
explain
stuff gets
away why we
spicy or
might
good?
find DNA or
Good night,
fingerprints.
Matthew. We'll see you around. Critter, shoot.
Now, what
Fire up
color
Discord.
shorts
Shoot me a message on
was
there.
the defendant wearing?
They were a
It'll
red
be easier
color.
to talk
And
there
what
than on
color
here.
shorts did the witness Jenny Jones identify as the defendant wearing on the night of the homicide? And you may not be familiar with her testimony. I guess you're not.
I'm not familiar with her testimony. I've read her statements. I'd have to have my memory refreshed to her statement, but I'm not familiar with her testimony.
That's fine. And who did she identify as being in the roadway or on the road?
In her statement at the time, she stated Joseph Daniels. She was very confident in that.
And speaking of collecting evidence and blood, who told you in this interview that he had washed the clothing that he was wearing when the homicide occurred?
Joseph Daniels initially stated that it was washed, and I believe he even said, "Well, I didn't wash it." but he said that the shirt had been washed
And where was that shirt recovered?
in the laundry room.
And if there had have been DNA evidence on that shirt and it gets washed, do you know what will happen?
In my experience, your likelihood of finding DNA evidence drastically goes away.
And Mr. Lockhart also
All right,
said
guys, it's
he
5
was going
o'clock.
to go
I think
back
we're
and
going to put
address
a pause
the-
on this for now. We'll come back to that. Also, I mean, I may as well take up the screen since it's, me. So you guys get to look at me right now. So yeah, this will be it for today. Yeah, if you guys want to, I mean, I could probably, yeah, we'll talk about it. So I may, if you, stuff will run, I'll put the playlist for this up that I'm using. I'll make it public. Yeah, so we'll just keep watching as far as we can get, and I'll let it run. And like I said, I will be gone and busy, so I'll probably leave it on first thing in the morning and let it go till whenever. I'll let you guys keep watching until it stops. But yeah, you guys have a great night and have a good weekend. And you guys will be Monday morning. We'll finish this up, then get ready for the trial. If he was wearing that shirt and people saw the shirt, why is the shirt in their wash? That's a good question. I don't know. All right, guys. Well, I am going to get this all sorted out and yeah, have a good weekend. Take care.